And okay, I did it. So now we wait to see if it actually did go live because this the stream key thing. But that hasn't been a thing the past like 2 or 3 times. So it seemingly is live. But so now we wait. Okay, yeah, no, I guess we're live. Okay, cool. So we okay, did it.
Mind, I won't look.
So okay, yeah. So
you know who didn't do it?
Ikimoto's didn't succeed. What's our newest choice? Is that it?
Whoa! Yeah, we're definitely live. But
okay, cool.
Anyway,
I might have butchered the intro, but hey, close enough. That's our new one that we came up with after last stream.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter.
So I tried
Oodie,
to...
I hear you went to Taiyu's concert.
Something like that. So I tried to clickbait this as hard as I could while keeping it relevant to what actually the title should be. So I saw the new Naruto movie. So it technically is true. So I went to the Naruto... Get this, the Symphonic Orchestra. Okay, I don't know why they didn't just call it like the Naruto song place, but it's Symphonic Orchestra is what they want to go with, and sure, whatever. But so yeah,
well,
so okay.
How symphonic was it?
It was mostly symphonic. Maybe they could have done a little bit more orchestraicness to it, but either way, so it's been crazy time. This was the Billy Strings concert that I accidentally bought like 3 months ago that we talked about then, that I had to do the whole refund process that thank goodness we actually did, and it worked out. And that was tonight. It was today. That happened. And so I've been leading up to it because I've been excited for it. I've been talking about it. It was like $100-something bucks, I think. Maybe I guess 120, 130. I wouldn't do it again. But it was totally worth. Like, it's something that it's a once in a lifetime experience, like Kamui was saying. And you know, I realized something is that even if it wasn't a once in a lifetime experience, the experience isn't gonna be any better or closer in the future. So why wait? Even if it were to come back, which it's not confirmed to. So definitely had to go because it's not like it's gonna get any better anyways. As good as it's gonna. So I had to drive down to Atlanta, which I think I even still have my. Here, I'll share my screen. My Google Maps pulled up. Not on my phone. I pulled it up on the computer just to make sure I'm going to the right place. Because turns out, Kamui, no, I did shut down. Okay, never mind. Well, turns out that it wasn't the place that I had gone to like 2 or 3 times before. It was actually a different place even further than that. And I had to drive right past the place that I thought it was. And it had to go like another 20 minutes. So it was like a over 60-minute drive. It was probably like 70-minute drive on the way there. You want to guess how long it was on the way back?
40, because you said it was 30 minutes less.
It was 35 minutes. It was literally half as long to travel like 33 miles. It's like bro, I've never seen traffic because the traffic getting there wasn't even all that bad compared to what I was dreading it possibly being. Like, it was no like standstills at any point, like there's a wreck or something. No, it was just normal Atlanta traffic. It's just driving slowly or whatever. But then like I guess the whole way it slows you down half as much as you were normally gonna go. I don't know, it was weird because like even then it's like only on the highway, right? Like the back roads are gonna be the same regardless because it's not gonna be like it's congested there. But I don't know, it's weird. Either way, so I went to Atlanta. I took a few videos. I might upload them as shorts depending if they get copyright. I'll definitely upload them to the Discord, which is a perfect opportunity segue to transitioning to inviting people to the Discord advertisement that way. Hey, that's the thing we do a lot. Oh, hey, by the way, subscribe. We should say that a lot more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, do that too. Become a
do
member.
That too. Yeah,
if you want extra videos, we have like 500 in the members only playlist.
That is all. Yeah.
Before none of you have seen them.
Literally, yeah, no, it's literally videos that haven't been public and I don't think will be public unless I ever just run out of videos, which that's not gonna happen. So
yeah, not at our
so unironically, like a couple hundred probably videos just in members only. They're not all Naruto. Most of them, in fact, aren't. There are just a lot of funny clips and whatnot that I thought wouldn't have made for best videos compared to the videos that I have uploaded. 3 videos a day with like 200 in the backlog, but besides the point. Okay, anyways, okay. So back to the Naruto Symphonic Orchestra. Okay, so Kamui, this is the fun part. So I wake up today and oh my god, you already know after last night, I was in Sauron's boat to where I also got 3 hours of sleep. So I went to work, got home, it didn't take long. I went to sleep and then work actually called me back. And so I had to go back in and I didn't spend long there because I had to leave. To go to the orchestra, and I didn't know how long it was going to take. I was worried that there was going to be a car crash or some other nonsense. I was going to wait like a freaking hour or something. So I left like half an hour early, just in case, just to account for any of the nonsense that I knew would inevitably happen. And actually, turns out it went pretty smoothly the whole drive there. I just made it to the destination. So the problem is, because I was really anxious and paranoid to the point that I was literally sweating and like stress sweat. You have to be really stressed in order to stress. But I was like sweating, not like a lot. But... well, yeah. I was drawn by Ikimoto today. That's for sure.
So did you have one sweat bead at all times?
Yeah, okay, so I drive down there and I was anxious about like the traffic or whatever, but then the parking in particular, because I didn't know if there was parking at this location because I'd never been there before, which I found out just the other day to confirm that it actually wasn't the place that I thought it was. It was 20 minutes further, so I've never been there, so I didn't know if they had parking. And this is Atlanta, where it's just notorious for not having parking. So even now, I still don't know if they have parking. I had to buy like a parking lot that was like a 5-minute walk away. It was probably even less than that with the jog that I did. By the way, I'm in good health. Like that jog, that was a healthy jog. I was not winded at all or anything. Just I was Naruto running down them streets. But anyways, so I get there like 30 minutes early. Let's just say 20 minutes early, even 25 minutes early. And I'm in the parking lot. And that's not the right parking lot. So I don't remember the exact number, but I was supposed to be at like, let's just say parking lot 451. And I was at parking lot number like 421. I'm looking at Google Maps. It says I'm there. It's like a 2-minute walk away. I try to like press go start on the navigation, but I'm so close that it's still not working. And so... I drive around to a different parking lot. Okay, sure. Okay, good. Goodness. Thank goodness I'm here. It wasn't that one either. And so I'm like asking people around, hey, where's parking lot 451? Nobody knows. It's Atlanta. It's like, they're like, hey, can you give me money when I'm asking them questions? But whatever. That's Atlanta for you. And so, okay, stroke of luck, lady luck from Naruto was on my side. I drive around to the third location. It was actually the correct place. I even like lined it up with the photos on Google Street View to confirm I was actually at the correct parking lot number because it didn't say the lot number anywhere, which is extremely annoying. So I spent like 20 to 25, maybe 30 minutes driving between parking lots to find the right one. And honestly, it would have taken less time if I didn't prepay for my parking and just paid for my parking whenever I got to any of the parking lots. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
well, it means you got there in the nick of time then.
I did. So much so in the nick of time that Sage, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Well, I went to the Naruto Symphonic Orchestra, and I'm telling that story.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I heard you talking about Atlanta. I was living in Atlanta last year, and I hated it. So, very glad to not be living in that city anymore. I'm not too far from Atlanta, but I moved outside of the city because it absolutely blows.
Oh, snap.
I mean, yeah, the moment I found out Oodie lived there, I'd move out too. I can't blame you.
All right, bro. The Boruto voice actor actually lives in Atlanta, and they do like voice acting classes down there too. I thought that was pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of like really cool acting and voice acting stuff in Atlanta. I think people don't really see it as like what it is, but it's honestly kind of become sort of like one of the three meccas in terms of the film industry because the tax incentives they give and all that stuff. Like Georgia's actually really big for the film industry. So like I would say, honestly, if for film in particular, it's bigger than New York. I think there were more films made, or there have been more films made every year since 2019 in Georgia than in California, which is kind of insane. But you still have a lot of the big, Hollywood productions out in LA, just because that's where a lot of the celebrities live. So it's a little bit easier. But yeah, it's great. That's why I moved out there, was for more opportunities, and it was good for that. But like living in that city sucks.
That's awesome. Yeah. Because I do know that you are going through a move right now. I don't know how long that's going to take, or if it's done yet, or if it hasn't started. I don't know, but it's something you're doing. So how's that go? If you wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, it blows. The lady and I, we planned on being at this house we're at for another year, and then relocating at the end of next year, or at the middle of next year, because our lease was technically up in April. We were renewing the lease, but the woman who owns our house died, unfortunately, and so her children inherited it, and they just decided to sell it. So we have to be out by the end of April. We already found another house that we're going to move into, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because we have to pay overlapping rent. The rent there is prorated, but you also have to pay like first month, like the deposit, and then get utilities switched. And then, obviously the moving itself sucks. So yeah, there's that. And then I'm in the middle of preparing I'm on a 10-day shoot for one project at the beginning of April. It comes out to 13 days that I'm there, but I think I'm on set 10. And then I wrap on the 11th. I head home. We're going to be moving all the stuff 15th, 16th, 17th. I'm in a wedding on the 21st. And then we come back on the 22nd. I'm going to drop my lady off at home, maybe have some lunch or something. I drive up to Missouri, and then I'm on another project for the last week and a half of April. So yeah, or the last week of April. So yeah, April's going to be insane. So just getting things prepped for that. And that second one is one that I'm also helping to produce. So it's like, it's been a ton. So like people are like, you got to upload more frequently. I'm like, bro, I'm doing my best.
I know, bro. Yeah.
There's so
That's crazy. Sounds like you're driving everywhere around the country too, which is insane. I don't know why. I thought you were in Canada because something about the TV show you were saying, was that filmed there? Or was it set in Canada? I forget. Maybe it just wasn't in Canada at all. I'm just completely wrong.
I've worked in Canada. Yeah, I've worked in Canada. There was a film project I did in Michigan, and it was like part in Michigan and then part like right across into the Canadian, like across the Canadian line.
Gotcha.
But which was weird because like then the like tax, the like film incentives in Canada are pretty good. But they're also pretty good in Michigan, so I'm not sure why they did. But anyway, yeah, so I have, but I don't know if I've ever talked to you about that one.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. When I say this, I promise you this isn't weird. Okay, so I'm gonna preface it by that. So last night, I was dreaming, and you were in my dream. So hear me out. So that's never happened before. It's just the heads up there. But so okay. So
all right, gonna call it a night, guys. You guys have it going.
So obviously, I've never seen your face or anything. I don't know what you look like. Obviously, I don't think it's out there at all.
I was about to ask. Did you have a hypothetical Sage human version that you just made?
Yeah. So okay. So that's the fun
more
part.
Important question is: was the hypothetical version of me handsome? Because that's what everyone really wants to know.
Well, okay. So that's hard to answer because
it's all about that actually.
How do I work around this one? No, but okay, so your face, okay, the best way I can describe it in general would be blurry, because my brain, not knowing what you looked like, it was doing the thing of AI video. You know how when you shift the camera perspective and it tries to readjust for what it thinks it's looking at? Because it doesn't retain the memory, so it's constantly updating to just something new. That's basically what was happening with your face.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. So I don't remember the context for a lot of this stuff, but it's not like you were a centerfold focus piece of this. I was at some weird school event or something, but it wasn't a school and it was dark. Either way, you were one of the people there. It was like a venue or something, almost like a convention, and you were hosting. an obstacle course. And that's probably just the American Ninja Warrior side of my brain wanting that to exist. So
That
I don't
sounds sick.
I don't know if that's something you are interested in, but then I was really disappointed because the obstacle course you hosted wasn't an obstacle course at all. It was this weird like laser gun shooting at targets event that was like low-key kind of, I don't want to say rigged, but like I aimed it and it like shot slightly to the side to where I didn't hit the thing, or like something else got on the way or something. So that's that.
That's really interesting.
That's the
It's
only
funny how our brain kind of create those things sometimes, you know?
That's the only part of you that I remember. I assume that happened because I knew going to sleep last night that this was scheduled for today, as well as the Naruto convention, which is probably how I got to that as well. But
well, hey, I'm just glad that you know you're thinking of me, bro. That makes me feel nice.
only subconsciously.
I just shared this in the server, so hopefully people see it. But yeah, I mean, how's everything been coming along with you guys in terms of your like content creation and stuff?
Well, about
Walky Talky's been great. As long as Walky Talky is like
Talky podcast has definitely produced videos.
Yeah, as long as Walky Talky is like actively still a thing, that's a channel that's like I'm primarily focusing on, and I'm mostly just like doing scripts or whatever for whenever Walky Talky's done. Then that's when I'll really go ham on my other channel. But not that I don't upload on my other channel; it's just extremely rare.
Yeah.
So I think the last video I uploaded on it might have been Halloween special. And the next video I'm gonna upload is April Fool's.
Nice. I was thinking of doing an April Fool's video. I was gonna do like 10 reasons why Tobirama beats Minato, and then like just have it be like a black screen with like music for 10 minutes. But I know that would absolutely tank my algorithm, and the algorithm's been kind of hoeing me recently anyways, so I don't want to play with fire any more than I have to.
All right, that's fair. You know, speaking of Tobirama versus Minato, there's been a certain drama in the community recently. Don't know if that's something you wanted to address at all. But
yeah, that's true. It's kind of weird because like Noodles and I have sort of coexisted without interacting much over the course of, I think he became aware of me whenever I was around 5K. So like I hadn't passed him yet, but I remember interacting with him in Cartel Discord server, and just like very briefly, I was in call and just like talking to some people, and he had said something and like tried to bait me into a Minato Tobirama conversation. And I was like, Noodles, we're not doing this right now, but like, here's what I think. Yeah. And then the same thing happened. He then, I made my server sometime either shortly after that or shortly before that. He ended up joining my server. And then the same thing happened to my server, where I'm in call, talking to Monoichi and a few others, and he just joins, and Mortified joined, a few others joined, and the conversation of Minato versus Tobirama gets brought up again. And I'm like, I really do not want to like dive into this absolute like brain cancer of a topic right now. So I was like, but we can specifically talk about what you were talking about, which was, you know, to Noodles, which was the paper bomb thing. And what was really funny about this beef, if that's what you want to call it, is not only everything he got wrong in his response, which I made my response to, and I think just I don't want to be rude, but there were 28 things on my list that he got wrong, and those were only the ones that I felt. Yeah, those were only the ones that I felt necessary to address.
It just sounds like a walkie-talkie thing to do. A list of 28 plus things is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, some of them were like mistranslations, and like to be totally fair to Noodles, like a couple of those are things that, like, I've been very lucky to have you and Hobbs helping me with translations because I have two people who I know actually understand Japanese. And so if I run a translation by you and you're like, yep, that checks out, or no, that it actually kind of means this, whatever, or like run it by Hobbs, do the same thing. You guys will both like check my work and then typically send me something like this word actually contextually means here, blah blah blah, or like the AI that you're using changed this, the way that this particular kanji is used here, it's actually used that way, and like it gives me a better understanding of it. And there were a couple instances of that where he just had bad translators, and then there was an instance where he had never translated, like the Hiruzen statement, for example, where it's like we've all accepted for a long time that it says the strongest Hokage in history, revered as the professor, when really it says the professor revered as the strongest Hokage of the successive generations. Very different. So to give him a little bit of a break.
Thank God. Yeah. I've had enough of this Prime Hiruzen bullshit.
Yeah.
I've never bought it. Never. I've always said no. Thank God.
No narrative sense at all. But yeah, so to kind of like give him a break, there were a couple things like that it's just like, if you're not actively like digging for these things, you're not going to find them, so a little bit of knowledge cliffing there. But one of the things that was interesting, to circle back to kind of where I was going with that, was we talked about the paper bomb things, or the paper bombs thing, where he tags Jubito and then like the paper bombs are on him, big boom, whatever. That's what we talked about in my server for like 20 minutes, and the end of it was him saying, yeah, we'll just have to agree to disagree, but if you want to debate like the full topic at some point in time, we can. I was like, all right, yeah, we can agree to disagree. Because I showcased to him that by going over the Naruto website birthday column, where it talks about Tobirama, like how he uses Edo Tensei, is he like preps them with paper bombs and sends them to the enemy lines. So it's like, okay, well, he reaches inside of his chest and pulls paper bombs out. We know that Jubito runs through him and ends up with paper bombs on him. And we know that Tobirama in character preps his Edo Tensei with paper bombs. So how is it not more likely that when Jubito ran through him, the paper bombs that stuck to him were the ones that were inside of Tobirama? I like had no answer for it. But then in his debunk stream, he was like, yeah, we had a conversation about this, but like, I don't know why Sage is bringing this up. This is very clearly like not what happened. I'm like, bro. So I said this like 3 separate times in my response stream, and it's one of my favorite quotes. It's, do not attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. I think he's just not sharp, and I think that was the problem. I don't think that he's a malicious person. I just think like he probably doesn't remember that conversation, and it showed. But yeah, I mean, I never like sought out a beef with Noodles. I'm not interested in beefing with Noodles. I offered him 2 different debate topics. He turned them down. He only wants to do Tobirama versus Minato, which is fine. That's his prerogative. But I see my position in the community as somebody that is trying to shed light on some more niche things, bring to the community. Like if you notice, like my last several videos have all been more covering information that people don't really know, or like things people don't really understand. Just did a Kamui video going over how, the biggest misconceptions about Kamui, did the jutsu misconception. Like that's what I like to do. I like to find things that people don't understand or don't understand as well as they should and shed light on those. Tobirama versus Minato is overtalked, so I'm not interested. But like Kakashi versus Hashirama, or Hashirama versus Prime Hiruzen, those are topics that people have massive misunderstandings about. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. Is like, I offered him those 2 topics in particular, turned them down. Totally fine. I'm sure he's going to be reacting to my videos. He might see this. Somebody might clip it. Cool. But at the end of the day, I kind of felt like I was punching down anyways, and I don't like that. But now it's like, I'm not going to do your topic if it doesn't interest me, and if you turn down my topics, and if you're the challenger here. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of things to address through many different topics. I guess one thing that we could start at is, since we were looking at this last night anyways, the Kamui video that you did. So Kamui's, Kamui, the person here, swears to the end of his days.
That's not even true, first of all, but I'm pretty sure, I don't remember, there was some conversation at some point, but anyway, Oodie, well, first of all, Oodie couldn't find it, so I don't even know what's in this video, but first of all, is there a manga scene where you blatantly see Obito with a 3 tumbleweed Sharingan using Kamui? Let's start there.
Yeah, go to, can you pull up the manga on here? If you go to 510, it's either 509 or 510.
Is it the Conan fight?
Yeah, it's during the Conan fight.
Okay.
It is 510.
It's 510.
Yeah. Page 3. Top left corner.
Okay, well, let me pull that up really quick. I'm slow with this type of thing, but it's just.
I've already found it. I'm just gonna try to zoom in on it.
Okay, you said 510.
510. Third page, top left corner.
Okay, I already have it.
Right there.
Yep. Yeah, so take that guy.
On that. And that is a 3 Tomo Sharingan. Well, go back up to that one focus panel. Go down. Right there.
Yep. Take that.
I posted in chat.
Well, I'm already there. Now, I'm sure Kamui would say that's just an artist error, which there are numerous ones in Naruto.
Yeah, I would just say I think it's a bit. So the only explanation for that, outside of it just being something he can do, because also keep in mind, he casts his Genjutsu on Kurama using his base Sharingan. That's something that narratively isn't supposed to be possible without the Mangekyo. Yeah. So, in both of those scenarios, for me, there are 2 reasonable explanations. Number one, it's intentional, and it's probably due to something like the Hashirama cells amping his Sharingan ability. Or number 2, Kishimoto just didn't want to show his Mangekyo because then it kind of spoils the the Kakashi reveal. But I think whenever we have to choose between because even right after the explosion goes off, if you scroll up a page, in the middle of that page right above that, keep going. The panel right above that left one, that one there, you can zoom in on that. That's also the 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's a little bit clearer in the black and white, but that's the 3 Tomo. So you do have, it is consistent for him to be, there you go. Utilizing the 3 Tomo Sharingan for things that shouldn't be possible without his MS. So, and then you even see, if you go the chapter before in 509, you see right after he phases through Conan's paper, whenever he says, I was the one who gave Nagato the Rinnegan, literally right after phasing. So he's phasing, makes statement about the Akatsuki, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Yeah. She then throws more paper at him. She's trying to overpower me with numbers and I materialize, blah, blah, blah. So it's, to me, I think it's clear that either one of those 2 things is happening. That either Kishimoto's trying to keep his Mangekyo pattern a secret, or what's happening here is he's using his base Sharingan for MS abilities. I think either interpretation is fine, but I think because he does use something that's narratively a Mangekyo feat on controlling the Nine Tails, that would have to be applied there as well. And in scenarios where we have to make the determination of, is what we're seeing on panel actually what we're seeing on panel, or is there some kind of other trickery behind the scenes, or is it a mistake? If we don't have good reason to believe, or if there's not at least a valid substantiation for it just being the case, what we see being the case, then I think we should lead in the direction of what we see is what's happening. You know what I mean?
So, well, if you're going to do a debate on this, I would just say go with what you see. That's the easiest example. Yeah. But I did want to offer another possibility for the Kishimoto angle on this. There is kind of a debunk for it, but initially, it's entirely possible that the phasing part of Kamui, so not the swirly dimension thing, just the intangibility, might have just been a jutsu, just the transportation technique, as they said. So basically, imagine flying Reggie, a jutsu you can learn that only Obito knew or created or whatever, not a Mangekyo ability. But then later on, Kishimoto decided, oh, let's also make this Kamui in addition to his other thing.
Yeah, because
the debunk to that would probably be when Obito's like in the Five Kage Summit is like, no, Kakashi, that jutsu of yours won't work on me. Why is he saying it? It could either be because his own swirly Kamui or his intangibility or whatever, but he's saying that, which is kind of giving you some impression that there's a connection, but
well,
it's
to be
possible
fair,
anyway that he just wasn't going to do, like, it might not have been a Sharingan technique.
To be fair, Kamui, I always thought that the Five Kage Summit thing you're referencing, this jutsu won't work on me, isn't necessarily pertaining to that particular jutsu. It's one of those things that Kishimoto's writing that he will just come back to explaining it later on. He doesn't know why he's writing it now. He just knows he wants to put that seed in here now to plant later. It's basically just saying that Obito is extremely powerful, that not even a strong jutsu like that technique would work on him.
Yeah, because I mean, the problem though is in general, like, let's just assume intangibility isn't Kamui. In theory, that might just, the Kakashi's Kamui might just go through Obito still, kind of thing. Which could be surprising to Kakashi, who wouldn't expect that. So that's why I said kind of debunk, to where you could argue, but it also isn't necessarily a debunk anyway. But,
yeah, well, and then once you get to the like data book 4 statement on like Kamui, it does just like talk about like the slipping ability, But like if it is possible that it could just be like a retcon, but again, in situations like that where it's like, okay, we have to decide, is what we're seeing supposed to be happening? Is it like the case? Is it what we're supposed to be interpreting it as? Or is there something else going on? In the absence of some like really strong evidence that what we're seeing isn't supposed to be what we're seeing, or that like what we're seeing got retconned later on, I tend to just lean in the direction of like probably not a mistake. But I don't have any issues with like those interpretations. I think they're totally fine.
I've got a few more funny ones.
Yeah, but if you're just like analyzing the series in terms of like, okay, we see this on panel, so we kind of have to take this as like, this is what's happening, because we don't really have like, outside of it just being stated to be a Mangekyo ability, which is like a pretty good piece of evidence there for like what you're saying.
I've got a funny counter this that Oodie is gonna love, and I think you'll like this too. Actually, now's a good time. Okay, Oodie, do you remember /have that Kamui databook page handy?
Handy?
Which one? Because I just sent him one, and then
we were talking about something funny about it, which is gonna be a hilarious thing.
3. So this is databook 3. The one thing I wanted to point out about this is look in that middle part, the original Sharingan pointing to his base Sharingan.
Okay. Now I've got more hilarious things. What if Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan design was originally just that? That was the
coincidentally.
And then I actually converted. One of the things I've been doing recently is converting like Naruto versities. Here we go. Converting Naruto versities
is this saying
translations into actual scans. And here, let me see if I can't. Here's one. Yeah. Oh no, that's not it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Toby's AUs, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. So the converting things like translations from like Naruto versity. That's actually a me mistake. This is a translation that I did on this page, so that's me.
Okay.
But the Naruto versity ones are much worse. Let me send this one over to you really quick.
Yeah, got you.
This is the databook 4 one, but this is Naruto versity's translation. So I just took the Naruto versity translation and made it into a scan. As opposed to like having to go like screenshot the just like wording that's on there.
Is this the one that's there's one in particular. Okay, so I don't remember what the scan was that Oodie read, but this is the funny thing. So And one of the databook scans, I remember we made a clip on this, was that it said that Kamui was a Kekkei Genkai. So here's where we get interested with this. So one of Kamui's not a Mangekyo Sharingan ability. It's just a Kekkei Genkai. And Obito just happened to inherit it uniquely, the same way that, Mei's just got a Kekkei Genkai, or Kimimura's the only one in his clan to get the bone ability. So Obito just has Kamui at all times without Mangekyo. So Oodie's gonna like this. This could be him slipping through the boulders because he doesn't need Mangekyo for it. It's just his Kekkei Genkai.
Well, that's where the whole argument even stems from, by the way, Sage, is the Obito boulder Madara statement thing, if you know what I'm talking about, the pseudo.
Yeah, when he got crushed. Yeah, which is such a weird statement. Like that, if there is such thing as a Naruto plot hole, that's it. Like outside of like particular dates being wrong, Kishimoto is fairly buttoned up in terms of like plot holes, but that one's bad. Like that one is like so bad. You could, especially because his body gets crushed. You know what I mean? Like it's almost as if you slip through it. No, he's missing his the whole right side. Like the whole right side of his face is all like horribly scarred. And then the whole right side of his body was smushed. Like, what do you mean it's almost as if he passed through it? That is a terrible, terrible thing.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think he could have started his intangibility late, or the 5-minute thing could have been at the very limit when Madara found him. There's a lot of different possibilities that you could throw in there.
But it's like he's like dying. Like he says, I can't feel the right side of my body. It's like maybe he's phasing there. I don't know. But then, his left eye doesn't activate Kamui. You know what I mean? And then so I don't know. That one is really freaking weird.
Well, I mean, I long story short, my argument for Oodie was more or less, it's just Madara saying something cool to the reader. It's almost like breaking the fourth wall. It's saying like, oh, Obito's going to have that exact Mangekyo ability. It's just like a metaphorical type thing. It's not literally what he did. There's other things that would just debunk it. Obito on the when he first gets crushed by the boulder, gives Kakashi the eye, half of him's under a boulder, half of him's not.
Oh, no.
So on his not boulder side, he still gets injuries later when he would theoretically slip through things. No, the boulders just landed in such a way he didn't die for whatever reason. Shinobi durability, whatever nonsense you want to say, but
that's why his
he
brain
didn't phase because he wouldn't be injured on the other side too.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it is weird that statement exists. But I just went through and looked at the Izanagi and Izanami ones. They also say Kekkei Genkai. So I think just Sharingan abilities are classified as Kekkei Genkai because it's a bloodline.
What does it say for Amaterasu?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that.
Or Tsukuyomi.
I know the Amaterasu.
No, Kami's gonna go through all of them.
Let me see.
Oh, what beast have we awoken now? Well, what I will say on the previous scan about it being said the Mangekyo and it's showing Obito's third eye. To be fair, it's not about the pattern, the Mangekyo pattern. It is about the eye itself. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. He just doesn't have it activated in terms of the pattern.
Bro, they're even listing Okay, this is hilarious. Okay, Sasuke's and Meto Tejika's listed as Kekkei Genkai. Itachi's Shackle Stakes, Demonic Illusion Shackle Stakes, that's also listed as a Kekkei Genkai.
Yeah. Hey, just straight with the 2, it looks like, on YouTube.
Shout out to Straight, if I can find the way there.
Big time.
End of Shippuden Naruto is boundless / multiversal for real. I have heard the debates.
Spittin'.
So, W's to Straight, thank you very much. Kamui, thoughts on that? Would you agree that Naruto is... Actually, okay. Just to throw Kamui under the bus here, Kamui, define boundless. See if you even know.
Oh, man.
No bounds.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. All right.
Spittin'.
It's powers going nonsense. But
the most literal interpretation.
It's 6D universal. There you go.
You can't say I'm wrong.
I made a hilarious video where I compared Naruto to 100,000 suns into this ridiculous edit, just plastering suns all over the screen.
I can't wait to see what Sarada does, man, because her Mangekyo being revealed was badass.
Well, it was definitely one of those words. No, it was both of those words, just not.
It was both those words, but separately, independently.
I liked it. I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. I'm not gonna lie, because now here's the thing. I do think they're like the way that they did it was they were intentionally not showing us as much as they could have, obviously, because like they're saving it for next week. I don't like the fact that we're not seeing any like bleeding from the eyes or anything, but
not yet. I think that's
fine. That's where I was gonna. That's one half of where I was gonna go is we don't see it yet, so it could still happen. But if it doesn't, and she, you know the theories about like, oh, she awoke her Mangekyo Sharingan differently than everyone else.
Don't get me
I don't like those. But like, if Ikimoto has been far more willing to just like tell us stuff than Kishimoto has. Like he's very much like more akin to Toriyama in the sense that he's very straightforward about his storytelling. There's not a lot of like things that we have to ponder about. You know, like we even have the Boruto database giving us entries on stuff that like, you know, whenever Boruto uses FTG and within a couple weeks we have a Boruto database entry. You know what I mean? So I think if it is the case that that's what's happening, we'll get that explanation at some point in time. In some form, but I do like the ability. I think the ability is cool, and I think if it is a black hole, and then the other ability is something like a supernova, it just fits with like the like sun pattern, the sun, moon, Sarada, Ada, you know, Otsutsuki on the moon, like warring like that whole narrative that's kind of being built, all these similarities. I think it fits well with that if that's what's going on, but I also think that we might be getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves on the theories, including myself. But yeah, I liked it though.
Kitomaki made a very interesting video pointing out two things that I did not know based on his research. So both are ridiculous stretches, the most absurd reaches of all time. But if they're true, at least it's cool. So in one of the like earliest Boruto novels, there's like 2 sentences where I think Sasuke or Sakura is like talking to Sarada or something, and one of Sarada's like interests is the outer space. And so that's like the end of that. That's just all that's there. It to me that's that's like the same thing as like the Himawari pancake thing from when Boruto's learning the Rasengan, and then Himawari's pancakes are obviously an infamous thing brought up later, but I don't think that's realistically.
Yeah.
The other thing is it's not Japanese mythology, this one, but it's like this weird like rock and roll concert thing. There was like this sort of recently, a couple years ago, there was like this black sun thing icon that was made popular, and apparently that might be one of the inspirations that they're going for.
Got you. That could be cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see next month. I wish I could say I'm excited to see next week. Boruto needs to go to weekly or at least bi-weekly, because like you can only milk each chapter, each 40 to 50 page chapter so much over a month's time, and I think if he's gonna be releasing chapters that are 50 pages long, just release 4 13-page chapters.
That's like the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, and like 13 pages. Like Toriyama was doing like 12 to 15-page chapters for the vast majority of Dragon Ball. Mm. So like it's totally reasonable, totally possible, very digestible. You can have a lot happen in a short amount of time. It leaves people wanting more. Like it's just the best way to do it. But, who am I? I'm just some guy who makes Naruto YouTube videos.
Well, okay. To be completely fair, specifically to Ikimoto, I don't think it's his decision. I think it is strictly V-Jump that decides that.
I agree. I think that's probably... Yeah,
he even said in an interview, he doesn't know why it was moved to monthly in the first place. He was just glad it did.
Yeah, makes it easier on him, That's great. Yeah, I do think maybe now that it seems like he's getting a bit more comfortable with, because like in the Paris interview that he gave, he was talking about how like he had a lot on his plate now, not only illustrating it but also writing it. Yeah. Like that's a lot to have on your plate, especially whenever he was just like one of the just straight with another 2.
Let's go. I genuinely love Boruto Part 1 and Part 2, including the anime. I would agree with all of that, except for maybe the second part, but I would say I irrationally love Boruto Part 2. How about that? I'll give that as a compromise.
That's very thematic.
Yo, Distraight coming through tonight, bro.
For sure. Thank you very much,
That's
Distraight.
more money than this podcast has made ever.
That's not true. It's kind of funny.
I know, but it's close to being
it's not even close, but either way.
But yeah, I think I like if I were also if I'm V Jump, one of the things I'm doing is I'm moving Boruto to weekly or at least bi-weekly because you'll generate more buzz, you'll have more manga sales, all that stuff. More likely than not. The second thing I'm doing is I'm getting Kishimoto on the phone and I'm saying, look, you're basically a glorified editor on this. You're reading the chapter every month now, every week or every other week, and approving it before it goes out. You're not, like you said an outline at the beginning, you're not really doing much. So
less than 3.
He is an editor that doesn't edit, basically. Yeah. He only approves.
He literally just approves it. You know,
I think he only approves it after it's already published. Realistically, I don't think it's before.
Well, I think I think the Paris interview said that he's the last one to read it before it goes out. So it's like it kind of gives the interpretation that like if he was like no, this shouldn't happen, that he could veto something, and they would probably respect his opinion on it. But it's like he doesn't seem like he's interested in that. Like I think he's more interested in just like watching the story kind of unfold.
He wants to let Ikimoto do his thing, like unless it's it doesn't seem like there's anything that Kishimoto will disagree with, frankly, for as far as we can tell. But like he really just wants to let Ikimoto do it. Like,
yeah, but I'm like, okay, call Kishimoto, say we're gonna give you a ridiculous amount of money every year for you to write one 50-page one shot or some kind of novel. How about that? And if you don't want to write if you do the one shot, we'll have someone else. You can just write the outline for a novel. Somebody else can write it themselves, Jun Asaka or one of the other people who worked on the other novels. And you get a cut of whatever we make. You just make a bunch of money.
Thank you.
Why? Like, why not? You know what I mean? Like, with how popular the Minato one shot is, if we would have had a Sakuma one shot, a Hanzo one shot, you know, a Hiruzen one shot, Hashirama one shot, like how he died, like just fill in all the blanks of these things. Just do one a year, make it 50 pages, 60 pages, whatever. Have an outline for a novel, have somebody else write it, fill in the blanks for all the canon stuff that we have like gaps on, which is a lot. So there's a lot of material that can go out and make a fuckload of money. But for some reason, V-Jump and or Shueisha are not wanting to like go to him and offer him this. Apparently, I'm like, dude, like you're leaving so much on the table, dude. There's so much that we can explore and learn, and so much money to be made. But I honestly, I think it seems to me like V-Jump and Shueisha are kind of putting Boruto a bit on the back burner, weirdly. Like it doesn't feel like it's anywhere near their main priority, you know?
The thing with Boruto is that it's not a manga that's meant to sell. It's a manga that's meant to generate income, not through the manga, but through merchandise. And it does actually succeed very well at doing that. And so they don't need to change their formula to make it good, to make it sell, because that's not the point anyways, as long as it stays doing what it's currently doing, which might be part of the reason that we still haven't got the second half of the code arc or those 4 Naruto episodes.
Yep. It's absolutely insane, though. I'm like, dude, you just put out... You know, a really good way to sell merchandise and a really good way to make money, put out the content that people want to see.
Exactly. I want that annual Naruto Top 99.
I mean, honestly, yeah, dude, you want to sell Hanzo merchandise? Make the Hanzo one-shot chapter. Nobody's buying Hanzo clothing before you make that chapter. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but if you make like a one-shot on like how he, you know, befriended the salamander and like his journey, like becoming the strongest person on the
became the god of shinobi.
Yeah, and then like his exploits in the war, and then kind of like let the story taper off at where he like starts to lose his resolve, like this, and just call it the story of Hanzo the salamander. Like literally 60 pages, go through him as a young man, like in the first 20 pages, and like him befriending his salamander summoning, like getting with the poison and all that stuff. Second section of 20 pages, go through his exploits in the wars. Third section of 20 pages, go through his like decline into kind of the dull state that he was in based on paranoia and all these other things. And it could be an amazing story, and you make so much money, but they just don't do it.
I mean, I think even just focusing on them tapering off, like you were saying, of him losing his conviction, if they focus on that, that's where you could make a very interesting story. Kishimoto would love to do something with that.
Yep. But who are we? We're just some YouTube guys.
I mean, if it never happens in the next 20 years, then I'll just write one.
Yeah. Fanfic. Just slide it over to him.
Yeah, there you go.
Email it to Kishimoto. You can have all the credit. Just please.
Just please publish this.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the Mangekyo thing really quick. Okay. So, as we've already proven, Obito can use Kamui in his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Mm-hmm. So there should be no reason that he couldn't phase through the boulder, correct?
Well, it depends on when he awakened that power, and also
it is a subconscious
whether
thing,
or not you want to take the blatant contradictions that come later in like the next data book saying it's a Mangekyo Sharingan ability. So
I think that the Obito birthday column just tells us that he awoke the Mangekyo upon seeing Rin die. And then also I think the rationale for why he can use it in base, like in his base Sharingan, is probably here we go. It says Kashimoto. Kakashi promised to protect Rin, but instead his right arm pierces through her chest. Losing someone so important to him overwhelms Obito with despair, and he awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. So he definitely awoke it during that, so he wouldn't have had it. But I also think the reason why, like the best rationale for why he can do that would be, if we're accepting that he can, would be the Hashirama cells. We get like 3 different statements, 2 that are very specific in terms of how the Hashirama cells affect the ability to use the Sharingan in different ways, always improving it in some way, like the Obito cooldown period, or the Shisui cooldown period, and then the Danzo, like whenever Obito says like, oh, he's paired Hashirama cells with the Sharingan, he's planning to control Kurama. So it's like the implication there would be the reason why he was able to control Kurama with his Sharingan is because he had Hashirama cells amping his eye. So I think that like Hashirama cells probably just like allow for that, or at least that's the best rationale I can come to. And since
it makes more sense for controlling Kurama, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for using a Mangekyo specific ability.
I don't have any problem with that, because I don't think that's really an inconsistency considering other things in Naruto, like blind Madara using the Susanoo. There's a lot of things like that.
That was not an inconsistency though, because it's only explained you will awaken this power once you awaken the Mangekyo in both eyes, and it's the debut of the jutsu is Itachi using it with not just his Sharingan not active, but the eyes lighted out, as in he's blind. Yeah. That's the debut of the Susanoo, is a blind Itachi using it.
Yeah, I don't think
it's only consistent.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily makes it inconsistent. It just makes it to where, like, if he's able to use the phasing ability with his base Sharingan, it just makes it to where it requires further explanation, you know? And I do think that because like half of his body is Hashirama cells, it's not unreasonable to say this could be, you know, an effect of that. But I also think the other interpretation of, you know, he just didn't want to show us his Mangekyo pattern is also valid. But yeah,
well, that's the real reason, because we don't see it beforehand ever.
This data book's saying that this is the original Mangekyo Sharingan right there.
Yeah, that's just his Mangekyo pattern. The Kamui pattern we see is actually his EMS pattern, for real.
Yeah.
Now I do have a theory that I can back up with proof, but we'll get to the proof afterwards. So my theory is that what Obito did is very similar to what practically every other Sharingan user has done, to where they awaken their eye which is separate from the first time they use their eye, which is when they reawaken it, essentially. And even as far back as Sasuke awakening a Sharingan during the Uchiha Massacre makes sense, and then he reawakens it against Haku. In fact, even going further than that, Sasuke was like using a pseudo Sharingan in his base eyes because like, I can see. Kamui will vehemently disagree and just like, oh, that's Sasuke just saying that. No, I think that is Sasuke like pumping chakra into his eyes before it actually awakens the Sharingan. But that's a side point. So in general, a lot of Mangekyo users will awaken their eye, and that's separate from the first time they use it in combat. Practically all of them do that. I think Obito, it's a fair interpretation to say Obito could have awoken the Mangekyo, at least in the eye that was crushed, but not the other eye. He had a lot of intense emotions. Kamui will also disagree with you on this, but it's from the intense emotion, not from seeing your best friend die. From intense emotion.
But my problem though is Kakashi is very clearly with the paneling having a simultaneous awakening with Obito.
Well, that's where I'm getting to my proof.
He should have had just as much, if not more, emotions from the Obito boulder crush than Obito himself there. Which means if Obito awakened at the boulders, so should have Kakashi. Well, we would have seen it, first of all. He would have known, the things would have happened. Like, he's fighting people. He's not unconscious in that time. It would just be known. And the reawakening seemed to be weird. Like, it's just like, he would already have it before the Rin death.
So, okay, here's where I disagree. Because Kakashi cannot deactivate his Sharingan. Because he's not an Uchiha, he doesn't have Uchiha Chakra, he only has the Sharingan. That's the important part. It's the Chakra from the Uchiha, not the eye itself. And so I think the only way you can make that make sense in this way would be if that eye already had Mangekyo Chakra in it somehow.
But
Kakashi shouldn't be able to do that.
Would have had to awaken it like after the first boulder when he gave. So it means he would have awakened the Mangekyo in the scene when we literally see him not with the Mangekyo.
So Kamui, it's like this: Sasuke uses the base eye before the Haku fight, but that is Sharingan Sasuke. He already has the Sharingan. He just isn't using it, and he seemingly can't.
Yeah, but like again though. So the only way you can do this is if Obito awakened his mount. He sits from the boulder scene. And he has to give Kakashi the Mangekyo eye, which means when Obito's crushed by the boulder and we see his Sharingan literally on panel and showing Kakashi and everyone, it's a Two-Tomoe Sharingan, that would have to be a Mangekyo.
It's like a limiter that's been unlocked.
What second awakening deactivation are we working with here?
Well, let's look at Lee with the gates. Lee is able to use in the tuning exams up to the 5th gate, but that doesn't mean he's
addressing my point.
Always at the 5th gate.
You're not addressing my point whatsoever.
My point is that Obito, through awakening the Mangekyo, the eye can now use it.
That's not addressing what I said still.
My only issue with it is that the birthday column does just say, like, upon seeing Rin's death, like, that's when he awakens it. And it says Obito in particular, not even Kakashi.
Oh, well, there you go.
And I don't have an issue with, like Kakashi can't turn off the Sharingan, but being able to like tap into a higher state and then tap out of that higher state, I think is fine. I don't think those two things are like necessarily connected to one another, because it's like it also doesn't just stay as the Two-Tomo. You know what I mean? Like he now has, because he gets it as a Two-Tomo, but it doesn't just stay as a Two-Tomo. His chakra from his brain is capable of like pushing the Mangekyo Sharingan, or pushing the Sharingan to evolve into the 3, and then pushing in that same moment. Actually, it goes from the two. Like whenever Rin dies, they both have the Two-Tomo Sharingan. You then see it on panel evolve into the 3, and then evolve into the MS, which is interesting too, because Obito's the only person that we know of who awoke the Two-Tomo in both eyes. Whenever he first awoke the Sharingan. So it's like he skipped a stage the first time and then skipped a stage the second, which is cool. But yeah, Kakashi and Obito have the Two-Tomo, and then they jump from the 2 straight to the Mangekyo. But the Naruto website birthday column does just say like that's when they awoke it. So for me, it's like, and I take those as just as authoritatively as I take the data books because it's the same people who write them, the same company, and then it's obviously like officially published. So to me, I'm like, I think it's far more likely he didn't have it, and it's either a metaphorical thing or Kishimoto just made a blunder. Like I don't
think
know.
that's a blunder. I think it's obviously intentional. It'd be.
I think it's intentional as well.
Another thing though is Oodie. If you're going to use the Sasuke example, we get flashbacks showing us very vividly Sasuke's first awakening in the Uchiha massacre, but they never did that for Obito with this Mangekyo theory. They just all you have is Madara's hypothetical, metaphorical, but hypothetically real line about slipping through boulders, which he doesn't even need Mangekyo for, apparently, based off feats. So for all we know, it's not even a Mangekyo ability, first of all, and to go that route. But ignoring that, they never show a flashback of Obito awakening or using his Mangekyo in the boulder scene. You only get the one that has insane emphasis on the awakening when Rin dies, and a statement for it, and you still never address what I said earlier about the boulder situation when, if you're theorizing Kakashi can only awaken the Mangekyo because there's already Mangekyo chakra in it, that requires Obito to have awakened the Mangekyo before giving it to Kakashi. But the scene itself shows you Obito with a 2-Tomoe Sharingan, giving that eye to Kakashi. So at what point would he have blinked a Mangekyo and blinked it away before anyone noticed?
So again, I did address that. You're just not listening, in my opinion.
No, you didn't address it. What you said had nothing to do
Obito doesn't need to use the Mangekyo to have the Mangekyo.
He doesn't need to use it, but it needs to appear.
No, it doesn't.
That's not how the awakening works.
I would disagree.
He needs to. You're just saying that you can awaken it without awakening it.
So, okay, for example, let's go back to the gates. Lee, when he unlocks the 5th gate for the first time, whenever he's training his body, he's capable of going into the 5th gate. I doubt that he has to go into the 5th gate for that unlock to be quote-unquote complete.
Well, there's two problems. One, he very well might have to use it. Doesn't mean he has to use the Hidden Lotus, but he very well might have to just do the 5th gate to then do it again. But ignoring that, that's a separate situation for the Mangekyo anyway, because the way the Mangekyo works is this emotionally related thing to where you have this emotion based off some event in your life, which then triggers the chakra to go to your brain and awaken this eye. It does the eye when it does that. It doesn't theoretically do it so that you can then do it later in another emotional scene. It just does it the first time.
It's very similar to Itachi implanting the Amaterasu inside Sasuke, who hadn't awakened the Mangekyo yet.
Well, we also know that
Itachi implanted his own Mangekyo ability.
Yeah.
He implanted the Amaterasu.
Kakashi and Obito's eyes are just like kind of linked because not only is Obito able to see through Kakashi's eye on the way to like try to rescue Rin, but then Kakashi's able to see through Obito's eyes when he's fighting Naruto and Sasuke. So it's entirely possible that like the chakra, because what we would be assuming intrinsically here is that there's a special type of chakra that's required to evolve it into the Mangekyo, and not that there's like, if the chakra that's already in the eye is exposed to some level of emotional torment or like some level of brain chemical, that it naturally evolves. Those two things are equally possible, but if we assume it's the first one and that it has to be an Uchiha's chakra being poured into that eye, which is fine, then you could just say, because they were in close proximity to one another, and because we know that the eyes are intrinsically linked, that the act of Obito evolving his Mangekyo literally right next to Kakashi would kind of cause some sort of like chakra spike in Kakashi's left eye as well, which I think is fine. Because like not only are they able to see through each other's eyes, but Obito is also able to like cancel Kakashi's Kamui. And he doesn't use his own Kamui to do it, you know, because like that's not how his Kamui works. So it's kind of weird.
Really? Like what are you talking about? Are you talking about the 5 Kage Summit scene?
The Ghetto statue.
The Ghetto
Obito
Mazo,
just canceled it.
Well, I
don't
know. I think I would disagree.
It's not that he put the Genomazu out of his own eye. He just stopped Kakashi's long distance.
I wouldn't consider it stopping it. I would consider it reversing it. It's like,
well, Kakashi just straight up says, like, Kakashi does just straight up say, like, I've never known Kamui to be an ability that can be stopped. Like, that was his, it should be after the crack in the mask.
I mean, it might be. This isn't a hill that I want to die on, but the way I see it is that Kamui like kind of swirls to the right, and that when Obito did that, it kind of unswirled back to the left.
But even that shouldn't be how Obito's thing works, though, because it only swirls from his own eye. He can't distancify unswirl. Like it's already weird that he did that in the first place, to be honest. But
I mean,
because frankly, if he could do that, why is he not doing it for like all the things that they do to hit Obito later on?
Well, Obito isn't worried about that. He doesn't know what their plan is in the first place.
They're just once they do it the first time and they're continuously doing things like that, he should just be unkamui everything.
You say that, but then he wasn't worried about Minato throwing the kunai through him before the Flying Thunder God. Like, he's just not thinking of these things. The first time they did the kunai trick against Obito in the war, he thought that they missed.
I get the kunai thing. Yes, I can say he just didn't think of it. My problem was that Obito did think of it when it came to the Genomazu. So he's shown the mental capacity to think of this.
The Genomazu thing wasn't to attack Obito and Kamui. It was to get rid of the Genomazu entirely.
Yeah, but the point is, if Kakashi's got a Kamui a Rasengan, and Obito's figured out this strategy, he should then just undo the Rasengan. But I mean, it's not like it's a problem, like, narratively or anything. It's just kind of like, he probably should have done that.
The Rasengan one, maybe, but I think the Shadow Clone, I don't know what we think about, or what Obito thinks about the Rasengan, if we ever hear about that, but he does think something about the Shadow Clone that like poofed away or something.
We need to go through and see every single time Kakashi does anything of that nature with that tactic, and then see if it's realistic, because I'd have to double check how many times they do it after Obito figures out what they're doing. You know?
So one more thing I want to say about the Sharingan thing is that it could just be another instance of the discombobulated Sharingan. We see it a couple times, most notably Sasuke versus Haku. And Kamui would disagree based on the manga. The hair was in the way, covering the other Tomoe. But it seems, at least in the anime, that it's a 1 Tomoe and a 2 Tomoe eye. And so there's discombobulated Sharingan. I think we see it 1 or 2 other instances as well. I just can't remember them off the top of my head. But it could be the instance to where we also technically see it.
Sasuke's Sharingan?
Technically, we see Sasuke versus Haku. Technically, we see it when Itachi implants Mangekyo in 1 eye, and he's using his other eye. That's technically a discombobulated Sharingan. I'm not even going to count that though.
Am I tripping, or don't we like just directly see Sasuke as uneven?
In the anime, it's very clear, like, as blatant as possible. In the manga, me and Kamui looked at it, and based on what Kamui saw, we didn't look at it for long.
Bro.
It's probably uneven, but you could argue that his hair strand was covering one of the Tomoe.
I see
it's ridiculous.
But yeah, it's like, it's much more likely that the other, like, Tomo is directly opposite of that, because that's like how we always see it, as opposed to like off to the side.
That's why it's unrealistic, but it's possible.
Yeah.
It's almost definitive, in my opinion. But I think this could be one of those instances where he has the Mangekyo on his crushed boulder eye side that we obviously can't see, but he's only using the base Sharingan in the eye that he gives to Kakashi. Even though he's already using Mangekyo Chakra, therefore that Sharingan that is into Tomoe has Mangekyo Sharingan, which makes sense because we see other instances of people that awaken their Mangekyo obviously are able to use their base Sharingan. It's not like it goes away.
It's just... Okay, but so whereas that's all possible, and what I'm about to say isn't like a foolproof problem, but if we're gonna do the whole, we slip through the boulders things, it becomes increasingly more hilariously weird if he just literally has the Mangekyo out under that boulder, and he's just not phasing through it until they...
My favorite.
Now we're just like, really?
The Madara statement should be what, like 603 or somewhere around there.
Yeah,
maybe 605 or 6. That depends on which chapter specifically he says it.
I will say,
no, actually, probably 601. Honestly,
I think they have
the first chapter of that flashback.
I think they have a diagram of it in the anime that is anime only. That's just not in the manga, but
non-canon, bro.
I'm just saying, it makes it pretty clear in my opinion.
Try 602 then.
Yeah, I also do want to say really quick that, half his body was crushed. This doesn't necessarily mean half his body was crushed just because that's where Madara healed his body to. Whenever you get an amputation, you would do it beyond where it is so that it would like stop infection and all the other necrosis or whatever else that would be obviously bad. So
okay, either way, like his left arm, why is that hurt?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
like
so
his
he
left,
says,
our right.
Says,
why is that arm on the right hurt if he slipped through the boulders?
Yeah, he says, however, that you survived could be called miraculous. It's incredible you weren't completely crushed by those boulders. It's almost as if you passed right through them. We know he didn't pass right through them, but he wasn't completely crushed by them. So it could just be the case that it's like the rock landed on him in such a way that his body wasn't completely pulverized.
That doesn't make sense because we see it's not just that one rock. It's like a whole cave collapse that collapses after he already gives this other Sharingan.
Yeah, but it's like, depending on how they fall, like the other ones might not be making a bunch of direct contact with him.
Yeah, so like this is gonna be hard to describe, but like we see that Obito's left arm, that's not the big boulder, just his left arm is clearly bandaged up. So hypothetically, if a decent sized boulder lands on that arm, so it's not landing on his left pack or left stomach, and then the rocks land on top of that one in such a way that it's resting against the first big boulder in the second one, but not directly touching Obito, and now a bunch of rocks fall on top of him like that, you could then get to a situation to where Obito's like left pack and stomach were never touched, but his left and right arm are, and so on. Like, that is definitely possible. And realistically, it's unrealistic that Obito's surviving the weight of all these boulders on top of the original boulder, but he did anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Shinobi durability.
Exactly. It's just terrible.
It's not how durability works.
What did you guys, I want to get your opinions. And Ood, maybe you can speak to this as well, because I sent some stuff to Hobbs to double check. I don't know if I sent these things to you, but the if you guys watched the Kamui video that I did, I talked about how. So one of the points that I made was I think he's always intangible as long as he has his Sharingan active, and that he becomes tangible because the way that the kanji, from everything that I dug into, the kanji that they use when Minato talks about, I have to wait until the moment he attacks because that's when he materializes. When Konan says, I know that, you have to materialize whenever you teleport your whole body. When Obito says, she's waiting to catch me the moment I materialize. That kanji that's used for materialize there, from everything that I found, is most commonly used when referring to something that has no physical form or has like no basis in reality and then takes on a physical form. So like one of the examples that I got was like the dragon materialized from the heart of the night, and it was like that direct kanji was used. It's like he had or like if you talk about business plans, like if you're making business plans, you have like an idea of what you want to do, but it doesn't come into fruition, it doesn't materialize, become tangible until you actually, put it together. Or another one was like, the spirit, the spirit went through its transformation and became a physical form. Like, so the kanji suggests something that is immaterial becomes material. And that's what Obito says. That's what Minato says. That's what Konan says. So I think it's pretty clear that that's kind of what the indication is.
There's kind of a couple of problems with it, though, which you can chalk up to just things not making sense or whatever. So the first is the fact that, well, when Obito materializes, like he's going to do whatever, touch you, Kamui, whatever, it's all of them gets materialized first. So this is where it gets weird. So first of all, the fact that Obito can walk on the ground is weird in and of itself, but later explanations we see when he's using Kamui in a body part, it's specifically setting that part of his body to Kamui. Visually, it looks like it's there, but it's not really there. So the way the jutsu appears to work is if Kamui's on, like in general, he's not specifically turning it off, he's physical until someone touches him in an area. So they're going to punch him right in the face. Now his face is sent to Kamui. The rest of him is solid until it then makes contact with his opponent. So now they take their other hand and they're going to punch his chest. Now that's in Kamui. The rest of him is still solid. That's why he's walking on walls and whatever else he's doing. That's also how we see in the war his abilities working, which would directly not be what you're saying. So it's like, it's kind of like both and neither. It just depends on what scene you want to look at for how they're explaining the ability to work. Because he's seemingly solid until you touch him. Then that part is now not solid.
That's what's interesting, because like the intangible state doesn't mean that he doesn't function as if he's solid under certain circumstances. So for example, Kamui makes concessions for, like you said, the ground. Makes
Unless
concessions.
He specifically wants that to
exactly. Makes concessions for his clothes, makes concessions for air molecules, and makes concessions even for water molecules. There's a scene, if you want to go look at it, if you want to go back to 510, whenever he's falling, he specifically says, I have to wait for the right moment to materialize. And it's the same kanji used there. It's him to become tangible. So a non-physical thing taking on a physical form. Keep going right there. With all these explosives everywhere, she can attack at any moment. I have to be careful where I materialize. The panel right above that, he has water running off of his face. So he's immaterial here. He's phasing. He's actively in a phasing form, right? But the water molecules are running off of him. So we know Kamui, even when he's actively in a state, like the way I look at it is like when Danny Phantom goes ghost mode, he's intangible, but he can function as if he is tangible, and like certain things, like he can run on the ground just fine, he can press up against walls just fine, but he can also pass through them. So with Kamui, there are certain aspects of the world, like his clothes, water molecules, air molecules, the ground, things like that, that there are naturally concessions made for. But the kanji does suggest that, from everything that I saw, from like G-Show to like Jap Dictionary to like even Chat GBT, like all these things, that it's typically referring to something that is non-physical taking on a physical form. So that's what makes Kamui, I think, really interesting, is like, it's kind of like, think about the way, are you guys like comic book fans, like Fantastic Four and stuff?
Nah.
Not really.
So their suits are made of what's called unstable particles or unstable molecules, where it's like they just take on the properties of the person who's wearing them, which is why they don't, like Johnny Storms doesn't just like burn up, you know, and why Reeds can like stretch. So the idea is like they're physical, but they are in kind of an ever-changing state, in the sense that they adapt to whatever environment they're put into, whoever they're put on, things like that. I think that's kind of how the Kamui intangibility works, is he's always intangible, quote unquote, in the sense that, like, if somebody were to blindside attack him, they're going to phase right through him, unless he's actively trying to make himself tangible, which is also kind of what Minato says. Minato says he makes himself tangible whenever he's trying to grab me, which would also imply that he's not tangible when he's not trying to grab him. So, and yet he's running on the ground. So the intangible state is kind of like his body automatically, instantaneously does this thing regardless of what's going on, but automatically makes concessions for other things, such as like water molecules. And like there are a few things, like Rin, for example. If you go to, I think it should be 605. Whenever we get Rin's death, it might be 60.
Here we go.
There we go. Yes.
So,
it'll be either the end of this chapter or the beginning of the next. Yeah, beginning of the next chapter. Yeah, go then. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So I was actually there when you were debating Monoichi on this before you made your video. By the way, is that why you made the video, or was it something you already had planned and that's why you're talking to Monoichi about it?
I was gonna do so. It's something I already had planned. So this right here, right? He wants to touch Rin's face here, like he wants to, but he doesn't know how to properly turn off the intangibility. So he phases through her. Now he's not phasing through his clothes. He's not phasing through the ground. So something about Kamui makes concessions for these other things, while having him automatically pass through Rin, right? So I think, and this is where it kind of gets interesting. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this as well. I think it responds to Chakra and like other things that would like naturally be threats. So things that are moving very
danger
fast.
things. So like Damon's reflection similar. It's any action that would inflict harm on him. We know that like he can touch Ada. It's not like he can do that. Even with Gaara, it's his sand is more like harmful actions. I know Conqueror says no one's ever been able to touch him, but he literally makes physical contact with Gaara before that scene in the Forest of Death. So clearly there are ways to do it. It's more like that. The only question though gets to Rin here, because Rin was not a danger to him. She's dead, so she probably doesn't have Chakra either. So that's where it gets a little weird in that sense.
I disagree because Kamui, that's another thing. Kamui just thinks that whenever you die, you have 0 chakra, when that's not how that works.
Well, do because the way chakra works is you convert stamina into chakra, physical and mental energy. If Rin is dead, her physical body's dead, there's no physical energy. She can't have chakra
unless she already had it when she died.
It would honestly depend on if she had molded chakra prior.
Exactly.
But even if she has no chakra, what you could say, and this is my interpretation, is that Kamui makes concessions for certain things, like his clothes, air molecules, water molecules, the ground, things like that, but makes no concessions for other things, even if it's something like Rin, who's a non-threat. So like if a pencil gets thrown at him at light speed from a mile away and it's from behind him, he doesn't realize what's happening. I think it's just going to automatically phase through him. You know what I mean? But the question comes down, like the passive Kamui, quote unquote. We know Kamui acts unconsciously because that's just stated. But is the unconscious response, is that a reflexive thing? Like whenever you accidentally touch a hot stove and you pull away? Or is it like there is no detection method necessary? It just makes concessions for certain things and makes no concessions for other things. And that's where I think the actual kanji itself matters, where it's like what this directly means is something non-physical taking on a physical form, the materialized part. So if he's taking on a physical form only when he's going to grab Minato or his opponent or whatever, that would imply he's not in a set physical form up to that point, which is why I kind of used the Fantastic Four unstable molecules thing, where it's like it's just going to do its thing regardless of what's going on, but make certain concessions for other things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I will say, real quick, I would actually just probably rewrite Obito's ability to match this, but the main concern with the idea, so I think it's probably better the way you were describing the kanji is that he's just intangible. You visually see him, but he is just intangible until he stops. Meaning all of them is just intangible at almost all times until he specifically stops it.
Yeah.
The problem though comes with the warg, as we blatantly see the explanation is the intangible part of him goes to Kamui. It's only the part being attacked. That wouldn't really align with what we're saying. The easy rewrite is all of Obito would just look like it's in Kamui at all times, essentially, and the attack system would still work. Kakashi would Kamui a Rasengan, and it would teleport it to Kamui and hit Obito all the same. The only difference is there wouldn't be a floating hand there. It would just be Obito there getting hit in the hand. I would just rewrite it that way, like just to make it better, but the problem, though, is because it's drawn the way it's drawn, that does kind of go against this idea that he's always intangible, because making it seem like only certain parts of him are intangible at the times in which they need to be is the issue there.
I think I think both can be true. So just like Danny Phantom can be intangible, but only be passing his arm through a wall when he passes his arm through a wall. I think Obito can be intangible, but only move the body part into Kamui that needs to move into Kamui when it needs to move into Kamui. So like he can be in this kind of unstable, unset state where, you know, if something were to happen, that body part that's going to potentially be affected just automatically moves into Kamui, as opposed to like, so he's not in a, I guess, by
it's more
tangible.
like he's potentially intangible. I feel like than
so he's like
which is different.
He's in a non-tangible state in the sense that he's not in a set state. So if something, it doesn't mean that like a part of his body is in Kamui at that point in time. It just means that if it needs to be, it instantly will be as soon as it needs to be. And he doesn't have to think about it. There's no detection process necessary. It just kind of happens. Much like, you know, if Danny Phantom, you know, gets punched by a ghost, he'll just automatically pass through a wall. He's not going to slam into it. But he's not simultaneously in the wall and out of the wall until he has to pass through the wall, you know? Okay. So I think both can be true. I think he can be in an intangible state in the sense of he's intangible because he's not set. He's not like, there's no set physical form at that moment in time. Even if nothing's being pushed into Kamui. He's just kind of like in kind of an in-between state, I would say. But
the only problem though is when people say intangible, they generally mean the
like he's moved into Kamui. Yeah. That's why I made the video on it though, because I feel like that's something that's probably the best way to understand it based on the kanji. But it is really confusing. Now, this is one of the things that I wanted to talk about. I think Ood was there for this part of the conversation. I think this actually explains why Conan knows about the 5-minute timer. Because if he's always intangible and he's just walking around in this intangible kind of like,
real quick.
Whenever she talks about the 5-minute timer. Oh, you're talking about the rain thing.
The scene that you're going to explain.
Oh man, that one's tough. Yeah. I don't really know. Let me.
What scene are you looking for?
The power of Madara Uchiha. That one where he's like standing in the rain.
Like when Obito's like talking to Pain.
Yeah.
In the Rain Village.
Yeah.
Episode 3.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Shoot, I forgot what chapter that was too. It's right after Data dies. So try like 365 or 7 or something around there.
Okay. 365. That's probably a good pull. But yeah, so while we're looking
after
for this,
Data dies.
The idea is, so if he's always in an intangible state, and his body would like not make concessions obviously for foreign chakra. This might actually be the exact chapter because like the header, like the first page has that exact thing, or it might have been the chapter right before this or after this. Let's see.
It's not 365. It's not 366. I'm gonna check 364.
But you saw on 365. It's literally that exact. Okay, so it is 364. Okay, so this is what's interesting. Okay, so in 364, it's raining in the Hidden Leaf Village, or I'm sorry, in the Hidden Rain Village. We know based on the Rainmaker Jutsu profile that it only rains on Sundays. Okay? He makes it rain on Sundays exclusively with his Rainmaker Jutsu. Doesn't rain any other days. Conan specifically says here at the very end, it's the last page, he says, "The sky weeps again. Pain. Are you ... question mark?" Right? So I'm getting chills, I'm not gonna lie. So so this is the theory, right? If he's always intangible and Pain intentionally makes it rain here, which is why Obito stops, turns around, looks at him, flexes on him, and then leaves, right? If he's always intangible and his body automatically phases through like foreign chakra, and the Rainmaker Jutsu is him using his chakra to make it rain, then if he's walking in the rain for more than 5 minutes, the Kamui timer, him constantly slipping through these things, would then end up like it would hit its timer, right? So that would explain how Konan knows about the timer. But that doesn't work unless he's always in this state with his Sharingan active.
Kamui, thoughts?
I like the idea.
It's just kind of a banger, isn't it, dude? Like, she specifically said, this is something that Virtue actually pointed out to me. Virtue was cooking on this. I was like, bro, how did you find this? He was doing research for a Pain video. But it's like, yeah, if we know, and let me see if I can slide you the Rainmaker Jutsu databook profile.
I didn't know it was only on Sundays.
Yeah,
he did it, but either way,
that's what the
databook makes it rain on Sundays.
I think the obvious indication there is Sundays is like the day of the Lord, and Pain is God.
Yeah,
that's why they're doing that.
Okay, I don't have it on here, but I can find it.
That's okay. Okay, so here's the part where I'll start speaking up because I've been very oddly quiet on this one. So yes, I was there for like all of this. I was in and out, but for the most part, I was there for a lot of this. So, okay, you're not gonna like this, but I don't fully agree on all of it. But I also blatantly disagree with Monoichi's ridiculous parts. I don't even remember what all he was saying. Like the air molecules are phasing into Kamui, or like if you were in Kamui, then you would see the raindrops as they're falling through Obito in the Obito-like pattern. It's ridiculous. But aside from that, so correct me if I'm wrong. From what I remember, the argument was over the point of what the subconscious part is in Kamui that Obito has. And you were arguing the thing with the stove that Obito is essentially always intangible, except for when he turns tangible based on the dictionary of the kanji. And Monoichi was saying that he's tangible and that intangibility is a toggle that he can choose to turn on and off. So
just really quickly, I think it's worth noting that was not his original position. I got him to move off of his original position because we've had this conversation multiple times before. His original position was, it's unconscious, but it's unconscious in the way that like a missile detection system would be unconscious. There would be a breach of a certain threshold, and then the missile detection system would then know that it's there, and then it would fire its counter missiles without having to it's just a detection system. So it's essentially his original interpretation was a threat comes, there's a threat detection process that happens, and then Kamui activates. So he's always physical, but Kamui activates and he begins phasing once the threat is detected. Then whenever I found the kanji and what it means, where it's like a non-physical thing taking on a physical form, I was like, well, this seems to indicate that it's the inverse, that he's always in this kind of in-between intangible state, not in a set form, and then becomes tangible, becomes a set form. So that got him to move off of that position where he was like, okay, well, I think it's reasonable to say then, maybe he can just toggle on and off this ghost mode or whatever, where he can be intangible for some amount of time, but then he'll turn it off when he doesn't need to do that, because otherwise, this was his argument, he'd always be running into the 5-minute timer because he'd always be phasing through air molecules. And I was like, Mono, that's stupid. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'll address that last part first. Okay, so again, it was a little bit ago at this point, a week or two ago. So I don't remember exactly what you said, but I think you gave, it might have been multiple different interpretations, but the one that I remember that you gave for why it's a 5-minute timer is that you think that it's 5 minutes because that's the limit of Obito's chakra at 5 minutes, because using intangibility takes chakra, and so he'll just hit 0 chakra around the 5-minute mark where he can no longer keep intangibility active.
Yeah, not necessarily he'll hit 0 chakra, but in the same way
he'll run out of the chakra that he has.
Well, in the same way that Minato, he can be in KCM during the war arc and not have enough chakra to use FTG. I think that these people like Minato, Obito, that people don't really talk about how massive their chakra reserves are as often as they should. But I think that Obito has a gigantic chakra reserve, but Kamui, the Kamui phasing, and not being in an intangible state, but because this is another thing, that I pointed out in the video is like, it's not that he can be intangible for 5 minutes straight and then it turns off. It's he can't have objects constantly slipping through him for more than 5 minutes straight.
Exactly.
So it's like being in the intangible state may take next to no chakra, but if objects are constantly slipping through him and he's moving his body into and out of Kamui over and over and over again, that could take up a bunch of chakra. And I think a good explanation for the 5-minute timer would be something along the lines of, yeah, it would just use up so much chakra that he'd no longer be able to move his body in and out of Kamui. I think there are other valid explanations, but I think that one's fine. Like that, but yeah, just to kind of clarify the position on that.
Okay, so then you think it is like and I think that's completely fair. I wouldn't disagree. That is like a general gradual chakra loss, whether it's slow or fast or whatever. But then like it would go down, like let's just say 10% per minute, but like at a steady continuous rate. But then at like once he hits like 30%, that's when it hits like the activation cost, quote unquote, to activate intangibility. So he can no longer do it at that 30% limit rather than at 0.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Okay, so
I think that's fair.
My problem with that is that would be ridiculous for him to always be intangible then, if it's just constantly using that much chakra. Otherwise, Obito needs to constantly replenish as much chakra as he's losing, which is, in my opinion, ridiculous.
Well, that's why I say, like, I think, well, first of all, like, he has Hashirama cells as well, right? So his physical energy, according to Obito himself in analyzing Danzo, is going to be much higher than what it would normally be, just by virtue of having that. So I do think that it's possible that, like, his physical energy kind of is on recharge most of the time.
I don't think that shouldn't be the case, because yes, he has imbued a lot of life force. That's the Senju's whole thing. Hashirama can heal without waving a single hand sign. Yeah. But I don't think that necessarily means chakra, because how do you gain chakra? It's through recovery and rest. Things like eating and sleeping. I don't think Hashirama can
that's how you gain your physical energy back.
Exactly. I don't think Hashirama can just do that otherwise. Otherwise, I don't think he would be like out of breath against Madara and stuff.
Yeah, but like we know that like people can maintain clones like while they're asleep, and like it requires chakra to maintain clones. So it's like, and this is specifically Naruto can do this because he has a ton of chakra. But like the idea would be the chakra cost to have the intangibility mode, like the ghost mode, active could be very, very low. But the chakra cost for objects to slip through you and like move your body into Kamui can be very, very high. So like I don't think it's a problem for him to like always have the ghost mode, quote unquote, active, as long as things aren't constantly slipping through him. Like it could be like he gets basically like a 0.01 hit points on his chakra every 30 seconds. And it's like, okay, well, then what is the replenish rate? You know, because like if the replenish rate, because we know, like, according to Jiraiya, I think it's chapter 51, or I'm sorry, 151 rather, not 51, 151. He says that shinobi are always swirling around the energies inside of them, like unconsciously. Yeah, you'll see. Keep going. Okay, keep going. Right there. Okay, so he says, it's necessary to mix energies, physical and mental energy, to manipulate chakra. We all unconsciously swirl those energies around inside of ourselves. Some people happen to rotate them clockwise and counterclockwise. So the idea here is you have physical and mental energies. This is a direct mirror. If you want to go to chapter 17 of the chart that Kakashi sort of like, that pops up behind Kakashi whenever he's talking about how chakra works.
Yep.
Keep going.
Right about here. Yep.
A little bit lower.
One more page. It's not this. Okay.
No. One more page down. Yep. Right there.
Okay. Yep.
So spirit energy, body energy, physical energy, mental energy. Right. So it's the same kind of chart. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So he's talking about how these energies are necessary to mix together in order to create chakra. This is a conscious thing that people do in order to create a jutsu, but it also seems to be something that characters might do to some small degree unconsciously as well. Like there might be some tiny amount of chakra that's automatically being produced unconsciously in the case of having to like walk up a tree or walk across water or something, that we don't have to like weave hand signs in the middle of battle in order to like, you know, generate the chakra necessary to like run across a body of water, right? So
well, I think I'm confused what you mean by that, because if they already have the chakra needed, they wouldn't need to do hand signs. And we do see what they do. They're essentially putting chakra at their feet in order to stand on the water, or even like when Sasuke throws the kunai in the forest of death with his foot.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like that. So chakra, physical and chakra in its complete form, doesn't exist until it's molded, right? Yeah. So what I'm saying is this is consciously molded. In this description, Sakura talks about consciously molding chakra in order to perform ninjutsu. In chapter 90, Ebisu says the same thing. You consciously mold this. You turn your stamina, which is the collection of physical and mental energies pre-mixed, into chakra by mixing them. So the chakra has to be molded in order to like be in its complete form, right? But if you're unconsciously generating some level of chakra all the time, which is sort of what Jiraiya kind of tells us, then that would allow for you, like a highly skilled shinobi, right? Like somebody like Kakashi, it would just be second nature to him to have that chakra be molded for him to be able to like walk on water or something without having to consciously, which is kind of what he says. If you scroll down a little bit, it says even if you have a huge amount of chakra, scroll back up a little bit. Unless you control it properly. And then he should talk about walking on water. Maybe it's the Ebisu example. He says you guys can't control your chakra. Wasting energy. Keep going. Oh, well, no, it doesn't happen here. It's probably in the Ebisu example.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they talk about walking on water until Ebisu.
Yeah, I think that's Ebisu, which is, it should be chapter 90. But that being said, like, if those energies are swirling unconsciously in Shinobi all the time, then it could be the case that some base level of chakra is being generated at all points in time. I think the walking on water should be towards the end of this, because I don't think that he gets to that until we get towards the end. Because this is just him talking about the there's
Kohada.
At least it's so here, Naruto, right? He has to, all right, I want to try it. First, chakra to my souls. He has to generate it beforehand, but scroll back up. So he says it's probably just easier to show you. He generates the chakra necessary in order to walk on the water. But we know that shinobi don't always just weave hand signs in the middle of battle to do things like this, to run on walls, to run on water, like all that stuff, right? So there seems to be, at least in like skilled shinobi who've been doing it for a while, this kind of automatic low-end generation of chakra through the mixing of physical and mental energies, which I think is what Jiraiya is getting at in chapter 151.
So I don't necessarily think that's what he's getting at. I think it's more so about chakra control, which is why Naruto's Tetragam seal is holding him back here.
Well, if you go to 151, he just says those energies are always swirling around inside of us, even unconsciously. Or he says we swirl those at 151, should be the chapter. There we go. He says...
That's definitely not the chapter.
No, definitely not this one. It's not 70, 90.
No, it's not 90. Oh,
151 he said. 151
it is 151. Why did that say volume?
I'm confused. Is this not
that's 364. That's just type.
For some reason.
Here, do I do it when we're done?
What's going on?
Well, no, it says 365. That's 365. This says 151. This says 364.
Okay, but that's not just retry it.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world is going on?
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, why is this not working?
Okay, I'm gonna try it on my end.
What did we do?
Try refreshing the page.
Is 151 just messed up?
There
we go. Okay, there we go. Okay.
What was it? It was like down here.
So there we go. So he says because it's necessary to mix energies in order to manipulate chakra, we all unconsciously swirl those energies around inside of ourselves. Some people happen to rotate clockwise, some counterclockwise. So, and then we get that diagram, the physical energy on one side, mental energy on the other side, meeting in the middle, producing chakra. So, what this could be, there's two things that could be being said here. And I think both of them work fine with what I'm saying. The first thing is, shinobi are always generating some baseline level of chakra because their bodies get so used to it that it just kind of happens on its own, even if it's not a lot. And like that's what he means by the swirling around of energies. The second thing is he's just talking about how the energies themselves swirl around without actually talking about the production of chakra. But I think because he says, because it's necessary to mix energies in order to manipulate chakra, comma, we all unconsciously swirl those energies around inside of ourselves, right? So if he's referring to the creation of chakra, and he's saying we all kind of unconsciously do this thing where we swirl these energies around, I think what's being implied there is that there's some baseline level of chakra that's being produced, even if it's small.
I think, yeah, he's basically saying, because like we ninja are always doing this because we have to in order to manipulate chakra. The standard human doesn't do that. They don't produce chakra, even though they have the ability to. They have physical mental energy. They're not doing it. Like Indra had to invent the concept for them, basically. Like they didn't know how to do this. So it's not all humans. It's all shinobi. It's unconscious because it's second nature to them.
Yes, 100%. So if that's the case, then what could be going on with Obito is the activation or like the maintenance of this intangibility form, this ghost mode, doesn't take a lot of chakra to maintain, but whenever things pass through him, it takes a ton of chakra to move his body to a different dimension, or that part of his body to a different dimension. So him being in this quote unquote intangible, non-physical, non-set state doesn't necessarily require for him to utilize a bunch of chakra. It doesn't even have to be more than what he naturally unconsciously produces on his own. It could just be like some tiny amount of chakra to be intangible, like maybe even less than it takes to maintain the Sharingan. Because we know like just keeping the Sharingan active takes chakra, but like Itachi keeps his Sharingan on all the time. Obito basically has his Sharingan on every single time we see him. So it makes sense for things like that, just keeping an ability active to not necessarily require a ton of chakra, but then when you utilize that ability, then it becomes more of a strain on your chakra.
It's also possible that, similar to, I don't know what jutsu would be the best example for this, but some jutsu are set to activate on a condition. So like hypothetically, when Madara pre-programmed Izanagi, the pre-programming aspect might have cost some small amount of chakra, and then actually using the jutsu and activates a separate cost of chakra. What might happen for Obito is when he just makes himself intangible in general, like he's just, I'm not being solid mode, he might just use, like, basically treat that as a jutsu, like the activation condition thing he's setting might require just a very small amount of chakra. At that point, if he just spent like 10 days in that mode, it might use no more chakra from just the activation of that mode. But then when he makes himself solid because he wants to do something with that, and then intangibility, or whatever word you want to say, intangifies himself, he then has to reactivate the condition. So it might be a thing to where it's just activate intangibility, costs low chakra indefinitely. But every time he makes himself solid, he's got to reactivate that technique. And then there'd be a separate cost to actually phasing in that case.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to understand it, to be honest with you.
A waste for him to be walking around all day at all, really.
Yeah. So then it's like, I think this interpretation of how Kamui works just does the best job of does the best job of lining up with the kanji that's used. That's the biggest thing for me. The second thing is, it's the most consistent with what we see, or it's at least as consistent with what we see as it would be if you say there is a detection process necessary, that he is solid, and then he goes intangible. Outside of the kanji, if you remove like the kanji's literal meaning, then both sides would kind of be equal. But then you throw the kanji in, kind of makes this side a little bit more equal. But then it also does a better job of explaining how Conan would know about the 5-minute timer. So whereas like if he's always solid and then just goes intangible whenever like a threat is detected or whatever, I don't think it does as good of a job. So yeah, that's kind of the crux of it, is like, even if I'm wrong and like that's not how Kishimoto intended for it to be, which I don't think that's the case, but like let's just say that is, it's still just the most consistent interpretation. Like that, based on the kanji itself, how we see it act, and then the way that is like over and over and over again, the way that we're told you counter it is, aside from Kakashi having Kamui, everyone else, it's like, yeah, wait until he becomes tangible. Like over and over and over again. They're like, yeah, you have to wait until he literally becomes tangible, until he takes a physical form. So like, it's just, to me, it seems like it's the most consistent interpretation. But yeah, I mean, thoughts?
Well,
this is a little bit of a side note, but so I was thinking, so if we just assume that Pain is doing the Rainmaker Jutsu thing, and that's how Conan and him find out about the 5-minute timer thing. So I was thinking, like, in terms of Obito versus Pain, this might just be actually more just really in Pain's favor, because hypothetically, you might be able to just use the Rainmaker Jutsu to annoyingly screw up Obito's ability, because if he has to phase through it because it's a jutsu or whatever, well, then he'd be just intangible for 5 minutes. Pain would have a very easy time just getting his timer used up. Or Obito would have to purposefully turn it off in this very annoying way as he's fighting Pain, which could be very problematic. So like, I feel like if this is true, Pain could abuse the Rainmaker Jutsu to just body Obito.
Yeah, that's actually one of the arguments that Virtue's made, is like his best method for winning is just turning on the Rainmaker Jutsu. Not only could it cause him to continuously phase, that assumes that he's not able to like build in his own concessions, just like Kamui makes concessions for his clothes and the ground and air molecules and stuff like that. But if you don't think he can just build in his own concessions, then yeah, he would just be like forced to continue phasing until he forces himself to materialize. But the important thing is, Pain can sense every raindrop. So like if he doesn't have a way to just nullify that condition to where he's like, okay, I want to make concessions for this rain jutsu, just like I make concessions for my clothes. If he can't just decide that, then Pain would know exactly when and where he's materializing. Like he would just know it instantly. So then it would come down to like, would he be able to react and all that stuff? But yeah, I mean, it is a pretty solid like feather in his cap. I think that's one of the arguments that Virtue puts forth for like him thinking like he has Obito over Pain, but he thinks Pain has a pretty solid chance of beating him. Just like he has like,
I mean, honestly,
yeah.
the easiest argument is the data book states that when Jiraiya's toe dimension thing is a sealed dimension, Nagato's chakra blatantly worked through the sealed dimension. So if Obito Kamui's like the animal path there, he
this
should
is
be
how
able
we
to
know
just...
he didn't watch Sage's video.
Kamui, you should have watched my video, bro. So the Viz translators did something funny. It's never called a sealed dimension, neither of them. They're both just called barrier spaces. But they're both called inescapable. So in the Databook 3 Kamui file for Kakashi, it just says it's an inescapable. It says that he hurls his opponent into an inescapable situation. And then in the Gamehiyoro, the like toad dimension thing, the big title banner just says like it pulls his opponent into a dimension where there is no escape. So both of them have the connotation and like direct statements of being inescapable. But they're called barrier spaces, like the direct translation, even like localized, it's just barrier space.
Okay, well, but either way, then there's no reason to believe that if it works in Jiraiya's, it wouldn't work in Kamui. Nothing would suggest otherwise.
So here's the problem. There's two things. So the first thing is the easiest one to deal with. Kamui is technically an infinite distance away because it's a subspace. The barrier, the Gamehiyoro isn't. Like the Gamehiyoro's in a toad that's like right next to them. It's kind of like its own pocket dimension that exists in like coordinate time. Like even Paw says they haven't picked up on our location yet, which means that like because they're in the toad, right? So like they get sucked into this toad. The space on the inside of the toad seems larger than the outside, you know. It is kind of a weird space, but it's not technically a separate space, like a separate time space in the same way that Kamui is. So if Kamui is a separate time space, it's technically an infinite distance away. And we know that in order for Nagato to control his paths of pain, he has to be relatively close to them. And like he has to be not only relatively close to them, but like at a high point, relatively close to them. Then that would break the distance threshold for control. He just wouldn't be able to control them. But
hypothetical, do you think the animal path can summon Nagato himself?
No. So the reason for that is two things. The animal path can't operate on its own. That would be number one. Number two, there's a data book 3 statement about the Gamehiyoro, and it's actually in Payne's file where it says, you know, this in reference to the animal path gets pulled into Jiraiya's barrier space, and its activities are stopped, is what it says. So if its activities are stopped, and we're not given a reason there, then the most pragmatic reading of that would be its activities are stopped because it gets brought into the barrier dimension. But it gets better because the kanji used for activities stopped or halted there is commonly used in reference to electrical systems being shut down because they're disconnected from their power source, or volcanoes becoming extinct because they're disconnected from their magma source. So what would be communicated here to like your average Japanese reader would be, oh, pain was cut off from the power source and therefore no longer operational.
So I have 2 questions then. One is going to be more for Oodie because you can't use the anime in this case. So Oodie would not like that because the anime is canon. Second, why is it possible then for Nagato to have his rods influence Jiraiya? Like when Jiraiya gets stabbed, he feels Nagato's chakra and all that. Why is that possible?
The black belted blades, they have a file in Databook 3 as well. They're made of the user's chakra. We find that out in the Boruto movie novelization. The Rinnegan rods are made of user's chakra. And it kind of just makes sense because it like comes out of their arm. Yeah, there we go. So what you find out here is one of the properties of this thing is chakra disruption. It says, even among the many ninja tools that exist today, there's nothing like this one, which pierces its victim, then disrupts the flow of chakra. Doesn't say the user pours their chakra into it, which disrupts it. Just says
the problem though is you literally see like the Rinnegan eyes thing that they do that makes it seem like Nagato's chakra's in there.
Yeah, it's made of his chakra. So it's like you're being stabbed with solidified chakra. And not only solidified chakra, solidified like Rinnegan user chakra. So if it's made of chakra and it has a chakra disruption property on its own, it doesn't require Nagato to pour more of his chakra into it. But let's say that it does. All that would mean is whatever chakra, so like think of it as like an RC car that's got like a battery that dies. Like the last command you put in is going to like begin and then like be cut off, but it's still gonna like, you're gonna get some kind of response from it. So if you treat the path of pain like an RC car that gets cut off from its supply, and there's some amount of chakra in that path, and you now have this rod that, like, if we're taking the interpretation that it disrupts chakra by injecting chakra, then its purpose is to inject chakra, then it's like, why wouldn't it automatically just discharge that chakra into Jiraiya without Nagato having to consciously do it? Like, why would it not be like a lightning rod? You know what I mean? Like, it just automatically transmit it. So there are two explanations there. I think the first one's the best one, which is this just seems to be a property of the rod itself. It doesn't necessarily require an influx of chakra. But number two, even if it does, it could just be like an electrical system discharging the last bit of its energy. That could be what's happening there.
My concern, though, is that when Naruto does this as a tactic to reverse track pain, it specifically reverse tracks Nagato, even after, like, it just does, even when he's not using it on Tendo pain. Like, he's able to reverse track Nagato with it, which would only make sense if it's directly connecting those two, which should then apply to Jiraiya the same way.
Yeah, I think that's fine. So Naruto tracks. So this is where you had to watch my video, Kamui. The black chakra receivers are different from the black belted blades. So they could be made of the same material, they appear to be, but they have different functions. So the black belted blades are used as weapons. They pierce the enemy and they disrupt the flow of chakra. That's what we're told. That's what we see. The black chakra receivers are the ones that are implanted in the paths of pain. That's what he stabs himself with to track Nagato. And we find out at the beginning of the pain arc that they're constantly receiving chakra from him. So we don't know if these ones are constantly receiving
chakra. Sure, you explain, but for
my
sake,
no, you're good.
Can you explain why you're definitively saying the black belt like blade is distinctly different from the receivers and not just the receivers used for kind of two different purposes?
So because they have different functions, that's all it is. It's like, it could be made of the same material. It probably is. It's probably made of, well, we know it's made of the user's chakra. Both of them are. They appear to be the same. They look to be of the same material. They're both black, all that stuff. They look metallic. So they're probably made of the same material, but they have different functions. So I do think, by the way...
Well, I don't know if you could say they have different functions so much as you're just using the function in two different ways.
Yeah, so they basically, what we know in terms of their functionality is these are used as weapons that automatically, in some way, disrupt the flow of chakra. We don't know if that requires for Nagato to pour chakra in, and in fact, like, this data book statement kind of just implies it's a function of this rod itself. And we know that, like, whenever chakra gets poured into these things further, like when Madara does it, we do get an indication of it. Like, we know you can pour chakra into these things. But the question is it necessary for chakra to be poured into these things for the disruption of chakra to occur? And we can't say that that's the case. And I think it's unlikely to be the case. And I think we have a good basis from which we can say it doesn't have to be the case because it's made of chakra. So, like, if you're saying stab with rod, then inject chakra leads to chakra disruption, if the rod is made of chakra, then you would already be injecting chakra and therefore disrupting chakra. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if that's the case, like, the function we see these serve isn't receiving chakra from Nagato to control the paths, whereas the function we see from the black receivers, which is what they're specifically called, is to receive chakra and control the paths. So I think when Naruto stabs himself with the chakra receiver, because, like, he's not able to track Nagato when he's, like, stabbed through the hands, or at least he doesn't try to. But he's able to track him whenever he takes the small chakra receiver out of the path of pain and stabs himself with it.
With stage mode, to be fair. Like, he still needed stage mode to do this.
Yeah. That's true. But it's like,
and he wasn't stabbed without stage mode before intentionally doing it.
Yeah, so we can't say whether or not he absolutely could, but or could or couldn't rather. So we don't know, but we do know, like, that what he does use is specifically stated that its function is to transmit chakra, whereas these things, we know they can have chakra poured into them, but we know they serve a different function as, like, a weapon as opposed to a chakra receiver. So yeah, just to delineate between those two things, it's like you can have two different, like you can have steel, right? And steel can make an engine or it can make a rifle, you know? So, and like you can, in both an engine and a rifle, you can pour some kind of like, power into it, whether it be, with like, gunpowder or it be with gasoline, but they inherently serve different functions, although they can have a similar type thing going on if you want them to. But yeah, that being said, I don't think that the
Oh. Sorry, I'm cooking at the same time. I saw okay. Let him go.
No, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to ramble on too much, but yeah, you could just. I think it's fair to say that. Oh, just to circle back to the sealed dimension thing, I think the reason why the English translators put that in there is to differentiate it from other barriers. Because as an English speaker watching the show or reading the manga, if it was just called a barrier space, it doesn't carry the same inescapable connotation as if you call it a sealed dimension. So I think that's why they did that. I could be wrong, but they're the only two separate spaces that we get inescapable statements for. So it's like, it feels like that was intentional for them to do that for only those two, and then the Nagato, like the Path of Pain thing, for the reason we just went over, doesn't necessarily have to like contradict that,
Mm-hmm. So I have another question. Do you think that Nagato can use the animal path, like Nagato, like so, obviously he has an animal path. But do you think Nagato himself can still use the animal path himself?
Like can Nagato use some?
So, like for example, if let's just say the animal path's talking to Dry Nut fighting, he's just talking to him right now, and then if Nagato in his home is just like, you know what, I want to just pet my chameleon real quick. Could Nagato do that?
Maybe. The issue I have with it is just like how the Paths of Pain are described. They're kind of described as like Nagato puts his power into them.
Yeah.
And
the weird thing though is that he seemingly can't put more than one into one pain. So like, because otherwise you just ask, why doesn't he just make the diva path at the end of the fight have all 6 possibilities? Would have been freaking cool if they did that sort of thing. Not gonna lie, but they didn't. So
yeah, so it is weird. I think it's fine for him to be able to do that, like for him to be able to like use summoning.
Okay, but like if that's the case, if that is the case, we know the animal path can summon the other paths of pain, so it's very reasonable that Nagato himself would be able to do so. We know that summoning jutsu can work across dimensions. Sasuke summons the hawk in Kage's dimension. That's not a concern. If that is the case, he could in theory just summon the animal path back to himself, then have it run back to Obito, depending on their location. That could be realistically feasible or completely stupid. But
so the difference though between Kaguya's dimensions and Kamui is Kaguya's dimensions are never stated to be inescapable. So, and like the thing that's interesting about those statements, like the inescapable Gamehyoro, inescapable Kamui statements, are we know about FTG. We know about summoning. We know about reverse summoning. And yet they're still stated to be inescapable. So it's like the way
that would give reason for Obito to try to Kamui Minato, because that is
not just try. Both Obito and Minato thinks it works.
Yes,
but to be fair, Minato wouldn't have an understanding. But to be fair, Minato wouldn't even know that Kamui is a pocket dimension. So on his end, I can understand. But for Obito,
for sure,
why would he figured out Kamui anyways?
Yeah, well, and like Obito should know at least like, well, he knows that FTG is a teleportation ability. He should know, and like Minato likens his Kamui to like the FTG and says it's a superior teleportation ability. Not Shunshin teleportation, but like what I don't know what the kanji is they use there, but it's like space-time ninjutsu. So, excuse me. He has some understanding that FTG, or he should have some understanding that FTG is like a space-time ability. And if he has an understanding that FTG is a space-time ability, and he's still like, yeah, like this would work, I think it's like, as the audience, we should also assume it should work.
Yeah.
But even outside of that, it's like all of
through them.
Yeah, but even if you remove those, it's like, okay, we are told that it's inescapable. And so if we're told that it's inescapable at a point in time and we already know about FTG, we already know about summoning and reverse summoning, then it should be the case that it applies to those. And if it applies to those, then like Pain shouldn't be able to summon the Paths of Pain back from Kamui.
I see personally, I think it should be inescapable because it just makes the Obito versus Minato fight completely stupid anyway, and it adds a cool uniqueness to Obito. The problem is that it's never addressed, which means it's up in the air.
Well, okay, Kamui. So I would agree. The problem is, I don't care how little this makes sense. Minato just seems to know this is the case because it's not like he's indicating, I don't know what's going to happen if I go in there, but I'd rather not find out. Or, oh, it'd be bad if I went in there. I just don't know why, but I don't want to find out. It's like, no, he knows somehow that if he goes in there, he just can't get out. Just makes no sense.
Yeah.
Cosmic awareness.
Yeah.
Minato is omnipotent.
I think the understanding space-time would be the best explanation for that, though.
Yeah, the understanding of like how space-time ninjutsu works. I think that's fair. And if anybody understands how space-time ninjutsu works, it's Minato, exactly. You know. But yeah, so I think Kamui, I encourage you to watch the video because like this is the
Which
reason
video is
I
this
made
for? Is this in the Kamui video or a different one?
Yeah, it's you probably don't understand Kamui, or you don't understand Kamui probably, or something like that. And
at this point, I feel
like dude, I'm telling you. We went through most of the points here. I think I go over two more things in the video. So essentially I break it up into 4 sections. The first one is the intangibility. I explain it how we went over it here, going into the kanji and like why it works and all that stuff. And then the inescapable was the second section. So it's interesting. We went on those back to back. And then the third section is like unstoppable, I think is what I called it. And it's basically the idea that like there's nothing in the Naruto universe that could block this. Not the Yada Mirror, not True Secret Orbs, nothing.
Yada Mirror.
Yeah, and that's tied to well, you know, people say that all the time. They're like, oh yeah, Kakashi couldn't beat Itachi because Yada Mirror GG. And it's like, bro, we get a direct statement in the Naruto The Last Data book that just tells us it can warp away anything. So, like, that would include everything that we've seen in the series prior to Naruto The Last, which would include the Yada Mirror. So, like, I go over that. And then the last thing I go over is whether or not he used, or why he most likely used Kamui and not Izanagi against Amaterasu. Which, if you guys want to get into, we can. But if you want to save it for the video, you're very welcome.
We might as well talk about it. But real quick, I would ask, so obviously there's no set answer to this, but just out of curiosity, do you think that the Praetor Path could absorb, obviously probably not the intangibility, but do you think it could absorb like the swirly jutsu? It's like hypothetically Kakashi tried to Kamui the Praetor Path's arm. Could the Praetor Path just absorb the swirl?
I don't think so. Because, okay, so it's not really ever explained to us how the chakra interacts with space. But the most logical explanation is like Kakashi is activating chakra in his eyeball and then putting it on a certain point of space, and on that point in space connecting it to the other dimension with chakra. So there should be chakra in that space. But the TSOs directly are stated to counter ninjutsu by yin and yang styles, and they do that by presumably countering the chakra. Like, they nullify ninjutsu by nullifying chakra more likely than not. So if the TSOs don't nullify it, despite having like a nullify property, I don't think that the Praetor Path would be able to absorb it. You could say maybe.
It's tough because that one has like a different
and how it does it. So that's what makes it tricky. Like,
yeah, it's weird for sure. I think that like it would come down to like the speed of it. If you say that it can do that, then it would be like, okay, can it do it fast enough? You know?
Yeah.
Which would be really difficult to
it's difficult to say because like the Predapath will absorb certain jutsu faster than others anyway. So
yeah, but then you have the conundrum of, okay, well, Obito has yin and yang styles. Madara specifically says he's going to teach him everything that he knows in order to like make him into Madara. Tobirama is the one who says Jubito is using yin and yang styles to nullify ninjutsu. So this is something that was going on during Tobirama's era and therefore probably Madara's era. If Madara knows yin yang styles, he uses yin yang styles to produce the black chakra rods. He specifically says that. Then is it not possible that he might just have some kind of like basic ninjutsu nullification ability? Because if you want to go to, let me think about this. Should be chapter when Madara gets hit with the Amaterasu. Should be chapter like 659, 660.
Oodie, there was something that we said was either Sage or Thunder God who said something. You didn't remember which.
Okay. Well, let's let Sage do his thing really quick on chapter 660, and then we'll go to that because I want to go to that too, Kamui.
I've been wanting to, but was it the Amaterasu thing, or is that something?
It's 657. I'm sorry, 657. So
I don't know what I'm looking
this
for.
This is commonly when Madara gets hit with this Amaterasu.
Okay, I'm looking at that. Yeah.
You see there, and like, so you see it. It's on his shoulder there in that left panel. See, it looks like it's like on his arm, on like his other arm, right? But it just disappears, right? So a lot of people have pointed to him using chakra absorption at this point in time. But scroll up. This is Madara. Keep going. Keep scrolling up. This Madara, keep going. Should not have chakra absorption. Keep going. Because he's blind. He doesn't have eyeballs. So either he has his Rinnegan like Predapath absorption without eyeballs, or he nullifies the Amaterasu. We find out literally like it should be in like 643-ish, 644 maybe. That's when Tobirama makes this statement about, go 644. He makes a statement about the jutsu nullification. Oh no, this is a little bit too late. Maybe go back to 643. I apologize. It's whenever he notices, maybe try going back up. It's when he notices that his arm hasn't recovered.
Okay.
Right. Keep going.
Right after Obito like regains his sanity. So try like 641 or 2 or something. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Maybe go back one chapter. It's in here somewhere, promise.
The Truth Seeker orbs and the black rods are Kamui's whole shtick, so.
Yep, here we go. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
This is where he realizes it. There we go. Should have been swollen around by now. Blah blah blah. Keep going.
He had an arm torn off right here.
It's literally right after this.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell me. There we go. I suspect this guy is using jutsu based on shadow and light styles that nullify all ninjutsu.
Yeah.
So we find out 15 chapters earlier that yin and yang styles are capable of nullifying ninjutsu. Then Madara loses his eyes, gets hit with an Amaterasu. We see it on his body, and then the Amaterasu's just gone. And we know that he has yin and yang styles because he teaches them to Obito, directly stated. So it's like, okay, well, now we have a decent basis to say that maybe these guys have some basic level of ninjutsu nullification. And if that's the case, then why can't Obito nullify the Predapath's absorption? I know that's a big stretch, but it's like it's not unreasonable to assume that he has something that would allow for him to do that. Like, this is late hours with Sage. We're getting into the nitty gritty stuff here and the conspiracy theories.
Oodie, do you want to stick on the Amaterasu thing for a little bit, just because we had talked about that? Like,
yeah, sure.
A month ago,
so,
or whatever.
I'll be honest. especially in the anime, it's just made clear it's just not on Madara. It's just only on the armor that he's shedding off. And this insert panel in the manga, in my opinion, is just telling. Now, Sage, I'll be honest. I'm the Madara's #1 supporter. I want him to be as cool as possible. This would be the perfect thing. I would love to give him this. But just being honest, I don't think that's what's happening here. Though I'm totally down for that being what's happening here. I want it.
This is what convinces me of this. Like, the placement of the flames in that right panel doesn't make any sense if they're coming off of those the clothing. But then in the left panel, like, his armor is to his right. There's no reason why that Amaterasu wisps should be there.
So that that's why it's weird. But there are two more things to consider. One is, I actually like this and if we're gonna give it an explanation that's just like related to this, that's way better than jutsu absorption. He's not absorbing Amaterasu. Let's just say that. Okay, get that out the window. But so first of all, nobody comments on it, which is odd. Like if Kishimoto was going for hey, Madara's using yin yang style to nullify ninjutsu here, just like the Obito, you would think one character or a data book panel or someone would mention this, but they don't. The next thing is
sorry, go back.
If you go back,
I was gonna go to a thing, but
okay. So if you especially look at the right side panel here, hilarious as this may seem, especially the one at the top left is the best one to look at. That's just not touching Madara. I know it's stupid, but it's just these Amaterasus aren't touching him. The one in the left could just be in front of him based off that, but like they're not touching him, and heat rises. Who's to say they didn't just float away from him?
So here's the thing. So I think just based on where the wisp is in that left panel, I feel like it's more likely that that's on him. But here's the thing. If we're coming down to jutsu absorption or jutsu nullification, here's the thing that people always point to that I think like leads people to believe that it's jutsu absorption despite him not having the Rinnegan. Scroll up one page. Look what Naruto says. He has the ability to absorb ninjutsu. So that's the thing that but
then he proceeds to clearly not do it.
Yes, that's my thing. It's like Naruto is saying this, but it's just like I was talking to Six about this yesterday. When Kurama says that the FTG seal that Naruto that there was an FTG seal interwoven into the tetragram seal in Naruto, that's probably not true but we know that there was one interwoven into Kushina. We know that while he's being extracted from Kushina, Obito's talking about it. So Kurama has every reason to believe that that would be the case with Naruto, despite the fact that Minato doesn't teleport to Naruto to get to the battlefield, right? Like, it makes no sense for him to have an FTG marking in his seal and Minato not to teleport to him.
Yeah.
In fact,
I don't even know where that's coming from.
Yeah. So there is I believe it's 653. Or no, it can't be 653. Well, maybe it is.
Make another dab here.
Real quick about the
no, it's definitely not.
It's also worth noting that Naruto doesn't even know that Madara is Rene Rebirth yet when he says that. So he still just thinks it's Edo Tensei Madara who could absorb ninjutsu.
So it's 663. I'm sorry. If you go to 663, you'll be able to see where Kurama makes that statement.
Yeah. For Kamui real quick, whereas that makes sense for Naruto in that moment, I don't think Kishimoto would have written it like that. It just not made the characters correct.
But then if he's gonna write that, why doesn't he have Madara clearly absorb the jutsu?
Yeah.
Every other time he clearly absorbed jutsu.
This is where I pull this up, and there's no clear examples of this, but whenever you're like waving around a torch, obviously, like here, I'll just draw it. I don't know. It's apparently YouTube hates me for finding videos. So you have the torch. Let's just say the torch is here. Obviously, you got the flames going up here or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. But if you start waving it around, the fire source, the thing that the fire's coming from, it's going to be going all over the place. So like if you pause the video, it's the flame source is going to be over here. The torch end is here, but the fire is still going to be here because it just lags behind. It's basically going to like be like that. But that's to say, bringing it back to going back to this. Obviously, if it's on the armor, which is on Madara, and Madara puts this armor to the side, it would make sense if the flames that are rising are going to be above Madara still. That's where the flame source was.
My thing is, though, like, if you look at, you have to zoom in really heavy on that middle panel right above that.
This one?
Like, the middle, that one right there. That armor is directly to his right.
I hate when it does that. I'll just unzoom when we're done.
I hate when it does that too. It pisses me off. Like, that armor is directly to his right. So, and like, there's no sign of like the wisps being blown around by the wind. Like, they're not like changing direction or anything. They're kind of just like traveling upward. And it makes sense for some to like be on his right side. But the ones that are like on his arm that like wouldn't have been covered by armor, or the ones that's like on the one that's like on his shoulder blade, especially that one that's like would be in front of him and to the left of his body, like those just don't make sense to me. But that being said, I also think the reaction from Hashirama there with exclamation question mark, what's that exclamation question mark, right?
Well, I think that's definitely in reference to this.
Yeah. He's like,
I will say though, a point in favor of the yin yang release thing is that while Madara is obviously mainly talking about the fact that, like, yes, I stole Hashirama's cells, that's why I've got your face on my chest. I will say, yin and yang release is coming from these two powers, yang coming from Senju, yin coming from Uchiha. If he was using yin yang release in the same scene that he's talking about these powers coming together and blah, 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 that would be fitting. And that would work well narratively, in fact.
Dude, that's actually a great catch.
I just think that they should have emphasized it more clearly and had someone mention it.
It's operating together that gives rise to all things in this universe. The creation of all things is a yin yang ability, bro. Let's go.
I love that.
And so it's the jutsu nullification, so are the black rods, like all these things that he's using. So it would work better. Like, this would be the best thing for them to do. But it would just be better if they had, like, I don't know, a whoosh word as the wisps are going away, or a character saying he absorbed them, or he nullified the flames, or something, just to make that clear. But they don't, which is where it's kind of like, okay, is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Or not? And if you're an anime-only viewer, like when I was at first for this scene, bro just took off the Amaterasu via the armor, and that was
yeah. And then he says, "You said true evidence can be found to cooperate." Like, that's what he says. I interpret it differently, right, Hashirama? So like obviously he's talking about like pairing his blood with. Here we go. Those who obtain blessing, true happiness, or support this complete. I haven't read through this part in a minute. I just want to see if there's anything that like gives any more credence to that, because I never caught I don't think so. I think he just blitzes after this.
He just rod strengthen, then blitzes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so that being said, that's been a little theory of mine that I like. Also interesting that he like uses some kind of crazy body flicker here. But yeah, so what was the thing that you guys wanted to bring up? Or did you guys want to talk about
I don't remember. I just remember there was a thing we were talking about that Oodie said it was either Sage or Thunder God who said something, and that's all I remember. I tried to look for it earlier, I couldn't find it, so...
Do you mean a reference to the Amaterasu thing? Because that's what we just talked about. That's what that was.
Okay, then never mind.
Oh, yeah, it might have been me talking, because I know I've mentioned it on videos, that like he could have been nullifying the ninjutsu there. Yeah. I think I've mentioned it in one video, actually. But also what's interesting about the chakra absorption is like you can see it there. It like it has this like bubble effect.
Exactly.
And then when you scroll to the like you filthy beasts one, and you can see it like in the wide shot as well there. But whenever he's
or you mean like in the filthy beast?
Well, yeah, in both of them, you can see it. There we go. And look at his foot.
His foot, yeah.
Like the same bubble thing happens both with Hashirama's chakra and with the Nine-Tails chakra. So it's not bubbling because it's the Nine-Tails chakra. So like his absorption does kind of like take this kind of effect and have that sound effect. So I think it makes it less likely that this is absorption. Even if it is absorption, I think this kind of helps the case of the nullification, where you get a visual indicator and an audible indicator whenever he uses his absorption, whereas he has this whole soliloquy about both sides coming together. We know jutsu nullification is an application of yin and yang releases. It's like, dude, like, I don't know.
Yeah, and then also, I don't know if he does anything like this when he says this later on, but when he's talking to Naruto and Sasuke, he's like, "This is the final fight. You have one power, you have the other. I have both of them."
Yeah.
And being
he just clasps his hands together. He's not doing any jutsu thing in that scene, but
he doesn't limbo replacement. I still hate that he said this is the final battle and then proceeded to fight them for like 2 pages. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Say that when you come back, or don't.
Well, it was their final battle.
Oh no!
I actually think Madara is like criminally underrated. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big Madara fan.
Yeah, got a lot. Of
I've been hesitant. I've been hesitating to do a short on this, like talking about the potential jutsu nullification. But I've been thinking about doing that. I just don't know how well it's going to be received.
well, okay, just on this in particular, I will say the bubble effect, that's obviously clearly, based on the color at least, it's just Kurama's chakra around his foot because he's absorbing it, rather than this being something that Madara is doing. With the Hashirama example, it could be Hashirama's chakra, or it could be the same thing that Yoroi was doing against Sasuke, where he just had this blue aura on his hand and then he touched Sasuke.
Well, so either way, if you go up to it, and you can see in the last panel on page 5 and the first panel on page 6. So last panel on page 5, right there, yeah. So he doesn't have anything on his hand in that middle panel, and then like once he starts absorbing the senjutsu, he has it. And then if you scroll down in the wide shot, there we go. He still has that bubble effect. So like when he absorbs chakra, like in general, it has this weird bubble effect. So I think even if Kurama's chakra wasn't naturally bubbly, it would still make this type of effect, unless you assume that, like, which I think this could be fair, that Hashirama's chakra like resembles that of a Bijou. Like, I don't think that's crazy. But it does seem to be the case. And then also, if you scroll back up, there is a audible like onomatopoeia indicator there, like with the like pink, purple or whatever. So you get that, and then if you go down to the other one at the end of this chapter, I think it's the same thing, the same ZWW. Yep, there it is, ZWW on the right side there.
Yep. Okay, I'm really curious. I want to check the Yoroi fight
also,
chapters up.
At the same scene, adding on to that, he's getting a healing effect in the same scene where that's happening when he's standing on Kurama's chakra there. His arm's healing.
It's pretty gangster.
Yeah, I don't know.
But so I mean, at the very least, I think
it's like.
I mean, that alone pretty much just disproves jutsu. It's like in the same chapter, a couple pages later, they're 71. Emphasizing when he's doing absorption-related things. They're not doing with Amaterasu, so it's not that.
Yeah,
I mean, either have to be
67, dude.
It flew away with the armor or jutsu nullification. Those are the only 2 answers. It's not absorption.
Yeah.
Right.
Yoroi's doesn't have the bubble effect.
Definitely not bubbly.
It's flamey.
Yeah.
But to be fair,
it's also blue in the anime, not red. I didn't even realize it was.
Well, this
red
is the color manga, so I don't think that really counts.
I know, but still.
Well, also to be fair, the when Orochimaru makes his statement here, I think it's. Keep going.
It'll be soon.
Orochimaru makes it right there.
There you go.
He says, Yoroi's unholy gift is to absorb another's chakra. But then he says, it's a brilliant art where simply pressing his palm against the hand of his opponent, or palm of his hand against his opponent's body, gives him the ability to consume their mental and physical energies. So not only is he referring to mental and physical energies together colloquially as chakra, despite the fact that they're not actually chakra unless they're blended together in a particular way, but he absorbs his quote unquote chakra by drawing on directly his mental and physical energies. That wouldn't be what Madara is doing, because when he's absorbing the Nine Tails cloak, that is just chakra in its complete form. And then when he's absorbing the Senjutsu is chakra. Like it's not like physical and mental energies separately. It's its own thing after you combine those three things. So, yeah, I mean, it could just be the difference between absorbing the two energies individually, separately, versus absorbing actual like complete chakra in its complete form. Like that could produce the bubble effect.
Now, to be fair, I do just want to point out, mental and physical energies could just be a substitute for the word chakra. To consume the he might just be saying the same thing twice.
Yeah, but he would be absorbing the, and I think in the, let me see, President Palme, okay, yeah, it says the same thing. Yeah, so the thing is though, he then goes on to say, and once all of your chakra has been devoured, Sasuke. So he refers to mental and physical energies together as chakra, but he specifically refers to those two separate energies as what he's directly drawing upon. So I think that, and in the same way that Sakura calls mental and physical energies the chakras, I think that this is just an example of the manga like showing, because like when Kakashi tells Sasuke, like if you use up all your chakra, you die. We know that's not technically the full scope of the picture, because Ebisu says when you use up all of your chakra and stamina, you die. So
I think it's the other way around. I think it's Kakashi that says chakra and stamina.
No, it's Ebisu, I promise.
Okay.
But if you want to go to 90, you'll be able to see it. It's at the end of the demonstration that he's giving to Naruto. It's like the last graph. Scroll down. Or maybe scroll back up, actually.
So
scroll back up. It'll be on the left. Keep going. It like shows Naruto like falling over and dying. There we go. Yep. If your stamina and chakra both fell to 0, you would die. So Ebisu says that.
In that case, Kakashi I think both say it. So where is it?
Kakashi specifically just says chakra. Yeah, it's during the Here, I got you. I have the scan, but I'll have to find the actual chapter.
What is chapter 100?
It's the flashback to the training. Try 124.
124. Chapter 100 is the Neji fight. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it might, because it's during the fight with Gaara.
Yeah.
When Sasuke thinks back.
Not 124.
This might be a little bit early. Okay, so this is still during. So 125 is whenever he's fighting Gaara.
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at. 125 is Orochimaru versus Hiruzen. It's 112 or 111 probably.
120. Hold on. 124. So what? You go to 125. You're on 124 right now.
It's not. It's in the forest.
If you're looking. 126. 126 is they're still fighting. It's whenever Gaara's partially transformed. It's after he pushes himself to the third Chidori.
Exceeding one's limits. It's exceeding one's limits could be it as well, which is 120.
Yeah, 120.
Okay.
Yep. Because 127 is when he uses the Chidori, and then 128, I think, is when we get the flashback to Kakashi.
Yeah, I think it's 128 because of the title, exceeding one's limits.
Yep, 100%. So Kakashi says, yeah.
I mean, I know Kakashi only says chakra. Like, I'm like got the quote memorized at this point. Like,
it is 128. Yeah, it's 128. It'll be like on pages 11 and 12. is what it shows up.
If you try to forcibly initiate the jutsu, not only will the jutsu not work, but your chakra will be drained to 0, and if you're not careful, you'll die.
Yeah. So he just says your chakra. Like he doesn't bring up mental and physical energies, which tells me that basically Shinobi will reference mental and physical energies, aka stamina, also as chakra. Because like, and it makes sense too when you think about like, okay, Ebisu is like an official, like high level teacher,
Yeah,
right? Very technical. Like the whole reason he's a special Jonin, like he is a tuning level combatant. But the reason he's a special Jonin is because of his teaching abilities.
You look at Chapter 2's dialogue, where he specifically calls up Mizuki for being a Chunin. He's like, well, I'm a Jonin. I'm not a lightweight like that Chunin Mizuki.
Oh, what a loser. But yeah, he's like specifically made special Jonin because of his teaching ability, right? So it's like, okay, if his teaching ability is what gets him there, and like Kakashi's like, yeah, he's even a better teacher than me. It makes sense for him to like use the more technical terms, which is why that's the only time that we get physical and mental energies together as stamina, like in the whole series that I can think of. So like the one time we have like a super teacher going over like the functionality of chakra, he uses these hyper technical terms. So like kind of tracks that then like Kakashi and other shinobi will like just shorten it to chakra as opposed to calling it stamina, as opposed to calling it physical mental energies. They'll just call it chakra. Like even Guy does this in it should be like, I think it's chapter 51. It gets a little fuzzy. It's whenever Lee uses the gates for the first time. Maybe it's 53.
And the thing is, Kamui, if you remember, we responded directly to a comment that said this, and it was about the Kakashi example.
I'm not sure what you're referring to be honest.
Okay, wow. It happened.
Well, so another good example of this is if you want to go to chapter 52.
Yep.
You'll see Guy refers to physical energy as chakra. In the flashback.
Oh, you talking about with the
yeah, he says
primary lotus thing?
Yeah,
or something else?
he literally says normally human beings utilize a mere 20% of their own muscular energy. If anyone were to employ even anything even close to 100% of the strength in his muscles, the muscles themselves would quickly break down, so the brain sets a limit on how much of our muscle power we're willing to use. The secret of this technique is overriding the cranial safety feature, giving the wielder access to all of his own chakra. Dangerous as it is, the release of muscle power, physical energy, to enable the wielder to enables the wielder to perform a series of grueling and demanding tasks at incredible speed. It's like, bro, like we just know several times throughout the series, especially in part 1, physical and mental energies are kind of just referred to as chakra, which is weird, but it's just like how it is. So like in my, I don't know if you guys watched it, but in my 3 jutsu you probably don't understand video, I go over chakra initially because I'm like, in order to understand these jutsu, you first have to understand chakra, and most people don't understand chakra. Like most people don't even know that chakra is the combination of mental and physical energies. But I kind of refer to chakra in its complete form as like big C chakra, and then mental and physical energies as like little c chakra, because they're referred to as chakra multiple times, despite not being technically chakra. It would be like somebody saying, oh, this bowl has hydrogen and oxygen in it. Like this like, I guess, container has hydrogen and oxygen in it, but it's not mixed together in such a way that it creates water, but still referring to it as water. Like it doesn't technically make sense, but
it's
you
the
would
same
generally
way that,
understand the components.
A purely yin release or yang release technique is probably referred to as taking chakra at some point, when that's blatantly wouldn't make sense, because yin release is only spiritual energy and yang's only physical energy. The only one that I think does this right is Choji's ability, because it's specifically described to be calories, which would be physical energy. But like Itachi's genjutsu, they're probably saying he's losing all this chakra when he would technically only be losing spiritual energy, because it's all genjutsu is. It's the in release. So they gotta just do this in general.
Yeah. So this is, if you look at the top of this, Sakura just directly calls them chakras. Now I will say, I have gotten this translated. That's not what it says. See,
the funniest part about this translation to me is the 13 trillion. When you don't even need to know Japanese, in the raw, it is literally 130.
Yep. Because when I got it translated, I saw that. I was like, wait, what? But how? The 130 cells in the body. But so basically where it says chakras, it is actually translated to energies is the correct terminology. But using these things is still referred to as manipulating the chakra. So the manipulation of mental and physical energies in any kind of way, because Kakashi goes on after this to talk about how you combine these in different ways to get different results. I think, let me just pull it up on my end and see if I can find the exact thing so I can point you to it. He says, depending on which technique you wish to employ, the amount of energy you would need to absorb would vary, and as would the makeup of the elements you need to combine. So he's basically saying, like, the amount of chakra you need to put into it and what types of chakra you need to put into it, to what degree, will vary depending on the technique that you're trying to use. So this is why I'm like, you can use a genjutsu, and it's going to take away from your chakra, quote unquote, because you convert your mental and physical energies into chakra in some kind of production process. And then that takes away from your stamina, which your total stamina would be your effective maximum chakra pool. So if you have no chakra molded, technically, but you have full stamina, you're at 100%. Air quotes, chakra, despite not having any chakra molded.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it is interesting how they kind of like really, this is one of the things that Kishimoto, I think, explains really well, but it's so inconsistently used.
Well, I think the reason for that, especially early on, it makes perfect sense, because regardless of chakra as a power system in universe, as it just fundamentally is separately from our universe, Kishimoto's obviously, it's the most obvious thing in all of Naruto, obviously drawing on the concept of chakras as they literally exist in our real world, like bodily chakras, like the Buddhist stuff. So it makes sense why.
That's why he's doing it in the first place.
Exactly.
It worked perfectly until they just started convolutedly calling physical and spiritual energy or stamina chakra in situations where maybe they shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, it's like, okay, then is there any point in making this distinction in the first place? Exactly. But I like them doing these separate physical and spiritual energy thing in general, because it's cool, especially when they start bringing it back for senjutsu, when they're explaining that, and it's like, oh, now you gotta add a third component. Like, oh, that's cool, but don't call it chakra when it's not.
Yeah, I mean, the most clear example of it, I mean, you literally have a dude doing hand signs and straining in this panel itself, but literally episode 1, and Naruto does the weird shadow clone in the academy that turns out to be a fail, but like, he has those blue lines around him. That's not what you do for the shadow clone, so that's him molding chakra. It's literally turning his physical energy into chakra. Same thing when he does it against Dara for the 1,000 clones.
Oh, well, so with Naruto using the clone in chapter 1, that's technically, this is something else that's weird that I talk about in that same video. That's technically just a regular clone. The regular clone hand sign is the ram sign. Like, it is what they're using there. But go ahead and head back to chapter 90 real quick. I want to show you guys something really interesting. Ooh, did you watch that video?
When he does the wrong hand sign?
I did watch it, yeah.
So I think you're going to know what I'm talking about here. There we go. Right there. Nope, down a little bit. Okay, this one. So the little Naruto is very clearly making the shadow clone hand signs, right?
Yeah.
Like the cross hands, okay? And it says 30% of the stamina was used to produce chakra. Art of the doppelganger, the clone technique, requires 10%. If you, we don't need to go back to chapter 1 unless you want to, but if you go to chapter 1, Naruto specifically says, like, this technique was, or actually, he says this against Neji. He says, this technique was my worst technique in the academy. I failed the exam multiple times. The exam was the clone technique, not the shadow clone technique. So shadow clones are just referred to as clones in the manga as well. The clone technique, they're both referred to as the same technique multiple times, despite them technically being different techniques.
Yeah.
Like Naruto says, I failed this jutsu in the academy multiple times. No, you didn't. You weren't tasked with making a shadow clone. You were only tasked with making regular clones.
So I do think the demonstration is meant to be shadow clones, and they're just using it wrong in the description. Okay, so because
100%.
when Sakura does the normal clones in the Forest of Death against Kin and Zaku, there's no poof of smoke.
You see
right?
the substitution jutsu there.
She used the substitution jutsu there, but yeah, we do see like
does she not make any clones at all?
The other students make. No, she just does the substitution.
The whole time.
We do see like she does it like 3 separate times.
Sure.
But if you look at this is why I brought this up though. So it's kind of like in the same way that we have chakra and mental and physical energies being referred to similarly. We also have this technique that's the shadow clone, which is distinct from the clone jutsu. Different ranks, different ninjutsu files function differently. Additional functions with the shadow clones. And yet they're referred to, like, colloquially just as the clone jutsu. But what's interesting here is one of the things I talk about in that jutsu you don't understand video is I go over shadow clones and how they don't necessarily divide your total potential chakra volume in half or like equally. And we get that from here. Like he says, 30% of the stamina was used to produce chakra. Art of the shadow doppelganger requires 10%. So the shadow clone jutsu only requires 10% of your chakra.
Well, that's more of a chakra control thing because he explains that for for Sasuke and Sakura in particular, because they have better chakra control, they're able to do it a lot easier.
Yep, 100%. And so then you look at, and then he goes into like the 3 doppelgangers, you have the whole thing.
For the same cost that it took for Naruto.
So the I guess the point is, like, and one of the points I make in the video is like, you have all these people that say, oh, Naruto made a clone, so he's at 50% power. Because we're told that like he divides his chakra evenly amongst his clones. Well, yeah, that's true. The chakra that he produces for the jutsu. So if he takes 30% of his stamina to create a shadow clone, takes that 30%, converts it into chakra, uses that for the jutsu, now he has 15% and the clone has 15%. So technically the chakra is divided evenly. But I'm sure you guys have heard, especially like here on Discord, the Naruto in Sage Mode was only at 33% power because he had 2 clones. So you can't even really say he's relative to Pain. It's like, bro. So
well, even then, like, let's just go with these hypotheticals anyway. Like, let's say there's one clone, so there's the original one clone. They have 50% chakra hypothetically. That doesn't mean that Naruto is running around at half speed and everything. It just means that the clone could fight the same way for half as long as if there was no clones at all.
Yeah.
That's all it really. And then the moment he undoes the jutsu, he gets that chakra back.
It's the same thing of the 50% Naruto versus Momoshiki. That doesn't mean Naruto would be slower.
I'm like, no, Naruto is fighting at 100%. He just can't fight for as long now. And frankly, even then, let's just address this right now, bro. The Kurama part of this is not 50% of Naruto anyway. Did you watch the war when the 6-pet Sage Mode gave him an amp that was like beyond 10 tails level amp? That's way beyond Kurama at that point. Kurama's like 10% of Naruto at this point.
Yeah. Well, and so you have that with the functionality of the clones. Like people just don't understand that. But to kind of further your point, the only instance that we have in the entire series where somebody comments on another person being slower due to being low on chakra is when Sasuke mentions that Datara's reactions have slowed because he's low on chakra. That's it. So it's like, okay, and he says that you're out of chakra. So I'm sure that what that means, and I'd be willing to bet a decent sum of money that if I got it translated, it would translate closer to like you're almost out of chakra or close to out of chakra or something like that.
Yeah.
Because obviously, like if he's completely out, he'd be dead. With the way that Sasuke would use it, it's probably the way Kakashi used it, you know. So, like all we have is if somebody is basically out of chakra, then their reaction's slowed. So like why would that necessitate that if somebody's at 50% chakra that they would be slower? You know, like just doesn't make any sense. But another thing too is like clones have to be maintained. Like Kakashi mentions and this is something people look over all the time, is Kakashi doesn't say that producing those clones is the issue as to why he can't do the shadow clone training. He specifically says, I can't maintain them for long enough. So it's like, not even if it takes 10% of your chakra to create them, you still have to pour chakra into them to maintain them. And like we have really good indications of this from like Kakashi. Twice he makes a statement in regards to Naruto during the bell test, says like you can't keep this up for very long. Just same kind of thing. But yeah, that's another thing that people kind of get wrong. Stupid. It is a jutsu that is effective in guard because it's so heavy, requires great chakra.
I only clicked on this because I wrote it down as chakra control determined by weight, and I thought that was funny. I gotta use that in a debate somewhere. Great control. Yeah, Choji's chakra control is just like vastly superior to everyone else's. Yeah. Now, to be fair, on the Kakashi chakra clone thing, I wouldn't go as far as to say that's definitively the case because we don't know why it's difficult to maintain the clones. It might be a chakra control issue, it might be something else entirely.
So he just says he can't maintain them for long. So it's like, okay, if you can't,
the technique.
Well, I mean, he's a master of the technique, but if you can't maintain them for long, and we know that there's a chakra connection between the user and the clones, and we also know that you can pour more chakra into your clones, like Tobirama states this. He says like when Naruto's sharing his chakra with the Shinobi Alliance, Tobirama makes a statement where he says, I just want to quote him directly. It should be right around 643 or 644. When he says he's using the principle of the shadow doppelganger.
Yeah. Oh, look.
644, I think, is what it is.
I do have another thing to show you on this as well. I'm gonna be
real quick while we're looking for this. I did double check the whole Naruto graduation clone thing. In the manga, he just says he failed. Like Nechi's like, oh, you use the shadow clones. That's your specialty.
Mm-hmm.
In the manga, Naruto just says the test was the clone jutsu, the Bunshin no jutsu, not the shadow clone jutsu. But in the anime, I've always known this. I even double checked to make sure it wasn't only the Cartoon Network version. He just says he failed the shadow clone jutsu 3 times.
No, right there, Ood. Right back up, Ood. Back up.
I found it. Yeah, it's in the middle of the chapter.
Oh, so hold on, back down. You'll see Tobirama's face on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, keep going.
Right, keep going. Right.
There you go.
Okay.
Yep. He's using the principle of shadow doppelgangers. Even if you split up and disperse your chakra, as long as you keep even a little bit there without putting it out, when the original body weaves chakra again to regain control, all of the individual bits begin resonating and link together. So you're connected to your shadow clones via chakra. You can weave chakra again, which kind of just, I would imagine, means like producing more chakra, utilizing chakra to regain control. You also get, where is this at? Oh, it's at the end of 636. Like literally like the last pages of 636. Right after the Obito and Kakashi fight. Go back up.
Not that.
It's not the last page. It's like right before. There we go. Looks like oh no, keep going back up. Right there. Yeah. He says, I appreciate the effort, but it is meaningless. You're concentrating too much power in your actual body. This is a clone. So if clones really took an equal percentage of your power, like just by necessity, then there's no reason for him to be able to concentrate more power into his main body. We also know...
Well, the other thing I would just look at is, okay, first of all, with Zabuza, they're like, yeah, it's 10% Zabuza power with his clones. It's not Zabuza power.
Yeah.
And second, Neji specifically was like, oh, Naruto's being smart. He diverted his chakra evenly amongst the clones so that I can't obviously tell which is the original. That was just Naruto doing that. He's just being smart about it.
Yep.
Versus
100%. And then I believe Naruto makes it's either Naruto or Iruka at the end of chapter 1, or like in chapter 1 somewhere. 1,000 clones. It's crazy.
Do they say that in chapter 1?
Yeah. He says, if you go to page 55 of chapter 1, Iruka says, amazing. He not only generated 1,000 doppelgangers, but he made them solid flesh and blood instead of shadowy illusions. That's the highest caliber ninjutsu. I wouldn't be surprised someday.
Oodie.
Yeah. It's like after he like beats up Mizuki.
Okay, well.
They're right there. No, hold on. Go up. No, go up. Go up. Keep going.
Yeah,
Here.
right there.
Okay.
Yeah, more than 1,000 in this translation.
So we have slightly different translations, but it's basically the same.
To be fair, I'm sure it does translate to 1,000. I do think he is just saying that to equate to a large number, not that he counted or anything.
No, bro. That's an Iruka mental upscale. He was able to count that many that quickly.
I love to see it.
That's why he's shooting.
Yeah. Well, I will say it doesn't apply for 1,000, at least from what I understand. But 10,000 is... It just actually is commonly used as a number to equate to a lot of something. In Japanese, yeah. I'll just point that out. But again, I don't think that applies to 1,000. From what I understand, it is just 10,000, but just something to at least mention.
I mean, it was a lot.
It was a lot.
You know? That's
I'm not gonna count. Well, I will say, okay, this is hilarious. Did you know that in the Kimimaro fight, he does do literally 1,000 clones because Ikimoto did that panel and it took him like the whole week or something.
I think
because
he said it was
counted.
1,100 and something.
Oh yeah, it was like over 1,000. He literally drew over 1,000 clones, literally physically on screen.
Yeah, screw that. This is why Ikimoto needs a whole month, bro.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Well, he's not doing it in Boruto.
Yeah, I'm reading the it does the same. Yeah. Oh man. I'm reading the Naruto Neji statement. It says in the middle of he says in the middle of all that you managed to create a shadow clone, your signature ninjutsu that was killers to me. He goes, I failed the academy graduation exam 3 times because unlucky for me, the exam always tested the same ninjutsu, my absolute weakest ninjutsu. And my weakest ninjutsu was Bunshin no Jutsu, the art of the doppelganger. So shut up about destiny and inescapable fate. You shouldn't whine about such trivial stuff.
Actually, okay, so that's interesting. So really quick, this is slight derailment, but he says unlucky for me. That has 2 different interpretations, and the other one's obvious, but the interpretation is that other classes, or just his own class in other years, might have just not tested that, and it might be RNG of what they do have.
Well, that is implied because in the first chapter, Iruka's like, this year the test is
that as well.
The clone jutsu, and Naruto's like, oh, no, that's my worst jutsu. Yeah. Like, he didn't know what the test was going to be.
Okay, so yeah, I think it is just different every year, and he just got unlucky to have it 3 years in a row then, based on that. And the reason that's important is because that's why Rock Lee graduated. Wasn't the clone jutsu.
Rock Lee was the opposite. He got very lucky that it was probably a taijutsu exam.
Exactly. Okay, so...
But it's funny that in the anime, Naruto says he failed the Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Okay.
Yeah, it is crazy how these, like, even though they're distinct in the same way that, like, stamina and chakra are distinct, clones and shadow clones are distinct as well. And yet they're referred to the same way. Yeah. So, yeah, and then, like, with the Kakashi thing, it should be... and we should probably wrap this up here pretty soon because it's 2:10. But for me anyway, I don't know what time zone you guys are.
3:10.
But
3:10 for us.
Oh, good lord. So Kakashi, I think it's 3:15. Yeah. Naruto's like, that's how you got so strong. He's like, nope. I'm actually just way better than you. Okay, so maybe it's 3:14.
It is 3:15 towards the top. At least that's where he's explaining some clone thing. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but
yeah, it's where Naruto says, now I understand how you got so strong, Kakashi. Wow, guess
yeah, it's
where there we go. It's like page 10.
Is it before or after the rock paper scissors?
It's after the rock paper scissors. Keep going, right, keep going.
Yeah.
Right there.
Okay, there you go.
He says, I've never done this method before. Huh? Why not? If you have the power to make multiple shadow clones, he goes, I do, but I can't maintain them long enough. I simply don't have the kind of power you do. So, like, you have to maintain them. And then if you go to chapter 6 during the bell test, you get another statement from Kakashi.
Only Sasuke.
Well,
like literally at the very beginning.
That's a lie. There's
Naruto right there.
Oh no, it's end of chapter 5, maybe. Yeah, sorry, end of chapter 5. Might not even be the end. It's somewhere in chapter 5 though, for sure. Yeah, scroll up. It's whenever they come up out of the water.
I think it's right before he
right there
catches Kakashi. Yeah,
you can probably only hold this for a minute. No matter how many line up, you're still Naruto. You can't beat me with that jutsu. So it's like you kind of get the indication, and then the translation on my end says. Thousand Years of Death is an insane jutsu. Like, it's a wild thing to put into.
Bro, Kakashi should have used 1,000 Years of Death on Kaguya as part of the final clash.
Oh no. He says, so the translation on this end says, but at your level, you couldn't be strong enough to keep this up for more than a minute. You talk a good game, but you're still only Naruto. You're a one-trick pony who hasn't got what it takes to win. So the point is, like, you have two statements that talk about, like, either maintaining the Shadow Clone Jutsu or, like, keeping up the Shadow Clone Jutsu. You then, like, we know that you can vary the amount of energy you pour into your clones. You get that from Hashirama. We know that your chakra returns to you after you like pop a clone intentionally, at least. We know this from the manga with Sage Naruto getting his Senjutsu from his clones. We know this from the novels with Mukai Kohinata getting his chakra back from his clones. So, and then we know that, like, even outside of all that, we get a direct statement from Tobirama that your chakra is directly connected to your clones. You can weave more chakra and kind of take better control over them. So, all that being said, it does take, more likely than not, some amount of chakra to maintain clones, which is probably why, because people will be like, oh, well, if it's not equally splitting your chakra, then why is it dangerous? It's probably dangerous if you have 100 clones out there that you're trying to maintain. And if you don't, like, have good chakra control, it could just drain your chakra to zero really quickly. So
Exactly.
I think that's probably what what makes it an A rank jutsu and like so dangerous.
Well, I think it isn't just having the clones in terms of maintaining them passively. I think it's more so an active thing. It's more so akin to what Jiraiya tells Naruto to do to train, specifically to get to absolute zero chakra. Not absolute zero, but you get the idea. To low chakra, so he can then force out the red chakra.
Yeah, because each clone using chakra is using up chakra for Naruto, essentially. Because what I was gonna say is it's for one, it's gonna be the activation, like the more clones you make, there's just more activation chakra you're using. Obviously, that makes sense. Make 100 clones, probably using a lot of chakra. And then second is the maintenance is also related to the activeness of what you're saying. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be dangerous. Because if the clones just poof in battle and you get all your chakra back, it doesn't matter that you were at 1% chakra before. Now you're back to 99%. But if them actively fighting is draining chakras, it would make sense. Now when you get them back, that sucks to be you. You only have 20% chakra now, kind of thing.
Yep, 100%. And so like whenever Mukai gets his chakra back from his clones, it was a clone that was like at the hospital. His clones were at the hospital, guarding somebody, and so he's just like standing there. So when he gets his chakra back, and it's stated that his chakra increases massively from that, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, because his clones weren't doing anything that were requiring him to like utilize a bunch of chakra. So yeah, it tracks that he would then get a bunch of chakra back. Or like Naruto's clones, whenever they're literally sitting still, gathering nature energy, it makes sense that like whatever chakra he put into them, he's probably getting that chakra back. But if you have clones that are fighting, like using ninjutsu, using the chakra that's in them to, cast jutsu and all that stuff, then yeah, you're not going to get anywhere near the amount of chakra back that you would get if you just like made a clone and then popped the clone, So, yeah, I totally agree.
Now, what I will say, the only time I would say that doesn't feel like it's the case is in the Neji fight. It feels like all the clones Neji poofs, Naruto just doesn't get that back. He feels like he's just as tired and out of chakra after the clone jutsu.
Yeah, well, that's partially, I think, because they are like fighting, but I also think it could be like an aspect of the gentle fist if it just disperses the chakra in a way that doesn't allow for it to return. Like that could be fun,
I agree.
Actually, yeah, if he shuts each hit, because you gotta like one shot do this to an extent. If he's just shutting down the chakra network of those clones, then he just doesn't get it back.
Yeah.
That's actually cool.
So on chakra, there is something I want to show you, Sage. This might be very interesting to you based on how you interpret it, but after being taken down by Sasuke, Orochimaru unleashes this hidden jutsu with the last of his strength. At the moment, Sasuke's control chakra is about to run out. The rest of this doesn't really matter. The point is, this is defined. Control chakra. We have a terminology for this now. What would you use this for? Would you say this is relevant to the discussion at all?
Yeah, so we know that he has to use some of his own chakra to suppress Orochimaru. And so that's some amount of chakra. It's kind of like in the same way that Sakura allocates chakra, like sets chakra aside for the Byakugo seal, Sasuke is constantly having to set chakra aside to suppress Orochimaru's chakra, to prevent him from like getting out. And so he has like a certain amount of chakra that he sets aside as control chakra, to keep Orochimaru from breaking, which is why it says with the last of his strength, at the moment Sasuke's control chakra is about to run out, like that's whenever he bursts out, because he can no longer control Orochimaru's chakra anymore.
So that's the boring interpretation, which is the true one. But if you were to take this and apply control chakra outside of the context of the Sasuke Orochimaru thing, would you or could you do that? To say this is just ambiguous.
Obviously, you could use it in any similar situation.
You could for sure. I think it would have to be like Kamui said, in a similar situation, unless you're implying that there's like a certain type of chakra that allows for you to control people.
No. So I think, because this is, even though this obviously isn't what this is saying, I like this term, and so I've been using this to say what you've been saying about when you're out of chakra. That doesn't mean you're at absolute zero. You're out of your molded chakra, or in this case, your control chakra. That's the terminology I would use based on this, because it's in the series based on that.
Yeah, I don't think that's bad. I think that works. I do think it's probably more likely that it's like whatever chakra he had suppressing
Oh, absolutely. That is the case.
Probably,
I'm using it wrong on purpose.
But I do like your I like that interpretation of it, though. I think it is interesting.
Thank you. Okay, so
Space has been rocking with us this entire time. That's
Space is an OG. I have a community poll asking who our number one fan is, and Space is winning by like 70%.
Let's go.
I mean, to be fair, Space is always in the Discord audience. Shout out the Discord.
Join the bin link. Okay. So,
do we want to quickly blitz through any of these random Sage topics you have, Oodie?
I do.
I at the very least want to know what the Minato Hashirama translation is.
Oh, I got you. I'll send it to you.
Right I don't know what it
Kamui,
is, I want to know.
Kamui, are you in my Discord server?
Yeah.
It is in translations. But I can.
Okay.
We got a lot of Sage topics.
I know. I searched Sage and I see Oodie has like 10.
Here, Ood, I'll send this. I'll just forward this to you. I'll send it to you as well, Kamui. So I just forwarded those messages to you, or that translation to you guys.
Yeah, so I think the reason I wrote this down is because of the first generation Hashirama thing. So I did translate this for Thunder God when the chapter first came out, and I haven't gone back to check what my translation was on this. But your argument is that he's referring to Hashirama as first generation because that just is something that the other Hokage do with one another at other points in the series.
Yes. Whenever Hashirama sees Minato and he's like, "Who are you?" and he's like, "Oh, I'm the fourth." And he's like, "The fourth Hokage," and it's translated as fourth Hokage in the Viz. It's just fourth. It's Yodame. And then if you look at this is going to be a different translation, but the important thing is this is the Hashirama, or the Hiruzen mistrans. If you look at these, it's something super interesting. When you look at his title on there, on the databook page, it's literally third generation. That's literally what that would translate to. Hokage is not in there in the title. The black section there.
Yeah.
Right by his head. You know what I'm talking about? So that's just how they're referred to. They're referred to as first generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation. And then Hobbs told me, I think it was Hobbs. It was either you or Hobbs, but
the death thing?
Yeah. Was that you?
I don't think I told it to you, but I definitely told it to Thunder God at some point. So it probably was Hobbs, but coincidentally, I also know it.
Yeah, so the reason why that third kanji is added on there is because if it's by itself originally, I think this is my understanding of it, that it sounds like death. So they add the third one on there so it sounds differently. It changes the pronunciation of the collective word. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So but the fire shadow, if you at the bottom of the highlighted section, I know that you know this because you understand Japanese, but that's fire shadow. That's Hokage, right? That's not in the title. But if you look at the English translations that are out there, that's third Hokage. This is how they're understood. If you look at the every time he's called third Hokage, not every time, but a lot of the time when he's called third Hokage in the manga, it's just third generation. So yeah, I think it's far more likely that what's happening there is there, and I have the Hashirama. I'll send this to you, Minato. Here we go. So this is what Hashirama calls Minato, fourth generation.
Yep.
Same thing, Yodame.
Yodame.
So yeah, so it's that's just how they're referred to. So. And you know this too. The con there will be an indicator of a possessive article, right? So if it's saying this thing belongs to this person, right? The first generation will be different than first generation. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I imagine that if it was saying the generation of the first Hokage versus first generation as a title, that we would know. Correct.
Japanese omits literally whatever it can all the time, usually the subject of the sentence. Like, to be fair, English does this as well. You wouldn't go up to like your dad and say, "Father, I am a hungry person." You just go up to him and be like, "Hungry," and he would know what you mean. So, we do the same thing all the time. It's just because we're English natives, we understand all the ways you can say something, and we don't even think about it.
Yeah. But I imagine, like, you as somebody who understands Japanese, whenever you look at this and you see first generation, and like in the context of knowing that this is how they're referred to, right? Then if Kishimoto was trying to indicate that he hasn't seen a shinobi like this since the generation of Hashirama, not since first generation Hashirama, that there would be some kind of delineation between those two things, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I would say on this one in particular, it's followed by to, which is the particle to indicate, based on the previous thing. It's like, you're called the fourth generation. Ho is obviously just an exclamatory just in general. Like, you could say that in English, like, oh, ho! And then na would be similar. It's just expressing the gleefulness. Like, you are! Wow, that's crazy! It's like that. So it's like, you're called the fourth or the fourth generation. Whoa! Basically.
Yeah.
That's how that's going.
So it's like, so yeah, that's my thing. Is like, this is just how they're referred to. I don't know who the person is that did the translation for Noodles. O2, I think was what they called him, something like that. But either they just didn't have the same level of grasp on this that somebody like yourself or Hobbs has, or they potentially had a bit of an agenda.
I don't think it's that. To be fair, just based on Japanese translations, they're translating it correctly, because I don't think this is, whereas this is a Japanese understanding, this is obviously a you understand Naruto thing more so than anything.
Yeah, so but the generation of the first Hokage, it's like that versus, like, if you understand Naruto, right, and you understand this is a title, first generation Hashirama, then you would translate this to first generation Hashirama. You wouldn't translate it to Hashirama's first generation. So, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense that way.
I'd have to go back and check what is being said. I don't remember. It could be either way based on the Minato manga. Here, it's obviously, he's not saying that Minato is the fourth generation. He's saying he's the fourth Hokage. But in the other one, it might be
I have the kanji on the forwarded translation. Like, the kanji is on there. You scroll back up right there in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
And then, like, the highlighted section is the part that would be for Hashirama, first generation.
Okay. Here, let's just go see what I sent to Thunder God real quick. Might as well. Put some pictures. I'm not just linking anything.
But this was something that, like, I hadn't heard anybody really talk about. Like, the fact that this is just a title that they have. Like, they're just called first generation, second generation, third generation. Like, I'm fairly positive as well that like Tobirama and Hashirama in Data Book 1, they're in the same way that Hiruzen is directly called third generation. In his Data Book page, they're also called first generation, second generation. Minato is also just called fourth Hokage, but it's fourth generation is what it like would translate to. So, like, definitely just a title that they have, but I do think, like, you have to know that going into it to understand the difference between, like, it being in reference to his generation and it being in reference to, like, him.
Yeah. Okay, so here's where I'll start. So this is a part that really matters in the translation of what we're caring about here. So Hashirama's name is this, and names in Japanese are a little weird because they have meanings of words that already exist, unlike most names in English, but some of these names in English do apply. For example, Destiny is like the name of a horse, or like Summer is the name of a girl, etc., etc. April, even, the name of a month is also a name of a girl. So we get that in English as well, but it doesn't mean the same thing as in Japanese, obviously. But Hashirama basically means and acts something like a pillar for the future generations. That's like what his name translates to in Japanese. And again, the translation of a name, their meaning of their name means more than it does in English. You see this directly in Death Note when Light is saying what the kanji of his name represents. So that's a pretty cool scene. That's like just directly there. That's a side tangent. Anyways, then okay, so getting to the next important part. So getting into the meat of it, first Hokage is nowhere to be found. The translator made it up. Okay. I remember why I was saying this. It's because he sent me the Viz translation that's saying first Hokage, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But it is in reference to Hashirama being the one who started the village, but that isn't important. So I am basically saying what you're saying. It's in reference to Hashirama, but that's not what is the important part based on that.
Yeah, despite, because like I said, like, and this is one of the things that whenever Surfbone and Noodles reacted to our video, one of the things I said is like, the dude that translated this to me or for me was like specifically said like Hokage is not in this, and generation is, but it's first generation, and this is a title that he carries. That's how he's referred to. And they pause and they're like, wait, so he's going against his own translator's interpretation? Like, no. As if people don't understand that this is a title. Like, this is how he's referred to, is first generation. Like, it's very rare actually that you'll see the kanji for Hokage included in statements about them, unless it's just like talking about them in reference to the other Hokage, or unless it's just like saying that they became Hokage.
In the anime, I was trying to think. I could just be remembering wrong for like the sub, because I have watched more of the dub than the sub, but I feel like they just say Yondaime or Sandaime or whatever. Yeah, they don't say Hokage after.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be another indication of this, how they talk for this.
Well, it wouldn't be another. Yep. It's the same indication. It's just in the
anime. Yeah,
exactly. Well, what I'm saying is another is it's not just the manga. They're doing it in the anime.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Now I will say as a caveat, if we're going to use specifically Naruto knowledge in context, Kurama's the one saying this. I do somewhat low-key say it's more likely Kurama would be referring to the generation rather than Hashirama. I don't think Kurama would refer to Hashirama like that in particular.
Why not?
I don't think it would be in Kurama's character.
Why not?
Well, I'd say, okay, we can check. If we get the raws for when Minato shows up in the pain arc to stop Naruto, I know in the anime he calls him Fourth Hokage! He doesn't call him Minato. So if he just says Yondaime, that's a good indication.
Okay, you know what? I'll concede based on that. Okay. Assuming that's the case, if you want to look for it.
I'll try and see if we can find it, but I don't know.
I mean, that's weird because, okay, so the problem, so why not? So to give you my answer, Kurama's not a ninja or a Konoha shinobi. He's not going to care about this honorific of a title of Kage in general. Does he even know Hashirama was Hokage? Does he even care what Hokage means in general? I don't even know if he knows.
So, well, it's not like he's calling him like Lord first. You know what I mean?
Whereas I understand,
he's just calling him like first generation. Just like how like the third Hokage is called third generation. This is 440, by the way. Let me pull up the raws. Okay. This is gonna be this is gonna be an interesting pull, Kamui. This is gonna be a crazy pull, like off the top.
That is interesting.
This is
like okay. So I gotta look in English to see what he's saying in English to cross compare. So I have the raws. I'm just gonna figure out which panel.
The kanji for Hokage is present there, so he does call him Yodaime Hokage there. Okay. Let me see if there's.
There's got to be somewhere else. Now I will say, Kurama's whole narrative is everyone calls him the nine-tailed fox demon beast, QB. He's not referred to as Kurama. Nobody ever cared to ask his name. Mito didn't. Everyone else didn't. That's his whole thing. Yeah. So I feel like because that's the reason he's so hateful and spiteful towards everyone else. He's lashing out. I would imagine that hateful energy is probably coming from the same place. He would want to project that onto everyone else. So it'd be weird to me if he's referring to Hashirama in a kind of way that everyone else would, I suppose.
Let me see if, because he refers to the fourth again whenever Naruto masters his chakra.
Okay. And again,
when
all
he's
of this would
like-
be strictly Naruto knowledge, nothing Japanese related in this.
Yeah.
conversation, yeah.
Where's this at? Where he says like he's like even better than Minato and Kushina.
W. Kamui for fact checking the Academy test question. Shout out Giannis. Would love to see it. Editor San goofed up. Basic clones are optical illusions. Just like when Sakura did it against Zaku. I swear she does it. It might be anime only. I swear she uses clones at one point. Because there's a part where 3 Sakuras are running at someone.
That's no.
Yeah,
that's
I know
Ino fight. Ino fight.
Yeah.
That's the Ino fight?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way, those clones just like transparatize into reality. There's no poof or anything, if I'm correct.
Yeah. The regular clone jutsu clones don't do the poof of smoke.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Okay, so I don't remember. Do the clones like come out of Sakura similar to like Killua, or do the clones just like appear out of thin air where they already are running next to her?
Yeah, they come out from like
they
behind her.
beside her, I believe.
Okay. It's kind of like Limbo in a regard in that case.
It's really weird.
Kind of, if like they were invisible and interacted with you.
yeah, it's almost like the inverse of Limbo.
Kamui in a sense, but
they should have had that be Limbo's whole thing. It's the antithesis of the normal clone jutsu, the very first technique in the entire series, basically.
That's a cool idea.
The weakest jutsu turned into the strongest.
When Kurama is like, he's like talking about Naruto's ability to share his chakra.
He might just say Minato at that point of the story is the only problem.
Yeah, he might.
That's probably similar to like 645, whatever. It's gonna be. Oh no, I think it's around. It's when he does the Minato flying Raijin thing with Obito against Obito to get him out of the barrier or whatever. So
yeah,
let's try 647.
Regular clones don't cast shadows where shadow clones do, which is also another factor.
That's very strange. Makes sense though.
Yeah.
647. Let's see.
It wasn't 647.
It's close though. It's like basically like we're almost there.
Let's try 646. Divine Tree. He did it with the Divine Tree, didn't he? So yeah, so 648. Yeah, 649. Not there. 650.
Dude, that's where I'm at as well. I'm like, where in the world is this at?
Now they're going Majestic Guitar. Okay, it's got to be earlier. Okay, 642. That's too early. Fist bump. Okay, 643 is probably it.
Yeah, that's where the fist bump happens. I couldn't find the statement. I might have overlooked it.
Yeah,
it's definitely way earlier than this.
So, by the way, based on a ton of context that I was telling TG, the way I was basically translating this is Kurama's essentially saying that Minato, or like questioning whether or not Minato is Hashirama's successor.
Oh, that's badass.
Right? Yeah. Like the shinobi following Hashirama.
Let's go. Skipping over both Tobirama and Hiruzen. W. Well, what's interesting about that too is, and I would love to get your opinion on this as well. The Hiruzen one that I sent you says he's the strongest of the successive generations.
All right.
Right? So that would mean he only has the reputation of being stronger than the ones before him, not stronger than Minato, which maintains the like part one
you
narrative.
Look at how Hiruzen and everyone talks about Minato. They all put Minato above Hiruzen at the very least. I mean, Minato early on was just implied to be the strongest Hokage ever. Clearly, that was changed, but like, he was definitely over Hiruzen.
Well, and here's the thing, like, I don't even think it's a retcon. Which, by the way, tell me if you have any issues with that translation. Because I translated that, and then I was like, wait, it seems like whoever translated the first time, because the original translation everyone appeals to is the strongest Hokage in history, revered as the professor. That's the translation everyone refers to. But it got it backwards, apparently. And I said this to Hobbs, and he was like, yeah, no, like what you have on there is correct. They had it backwards.
Well, I might just be having Mandela effect. I always remember everyone saying revered as the strongest. That was always the debate.
Yeah. No, so in the body of that text, at if you like slide over to the Hiruzen like data book page, that bottom, so you have like the top bubble, like the top blurb, and then like that middle blurb, like right next to the highlighted section, you have the revered as the strongest Hokage in that section. The strongest Hokage of the successive generations is what it says. But the title, like the big highlighted title, had always been translated to just the strongest Hokage, revered as the professor, which is obviously wrong. Like when you look at the kanji, that's not what that says. It says the professor, in quotations, revered as the strongest Hokage of the successive generations. So what's interesting about that is not only is it not a direct statement anymore, because that was the only direct statement that said it. There's like 6 statements that say he's revered as the strongest Hokage of the successive generations. But and like even those had been translated to the strongest Hokage. He's revered as the strongest Hokage in history. And you know this as somebody who understands Japanese. If you scroll down to like the blue part, like that last note, that first kanji, or one of those kanji means history. And then, but if you put them back to back, it means successive generations, correct?
That makes sense. I do know these individual kanjis. So okay, this is a part where linguists of Oodie is hard. I would have to look up successive because we're using it so specifically.
Yeah. So
like, I don't even know this word in English enough.
If you copy paste that into G-Show, it'll give you successive generations.
Yeah.
But I figured I would ask you because I know that you also.
I will say there's more than one kanji for history that has different meanings. So there's the one that you're referring to. Here's another one, for example. Both of these are within like the first couple hundred kanji that you learn, but again, they have different meanings. I don't remember the exact.
When you
difference.
pair those,
I think one's like older history.
When you pair those two together, though, you put like those 2 kanji in there.
Yeah.
That are. Yeah, it translates to successive generations, which is interesting because then it's like that specifically precludes Minato, which upholds the like unrivaled strength narrative from part 1, you know. But it doesn't necessarily like it doesn't necessitate a retcon, because if he was just outright called the strongest of the successive generations as opposed to being revered as the strongest, and then we find out later on that Hashirama is clearly stronger than him, then that would necessitate a retcon. Or that Hashirama, or that Hiruzen his prime was just an absolute animal.
This is a difference. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, to be honest, I am going to say retcon for the simple fact that when Kishimoto made the Edo Tensei in the Konoha Crusher, he absolutely did not have Hashirama and Tobirama nerfed at the time. Hiruzen just did beat them. Old man Hiruzen. So Hiruzen was originally just stronger than them, but he later clearly came by.
So here's where I'll give Kishimoto a bit of leeway. We get 2 statements in the war arc. Now, this is later, obviously, so it could still be a retcon. But the fact that it's worded as revered as the strongest as opposed to just the strongest, you could argue maybe Kishimoto was just like doing that to be safe as opposed to like just calling somebody the strong, because like if you want to change it, right, you don't want like the strongest character in history to be in the first arc of the show, right? So he could have just been like playing it safe, but this is super interesting. I'm sending you a couple of things, Ood. In the war arc, we get two statements that are super interesting. We have Kabuto saying, many doubt that Hashirama's power was ever as strong as legends say, just like they think the Sage of Six Paths' power was also a fairy tale. So the people who are making these claims just like don't believe that Hashirama was as strong as he was. They're like, nope, not possible. Total fairy tale, fabrication.
Whereas this is like direct evidence, I do think something that isn't in the manga but would be stronger would be the fact that nobody saw Hashirama use Sage Mode. He used that when he was already out of the village.
Yep, 100%. And then go to the next picture that I sent you. Down at the bottom. So that Konoha Shinobi dude, he's like, so this is the battle capacity of our predecessors? For sure, we just get in the way if we tried to join in. Like, and keep in mind, this is Hashirama in a wood golem facing the true form Susanoo. This is not Hashirama on the Buddha statue facing the perfect Susanoo, right? Yeah. So like these guys have no clue. And then if you go to when do you know exactly what chapter it is? I think it's 589, maybe? When the perfect Susanoo is shown for the first time. If I hit that on the head, that's gangster.
Kamui, do you know?
Oh, it's 589. Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
So if you go to 589, look at what Tsunade says in response to seeing the perfect Susanoo for the first time. Go all the way up to the top. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
I can't believe grandfather fought him. Not even Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama, has a proper view of how strong Hashirama was, because Hashirama didn't fight him. Hashirama beat the brakes off of him. So it's like nobody that is making these claims that Hiruzen is the strongest of the successive generations actually knows what they're talking about. So it like just kind of
add, I don't think that the average people knew that Hashirama caught and distributed the Biju. Because they were making a big deal that Minato stopped the Ninetales, the Obito. I don't think they'd be making such a big deal if they knew that Hashirama did it like 7 times.
Yeah. Well, and then like even when Kakashi gets to the final valley, after Naruto and Sasuke's fight, when he arrives, it's like 233 or 234. I think it's
234 or 5, probably 233. They're still fighting.
So 234, the end of 234. You get halfway through 234, you get a panel where keep going down.
Oh damn.
Go down, right, keep going down. He says, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, keep going. Sorry. Oh. I'm tripping. Yeah, no, keep going down, sorry.
Okay, it's gonna be below this thing.
Right. No, back up. Right there. Of course they picked this place. Now scroll down to the next page. How ironic. Yes, they say this river was born from a scar left by a pair of warriors long ago. It's legend. Right? So it's like that just, even all the way back in part 1, like Kishimoto was cooking with this. Like they say this river was born from a scar left by a pair of warriors long ago. That pair of warriors was Madara and Hashirama. Even Kakashi is acknowledging this as like something that people say. He's not acknowledging it as like historical fact necessarily. So we have like, when you put it all together, Hiruzen said to be revered as the strongest of the successive generations. We then know not even Tsunade knows how strong her grandfather was. Other Konoha Shinobi that are around during present day don't know how strong Hashirama and Madara were. And so, therefore, we can't, and we don't know where the rumor started that he was the strongest. Like we can't verify the source. right?
What if Hashirama started it?
Yeah, right. Like maybe just like to downplay himself. So it's like, all that being said, I don't think it necessitates a retcon, since we already have all these built-in things that tell us that these things are kind of like legend. Like, people don't consider these things to be factual. When we first hear about the Sage of Six Paths, he's considered a legend. He's considered like a fairy tale, like a bedtime story. So yeah, I think
well,
I think like
Sage, I have an even funnier thing to add on to your interpretation. This only bolsters it. So Kakashi's saying like, oh, they say 2 like random shinobi made this scar, and then he goes on to specify like the 2 men who built Konoha Village, whose statue loom arose. But he's it's almost as if saying these 2 men weren't the ones who fought here.
Yeah, it's crazy. So like this is why, to kind of put a bow on tonight's stream, because I am going to hop off here soon. I need to go to bed. But to kind of put a bow on it, like...
I will end it off on this, since this is like a sort of an off-stream conversation we could have another time anyways. But me and Kamui for like months have been just like planning to talk to you in a VC about acting, because we want to get into it too. So let's do that at some point. And I'm not talking about like the soft skills of like, oh, don't give up when it gets hard. No. I want you to tell me the specific, like, what angle do I take for my face shots and stuff like that.
Oh, I got you. I can help you out with that.
Okay, bet.
All the technical stuff it's kind of weird to say this. But I've technically, this is my 9th year acting. Professionally, I started acting. I did my first feature that I got paid for in 2018, came out in 2019. So before that, I didn't get paid. I did a couple projects like for free because they were super low budget. But so technically, if you want to say like as a professional actor, been going at it for about 7 years. But in that, I've been able to learn some stuff along the way about how to navigate the career side of things. So I can definitely help you guys out with that. That's not a problem at all.
Bet. Awesome. Yeah, we'll definitely do that at some point. Hopefully,
I think it'd be fun.
Hopefully before the next stream.
It is fun. Yeah. Well, that being said, it is 3:00. I have to be up in 3 hours. So I'm gonna hop off of here. But you guys have a wonderful night. It's been good chatting with you guys. And I think we got a lot of really cool conversations and maybe some fun sound bites that might be floating around for a little bit out there, depending on who's watching.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for coming on, Sage. All your links are in the description below and all those other fun places. So definitely anyone listening, if you aren't knowing who Sage is, that's kind of crazy if you don't. But if you don't, it's definitely check there. So there you go.
I appreciate you, brother. Well, you guys have a good night, and I will catch you guys next time.
All right, peace.
See ya.
Okay, so Kamui. That is a pretty nice note to wrap stream up on, but we did have more things to say. So what do you want to do?
I mean, I'm fine to keep going. I was waiting for that, but so.
Okay, so back to the Naruto Symphonic Orchestra.
I was gonna ask you. I was gonna say earlier, you never did tell me what the actual orchestra was like.
Well, I've covered up to the part to where I parked.
Exactly. So we haven't even gotten to the actual show.
So I'm like walking to the destination, realistically running because I'm like running late. Like, oh my gosh, it starts at 7:30. It's like 7:32. Oh no, am I missing it? I don't know. Well, for the other shows at the Cobb Galleria, they started a couple minutes late. So maybe I'm not, that's my copium. I'm just going to hope. So I'm like running there. It's 6 minutes and then it's like 2 minutes, like a minute later because I'm running. It's like, I told you I was going pretty good. There's like a couple crosswalks. I have to look at my phone. So I'm making sure I'm not being hit by a car when it's like turning the 90-degree angle around the turns and stuff, so I gotta be careful. I'm like asking people or like around, hey, is it this way? But I see in the distance, so I know which way to go. There's like homeless people, so I'm like, oh no, don't rob me. That's not actually there were homeless people, but it's not relevant. Okay, so I get there. It's like the Fox Theater. It's so cool. It's all lighted up and stuff. The lights actually were really cool though. Like it's basically a light show, like for Christmas or whatever. It's like this huge theater. Like it's not like a movie theater. It's like it's like a plaza, if that makes sense. So it's almost like a casino in a sense, to where it's like movie theaters are just happening to be there, I think is a good way to describe it. But like there's like police and like freaking airport securities. It's like all sorts of stuff there. Okay, here's the fun part. So the ticket on my phone, it wasn't done yet. There was extra steps. So I had to get out of line to download my ticket properly. That didn't take long. It only took like 3 or 4 minutes, but I still had to do it. And it wasn't like I could just get back in line where I already was. I didn't have to go like the back of the line or anything. Not that the line was long in the first place, but so that was an aspect. That was fun, but I got that working. So okay, I probably should watch what I say here, but I think it's fine. So I don't want to say the security didn't care or was lax or anything like that, but for the most part, nobody was minding me any business. It's like the guy that's like, oh, looks like your ticket isn't working, as I'm scanning it at like the scanner. It's like, yeah, you should go over there to like download it. So I go do that, and then I come back, I scan it. Nobody says anything, and I just walk in past like 3 or 4 or 5 security guards who just like don't say anything. Like, I guess they saw me scan my ticket, but I don't even know if they did. Like, nobody's like, all right, you're good to go. It's like nothing like that. It's just, I just walked in alone, because I went alone. It's like, I didn't say anything to anyone, and nobody said anything to me. So it's like, okay. It's like, I kept doing that past all of these security, like, it was like a Congo line of security guards all the way to my seat, basically. I did ask, like, well, I'm in row T, section GRA, where is that? And then, unironically, 3 times in a row, I did that. The security guard, it's different people. The security guard people were just like, oh yeah, follow that crowd. Just following strangers up and down staircases and everything to my seat. And then, I don't know, like, so the third time is like actually in the theater area. It was a lot smaller than I was expecting. Not that it was small by any means, but just like in comparison to like Cobb Galleria, which is where I was expecting, it was a lot smaller, at least from what I understood. Maybe I just got a closer row than I was expecting. But okay, so the third time it happens is at like the entrance to the theater. It's like, oh yeah, follow those people. So I was like, okay. So I follow them. And they just like walk to the front to where all the seats are taken in the front, because obviously, I just like look back, and he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him like, what do you want me to do? And he just like doesn't do anything. I'm just standing there awkwardly for like 10 seconds, not knowing where my seat is or what I'm supposed to do. And so I like, clearly he doesn't want me to walk back and ask him what I'm supposed to do. So I just like sit down in an open seat next to me, like near the middle-ish front, where my seat definitely wasn't. It's like I was expecting at some point for someone to walk in and be like, excuse me, you're in my seat, what are you doing? Like a security guard be like, excuse me, I need you to escort you to your seat, sir, or I'm gonna have to kick you out or something. Nobody ever said anything. Like, that security guard knows I wasn't in my seat. So it wasn't even close. He just didn't care. Nobody cared. So I just got a closer experience that I paid for.
Seat all along. The security guard knew. He was just waiting for you to figure it out. So when you sat down, he was like, he finally figured it out.
Like, to be fair, the theater wasn't full, so it's not like it mattered that I was in my assigned seat in the first place. But you'd imagine the security guards would care. Like, they don't know if I'm going to sit in a seat that somebody else is going to come and claim anyways. But I mean, I'm glad I got a seat much closer to the front than I bought. It's like I got a couple, like, tens of dollars worth of free value there. Not that I was, like, at the very tippy front or anything. I was, like, halfway to the front. But, like, it was, like, in a normal movie theater, I was probably, like, towards the middle-ish, maybe a little bit further back. And it's like on the left side, but it doesn't really matter. But like, that's about how close I was to the front. But like, if you consider that compared to like a normal Galleria, which is ginormous, where you'd be like 2 football fields away from the front. It's like, it's insane how close I was. But I'm not complaining. Okay. So here's the part where it begins. And I think it's more fun if I just let you ask questions, since you have no idea what to expect. It's like,
well, I've heard, so like, first of all, they played anime scenes, right? Like on the big screen.
So here's the fun part. Okay. So they played all of Naruto Part 1. No Shippuden or Boruto at all. Only Naruto Part 1. But they covered from episode 1 up to Naruto leaving for the time skip. But obviously, this was over the course of like 3 hours with a 20-minute intermission. So this was all of Naruto cut down, edited to like 2.5 hours. And that's the fun part. That's what I wrote down mid it's like watching the movie. Like I was totally engrossed enjoying it, but
what was into it?
Wait, what?
Like what they put in, you wrote down every like scene like that they did.
Well, I didn't write down the scenes. I have that in my memory because I want to tell you what they did and didn't leave in or cut out. But I wrote down other things that I thought was just crazy. Okay, but next question, because I'm sure you're... Okay, so realistically, when you go, assuming they do the same thing, assuming they're showing part 1, I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing.
Well, I was wondering, like, what if I get different scenes?
That'd be crazy. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure they're just using an edited version of Naruto that someone did at some point, but... So when you watch it, it's constant. It's not like it's a scene and then like they play a song and they play another scene for like 20 seconds. Or no, it is essentially literally a movie. But like if you were watching Naruto for the first time, you would be, I don't want to say absolutely lost and clueless, but you're following one storyline told as briefly as possible in the most absurd way possible based on where they cut. But we'll get into that, I guess, later. So I guess the best way you can see it, it's like a clip show, but like clips that just don't stop. Like it's one clip after another in like a cohesive order that can make sense because you've already seen the series. It's like a montage, but told immersively.
So like, for example, in the tuning exams prelims, like, do they like just did the prelims start like, I don't know, Hiruzen gives his speech and it just cuts to Naruto versus Kiba, or we get like Sakura versus Ino, Shino versus Zaku and stuff like that?
Okay. So I guess I'll start going into that. So I'll go from, I don't want to answer any specifics like that. I want to go in order from everything I remember. So by the way, I was there technically slightly late. When I walked in, Naruto was fighting Mizuki. I don't know what I missed before then, but obviously at the pace they're going, I missed like a minute or two. I might have missed like 3, 4, 5 minutes if they did like one of the Naruto openings beforehand, because they did do some of the Naruto openings between like different arcs or even at the intermission or also at the very end of the show after the anime had concluded technically.
Which, okay, I used to go in order. I don't know which openings they did.
Yeah, okay. So I walk in, Naruto beats up Mizuki at a very fast pace, which is already pretty fast as it is. And then they play Naruto Ending 1 Wind. And that was cool because, again, like, they're showing it on the screen or whatever, but, like, again, it is an orchestra. They have, like, the person waving the magic wand around telling people to play in the different instrumental, you know, the Squidward from the Band Geeks episode. They have that.
The composer.
Then, yeah, the composer. No, it's the Squidward from the Band Geeks episode.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Oh, I wish someone was playing mayonnaise there, but unfortunately it's only like trumpets and stuff. But it was really cool because like the dude playing the drums, he was like doing it like the cool way, like he was banging it like you'd expect the Japanese way to do it. It looked like there was a lot of Japanese people there in the band, but I wasn't too close to Jack. But there was like a male singer and a female singer, and that was really cool, like just seeing that live. So okay, here's the part that was really cool. First of all, it was very, very immersive. It really a very community fun driven experience because again, it wasn't like every seat in there was like full, but like there was like a couple hundred people in there probably. Like, I was just surrounded by people I obviously know are likely Naruto fans. It is kind of funny because there was like 1 or 2 people behind me that were like whispering to each other during a couple scenes, to the point that I couldn't tell if they were like, if it was one knowledgeable person telling another person because they have never seen Naruto what was happening. Because, like, for example, the sound 4 arrive at one point, and the person whispers and like, "That's the sound, ninja." Like, yup. That's right. I didn't know what to expect. But again, it was very community. It was very cool because a lot of the time people were clapping and cheering extremely loud. Like, this wasn't the normal movie going experience where everyone in there is quiet. Everyone in there is energetic and hyped up like they're watching a freaking Super Bowl. It was cool. It was awesome. I loved the community experience that it felt like. It really felt like a community. It made me feel glad to be a Naruto fan. And I will get into the specific moments people cheered at, because it was pretty cool. Okay, so they do the Mizuki fight, then they go to Naruto ending one wind, and then they cut to Iruka talking to Hiruzen for a couple minutes. And it's Hiruzen explaining Naruto, that he was like everyone like hated him, and then that like applied down to the kids as well. And then Iruka's like, "Oh, I didn't know that at all." And then I think from that scene, they cut to Naruto in the Hokage office with Tazuna stepping in. And Tazuna's like, "Yeah, I need protection because I need to build a bridge." And then it cuts to everyone on the bridge.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so they cut out the Demon Brothers. They cut out the first fight with Zabuza and meeting Haku and the tree climbing. They cut out Inari. Inari wasn't in this at all. It's Tazuna saying, "Protect me on the bridge." And then it cuts to Zabuza doing the Mist Jutsu on the bridge. I think they have one scene in between somewhere of Gato and Zabuza talking. They definitely do. Zabuza's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna behead him. Don't worry, Gato."
Yeah, it's probably the scene when he's like, "I'll go first."
Yeah, but they just cut to the bridge, and obviously Naruto's not there, but they don't address that. It's just funny. So they cut out like the 10% water clones, or Sasuke fighting Haku for a little bit, or Haku's one-handed hand signs, or Kekkei Genkai in general. It's just Haku has a forbidden technique, he says, and then the ice mirrors form. And then Kakashi runs towards him, and Zabuza's like, "Your enemy is me." And then we don't see the Kakashi-Zabuza fight at all, by the way. Like, the Sharingan's completely irrelevant. Chidori, we don't even see Chidori. It's by the way, we don't even see Haku die. He just stops existing on screen at one point, but we'll get to that in a minute. So, it's edited in a way to where it's not just skipping things. It's edited in a way to where when scenes cut back and forth, like the A story, then B story, A story, B story, it's just showing the A story and then just the B story. So from like the Kakashi-Zabuza perspective, Zabuza like stops Kakashi from running towards Sasuke. It's like, "Your enemy is me." And then the next time we see him is Kakashi having defeated Zabuza. You know, the thing of like, he slaps him and Zabuza's like sword does the swipe cut in the ground thing.
So
that's the next time we see him with like the kunai in his arm already.
Like, how much of the Haku fight did they show?
Okay, so it's the mirrors, and then I think the very next thing that happens is the shuriken hitting him in the face from Naruto. And then we don't get the scene of Naruto like getting inside the barrier and the goofiness there or anything there. We don't even get Naruto's iconic line of like, "I have arrived," because I think they're trying to like from a perspective of someone that doesn't know, I'm assuming they would imagine Naruto's on the bridge, just not being shown. So it's just like Naruto's throwing the shuriken, and then he's inside the barrier with Sasuke fighting. And they don't do like the I can see. They don't like do Sasuke firing fireballs or anything. They only do like the Senpon throw like once, I think. And then it's just Naruto is unconscious. And Sasuke protects him by like doing the thing where he grabs Naruto and like jumps out of the way. They don't even do the thing of like Sasuke grabs Haku and throws him to protect him. They do the thing where Haku uses Naruto as bait, but they don't like show that after that. They just cut from that to Naruto waking up. And Sasuke be like, you idiot! Oh, I wanted to kill my brother! And Naruto's like, I'm gonna kill you. And then they don't show the Nine-Tails fight. It cuts from I'm going to kill you to the final punch, to where Naruto punches Haku outside of the mirrors.
I mean, that's understandable there. So,
but again, the way it's cut, I think that was Haku's final scene. We don't get a scene of Naruto talking to Haku after this, and we don't get Haku saving Zabuza from the Chidori. That I think it's implied Naruto killed Haku with that punch from like a first person's watching perspective.
Do we get Naruto talk to Jutsuing Zabuza?
Okay, so this, in my opinion, is the most bizarre cut in the entire series. So first of all, no, we don't. What happens is Gato shows up and Zabuza like does the cool like tear off his like mouth cloth thing with his teeth. And that's the arc. That's it.
You didn't even see him kill Gato?
Nope. It just cuts away.
What?
Yeah, it cuts away. So Gato arrives and it's clearly bad, and Zabuza's like, you guys are no longer my enemy. I have no reason to fight you anymore. And that's it. Inari doesn't show up. The villagers don't show up. Kakashi, Naruto don't do shadow clones. That's it.
I feel like they skipped most of the most iconic and important and impactful parts of this edit.
What they do have somewhere, they might have had this a little bit earlier than the end of this, but what they do immediately after follows into this anyways, is they do show Sakura running over to Sasuke after the fight, Naruto being very sad about it, be like, oh, Sakura, and then they show Sakura crying. She doesn't say the like shinobi rule thing, but Tazuna has the like inner monologue of like, man, being a shinobi is tough. This must be what it's like. And then Sasuke wakes up, and then Sakura's like, Naruto, look, he's alive! And Naruto's like, oh, he is? That's crazy! And then they just walk away. That's the arc. So I guess they just left Tazuna on the bridge with Zabuza is the first person.
With Gato.
With Gato, yeah. He's like, don't worry, Tazuna, Zabuza's dead! See ya!
No, Zabuza's still alive in this series.
That's true as well, yeah.
It's just not your enemy.
It's not your, yeah! Well, he said it, so it must be true. Oh my god. Okay, so again, after that, I think they play, they might play another ending or something. Or, you're gonna hate this. They cut to Anko introducing the Forest of Death.
Oh, they just skip the written exam.
Not just the written exam, introducing the tuning exams as a entire concept. It's just Anko introducing the Forest of Death outside of the tuning exams. Because the funniest thing, afterwards, at some point, I don't remember exactly when. Actually, no, I think I do remember. It's after the Forest of Death, before the prelims. I think they cut back to like episode 20 or 21 to where they do explain the tuning exams for a minute.
How do they do that? Out of order.
Yeah, no, a couple things just straight up were out of order. I think that might be one of them. I might just be wrong on a couple of these, but okay, so So they Anko doing the thing, she's explaining it, but like they don't do the thing. So they don't do like the Naruto chicken dance that Animate Balls Deep loves to use that gif of. They don't do the scene of like Naruto getting the cut on his cheek or Orochimaru picking up the kunai. I think you dropped this with his tongue. They don't do any of that. So I think they cut from that to in 30 minutes the signal to start will shoot off. They cut from that to the signal being started, and then like everyone running inside, and then and then we cut to Team 7 running inside, and then they stop, and then it's a wind blast, and Sasuke's like, oh, it's an attack, and then it's Orochimaru.
I mean, that's more understandable.
That is understandable, but it's kind of hilarious. Because, like, the scene immediately before that is Orochimaru talking, I guess it's Sakon and Ukon, about, like, oh, we gotta find those kids. They can't be far. And then the very next scene is Sasuke like, it's a wind attack! And then it's Orochimaru.
Found him.
Found him, yeah. So this one is also kind of funny because they don't do like the password or anything. Obviously, they obviously don't fight the Oda Rose group or anything. They just don't exist in this at all. So Sasuke doesn't have like a fear moment. It's just Naruto goes to fight him. Again, there's no fear moment at all. Naruto runs at him, and Orochimaru does the summoning. That's how the fight starts. Because, again, the thing before this was the wind blast, and Orochimaru's just introduction. So the very next thing is Orochimaru, or Naruto runs at Orochimaru, and Orochimaru does the summoning jutsu. And then it cuts to Orochimaru on the snake, and he charges towards Sasuke, and Naruto stops him. In his like QBI form. Like they cut out everything else, like Naruto going into the QBI form and like punching the snake. That's just not in this. It's just
Does he still do the scaredy cat thing?
They did do it, but I don't remember it being focused.
They didn't do it the first time, which is what it's a callback to in the first place.
I don't remember if they did do the scaredy cat line. They definitely showed the scene though. But either way, they do the scene of Orochimaru lifting Naruto up with his tongue from that pose and doing the tetragram. So even being like, oh, the nine-tailed fox. They did a lot with Orochimaru. He was clearly like the central focus villain of this quote-unquote movie. Like he was the bad guy from like almost beginning to end. Because the movie focused a lot of their edits on Orochimaru in particular. Which is kind of cool.
That makes sense.
It does make sense for part one, yeah. Since that he is the enemy of part one throughout like all of it. I'm not even gonna count the introduction.
Do they do the filler stuff?
No, they don't do any filler stuff.
Okay, because I was gonna say, on one hand, it makes sense if they're gonna do all of Naruto, but it's especially funny to be cutting out Land of Wave stuff for like the mailman filler episode.
No, I completely agree. There are a couple scenes that was peculiar that they left in, especially for as long as they did, considering everything else they cut out, but we'll get to that later. One thing I did like is I'll also mention since I did leave it out, they left out like episodes like 1 through 5, which would include like the bell test and everything, but what they did include is like the post academy graduation to where like Aruka's putting them on teams. They also showed the scene of this is funny, the scene of like them like introducing themselves to Kakashi, where Kakashi's like, this is my hobbies and my interests and whatever, and then like Sakura's like, oh, we didn't learn anything at all, except they didn't show Team 7 introducing their interests. Like, we don't get Sasuke like, oh, I want to kill a certain someone. We don't get Sakura being like, oh, what I like is or anything. Like, we don't get any of that. We only get Kakashi being like, his generalities of like, yeah, I have hobbies. I don't know why they show that. It's ridiculous. But yeah, so they show the scene of like, and on Team 7, it's Naruto with Sakura, and Sakura's like, I'm doomed, and Naruto's like, yippee, and then like, and Sasuke, and Naruto's like, I'm doomed, and Sakura's like, yippee, but like, they don't show like Hiba being like, ah ha ha, you losers, your sensei isn't even here. They don't show like the eraser dropping on Kakashi of like Naruto's prank, and Sakura liking it, and Sasuke low-key liking it. They don't do anything like that. Again, they skipped the bell test entirely. It just got straight to the land of waves, but whatever. Okay, it's back to the Force of Death. So I mentioned that because they do include Sakura's really cool moment here of like saving Naruto because he's gonna fall from that distance, so she throws the kunai to like save him or whatever. But then obviously after that, you get Sasuke fighting Orochimaru. He might mention
but did
Itachi.
they include Sakura's line there? Like, at least Naruto's doing something.
No, they don't. They don't do that. They don't include that. So I don't think Sasuke's scared in this version. It's just Naruto fought him for like 2 seconds by running at him when he summons the snake and then defending the snake from biting Sasuke, and that's the fight. And then Sasuke just fights Orochimaru. They leave a lot of it in here, but the most funny thing they cut out is, so Sasuke does like the rope thing, the wire thing, I should say, and even Orochimaru's commenting out, like they're doing it all hype. It's like, oh, his Sharingan, he's one with the ropes. And then they cut out the fire style. So Orochimaru gets pinned to the tree, and then Orochimaru just walks forward to get out of the ropes.
Wait, but so does he have the burn mark and they just don't address it, or did they like edit that out somehow?
I don't remember, but like he didn't seem to burn to me. I was more so just in awe the fact that they cut out the fire style. Pinned to the tree and then he's not. It's ridiculous. And then obviously they do like the curse mark biting thing, and then he goes away. They don't do Anko versus Orochimaru, but then the craziest part.
But do they do Rock Lee versus the Sound Team?
Okay, so actually, I'm pretty sure that was the final scene in the Force of Death. Sasuke getting the curse mark. The final scene. They showed nothing else. Nothing else.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the final scene. Yeah, so again, and then they cut to explaining the tunings before the prelims. So the prelims was interesting. I don't think they cut out anything from the Sasuke versus Yoroi fight. It was excruciating long in comparison to the rest of the very highly cut montage.
Bro, they left Sasuke versus Yoroi, but they cut
like the entirety of it. Yeah, it was like 10 minutes long. It's ridiculous. All of it. It's ridiculous. But yeah, so they left all of that. And then they immediately cut to Sasuke being like, oh, I want to watch all the others. And Kakashi's like, no, we gotta go, sorry. And then they just show that next. Sasuke sealing the curse mark, and then Orochimaru, Kakashi sealing the curse mark, and Orochimaru coming up and being like, ah, he's mine. We don't see Kakashi do the Chidori or anything, or like, oh, he could have taken my head off at any moment.
Chidori in this version.
Yeah, he hasn't used it. I don't think he does use it in this version at all. It's hilarious. Yeah, so it's just Orochimaru just leaves after like, yeah, that boy is mine. That's it. That's all. But then they do, I think the next thing they cut to is back to the prelims, and they had to show Lee versus Gaara. They had to show it. Now, to be fair, it's extremely montaged, of course.
Wait, they skipped to Lee versus Gaara, so they skipped even Naruto versus Kiba?
Actually, I think they show it out of order. I think they show Naruto versus Kiba after. No, it's funny because they're even calling it out that this is the 9th match of the Chunin exams. So they cut from the first fight to the 9th fight. All the other 8 fights were off screen, supposedly, I suppose, during the Kakashi Orochimaru moment. But yeah, so Lee versus Gaara.
Did they go back to any of them?
Technically, I guess Naruto versus Kiba. But no,
all
all of the others were cut out. Most importantly, they cut out Neji, and he's like the antagonist of this arc.
Yeah, but like, honestly, it makes more sense to cut Sasuke versus Yoroi than Hinata versus Neji.
I would have rather they cut Naruto versus Kiba than Neji's fight.
At the very least, have Neji like just talking to Hinata. At least all that stuff.
Exactly. No, but Neji's not there at all, which is hilarious because during a couple scenes, they do like a lot of like montages, like in the show, literal montage, like things that weren't cut out of like a lot of characters, like Konohamaru's team, just like looking inspired, or like Team 8 looking inspired, you know, Team 10 looking inspired, blah, blah, blah. Like they'll do this a lot. These characters just aren't in the movie. Like those are their only scenes of them, which is hilarious. Like especially Konohamaru, since they cut out episode 2, obviously. So like nobody knows who that is when they cut to him looking inspired. But they do that like 3 different times throughout part 1 that they show here, which is ridiculous. But whatever.
Why?
I don't know.
They cut out looking Nechi versus.
Yeah. Okay. So the Lee fight was tremendously cut down. Obviously, it had to be because it was like 3 episodes long. So Lee doesn't do any of the lotuses except for, I guess, the very end one. But he fights him for like 30 seconds to a minute. Then he takes off the bracelets, the ankle, the weights, because obviously they had to like cut none of that. Actually, it is funny. So they drop the weights and then they show like the first set of surprised faces and none of the others. Just the first one, I think. Like they said, what, a second and a half by cutting those out?
So Tamari's reaction?
I think so, yeah. Same for Naruto farting on Kiba. I think they only showed the first set of reaction there, which was Sakura. That's it. I will mention, they did actually show Hinata like 3 or 4 different times. They just cut to her during the Naruto versus Kiba fight. But like Sakura, but Hinata doesn't play a role at all. Those are her only scenes. Just her watching Naruto. Like, because again, they don't have the written test, and then Naruto doesn't talk to her later before fighting Neji. So those were the only times she was in the movie. Just watching Naruto like 4 different times during the Kiba fight, which was already tremendously cut down. But before we get to that, so the Lee versus Scar fight,
Sasuke versus Yoroi, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So again, Lee fights him for like a minute, drops the weight, which is practically not cut. And then he fights him again for like another minute before just going straight to the gates. It was a very short fight. They very obviously cut out a ton. But he goes straight to like the 3rd gate, maybe fights it for like a second, then like the 5th gate, does the pinball thing, then goes into the Lotus. They do a good job of like not cutting out the slowness of Gaara on the ground with Lee like crawling away with Gaara doing the sand coffin or whatever. And then like Guy like knocking the sand out of the way the very cool way. But they cut away after that. The guy knocking the sand away was the last part of the fight. They don't show Lee getting back up unconscious, which is very weird because as Lee is falling unconscious during the final sand coffin, he's like, "Oh, I can't fall here. It's my ninja way. I have to show I'm splendid." And then they just don't do that. Like, Guy isn't like, "Holy, it's okay, you've already proven it." No, they don't do that. Gaara doesn't look at us, "Oh, I quit." Like, nothing. That's just the end of it.
Make it kind of understand it for the short quickness, but
yeah, but still. So for Naruto versus Kiba, they cut out almost all of it. They obviously don't have any of the strategy. They don't include Naruto complaining about, "Oh, why does he get to do he has Akamaru, what the heck? Oh, he gets to have a pill." The pill isn't in it either. Just none of it. It's just he does like one Fang over Fang, and then it goes into the part. like he's not doing the "I'm the top dog around here" or getting up like 20 times after being knocked down of "I'm never gonna give up." There's just none of that. And Kiba just isn't a bully in this version. I don't even know if Kiba talks to him.
Why did they show so much of Sasuke versus Yoroi?
I don't know. Man,
I mean, in fairness,
yeah.
If you're going with the if this then this situation, well, if they were going to show 10 minutes of Sasuke versus Yoroi, it's no surprise they cut out everything else. I just don't know why it's so much of Sasuke versus Yoroi to begin with.
I mean, if people are saying that Sakura is useless, in this version, I think they low-key have a point. They only scenes we have of her are like her beating up Naruto at the very beginning when Naruto like does something. They also cut out the Naruto Sasuke kiss. They did include Sakura and Ino fighting over who gets to sit next to Sasuke. Like they left like a good 30 seconds of that.
Yeah, whole Sakura picnic scene with Naruto and Sasuke and stuff.
Yeah, they cut that out as well. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so they did not include much of Sakura at all. Actually, now that I think of it,
do they have Sakura's promise of a lifetime?
I think they cut that out. I was just thinking that. I think they cut that because they definitely cut out Sakura confronting Sasuke before he leaves the village. They cut all that out. So I think they did. Yeah.
Premise. They cut out the premise of the other.
Yeah, they cut out the lifetime promise. Now that I'm thinking about it, because we'll get to it later, but it's Tsunade tells Shikamaru to gather the team, and then we don't see Shikamaru gather the team. It's just the team already gathered at the gate, and then they go off on the mission. So yeah, nobody stops them, nobody says anything, they just leave. It's like within a span of like 30 seconds they do that. Hilarious. Okay. Anyways, okay. So going back in order. So back to the prelims. I think that's it because they don't show any of the other fights. To be fair, I wasn't expecting freaking Dosu versus Choji or like Konkoro versus Mizumi. Like, obviously they're gonna cut that out. That's understandable.
I was curious to see if they included that because I was like, if they did, I'd be like, oh wow,
that would be hilarious. So what do they cut to next? They might cut to the finals of Naruto versus Neji. Oh no. Okay, no. They do include a lot of Naruto and Jiraiya. There's a lot of Naruto and Jiraiya in this movie. So it's Naruto meets Jiraiya because
filler. That's hilarious.
That is, I guess, hilarious. Yeah. No, they did include some of the filler, like the "you're gonna die today." They included some of that because that's not in the manga.
Did they include like Naruto like running around chasing Jiraiya to get him to train him?
They like hint at it, but if they show it, it's only for like a couple seconds. It's not much at all.
Okay, because a lot of that filler too.
Yeah,
most of it.
So okay, yeah. So after the prelims, it cuts to Ebisu talking to Naruto right before Jiraiya shows up. So that's like, and then they show like that pretty much that whole scene because like they do a lot of the like you're a pervert stuff. Like they show Naruto's sexy jutsu with Jiraiya, and that convinces them. And like they don't edit any of that at all. That's just fully in there for like a couple minutes. That's like a long scene. And then they show Naruto summoning the tadpole, and then that's when they go into the "you're gonna die" thing, like right after that. And so they also leave that fairly unedited. Obviously, it was like a whole episode of like 20-something minutes, whereas in this it was like 5 minutes. But like it felt very seamless of Naruto falling down the chasm. He's trying to like, he doesn't try to grab the sides, but like Jiraiya at least says you have no other option. You have to do this. They don't like show any of the like Nine Tails training. Obviously, Naruto doesn't go like hug Sakura or anything like that. He doesn't go eat ramen or anything. They just go straight to "you're gonna die," then flicks him off the edge. But they do show a lot of the Naruto Kurama conversation. They might have cut some stuff out. Oh, to be fair, okay, he doesn't walk around the sewer system for like 10 minutes first. He's just already in the cage. He just immediately confronts
that
him.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah. So he summons Gamabunta. And then that's that. I think they cut from summoning Gamabunta. Yeah, no, they do. Because I thought that was jarring, considering Naruto doesn't use Gamabunta against Neji. They cut from that to the Neji fight. So it's not like Gamabunta jumps out. No, they cut from him summoning Gamabunta to the Neji fight. Gamabunta doesn't jump out. He's not looking for Jiraiya. He doesn't even think Jiraiya is summoning. He's just like, what am I doing down here? And they cut to the Neji fight. Like, Naruto doesn't stay on his head all day for like the training thing or whatever. It's just not there. Nothing else is there. It's like confronting like Agara in the hospital when he's trying to kill Lee. None of that is there either. I don't think like anything else is there. It's just straight to the Neji fight. So yeah, so they show
Naruto doesn't have a vendetta against in this version.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't, because like you're saying, he just doesn't do that in this fight. There's no 64 palms. There's no Neji forehead speech. None of it. It's they fight for like a minute or two, and then Naruto just uses the Nine Tails. They like cut pretty much to the end. It's ridiculous.
It's almost as if I'm noticing a trend in almost every single arc so far, or at least important part of an arc so far. They've removed the important story element and just done so. Like Neji versus Naruto is just, I guess, some of the action sequences, none of the story. The Zabuza stuff, they removed it entirely, and so on.
Well, but they do leave in a lot of like, I don't want to say panning shots, but like frozen moments of like iconic moments for like, I feel like they're editing it in there for like 5 seconds of just showing it, pause, so that it's like a moment for the audience to cheer. And the audience cheered like every single time. So, like, for example, during a character introduction, like every single time they would do that. And I felt like it was intentional. Like, nobody's saying anything. It's just a shot of the character. Just as an example. But like, they will leave in random lines that are story prevalent that other people just wouldn't have any... like, they include Naruto saying, I'm gonna change the Hyuga when I become Hokage. That's so weird.
That's just weird if you're gonna remove all the Hyuga stuff before it.
Exactly. Like, why would they leave that in there? I don't understand. They do leave in like Sakura and Ino wondering whose crater is who, and like Neji like doing his like arm reach out and then walking over to Naruto, but then they just go straight to the uppercut. Like they don't like draw it out or anything. It's like barely drawn out, but technically it is. Like they cut out like 90% of the drawn outness of it. They just go straight to the uppercut, and then they don't explain anything else. Like the thing that we were saying earlier in the stream of like, oh, I felt the shadow clone 3 years in a row and I was a failure, but I'm not. And you're a genius, Neji. They don't do any of that. They don't show the bird flying. They don't even say the like hell of a left hook or anything. It's just the uppercut. It's like, they might say like a couple things back and forth, but that's mainly it. And then hilariously, like they don't even like go up to the stands or anything. They immediately cut from like Naruto and Neji just there immediately to Sasuke versus Gaara, and that's the only other fight.
They skip Shikamaru versus Tamari then.
Yep, that's the only other fight in here. So, yeah, so we don't see much of that at all. It's like a minute of Sasuke acting like Lee doing that. And then Gaara just goes immediately in the bubble. I'd say it's less than it. It's like 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds of Sasuke acting like Lee before Gaara goes in the bubble. And then Sasuke goes on top of the wall for the Chidori. And obviously they don't draw that out at all. He goes up there and then like almost immediately goes back down with the Chidori in his hand. And hilariously, Mike Guy does like the chirps like 1,000 birds, the technique called Chidori. And then like Sasuke hits him. And then this was a very bizarre cut. They show Sasuke pulling his arm out. Well, first of all, they show like Sasuke not being able to pull his arm out. So he does like the Chidori and like he's screaming and Gaara's screaming and everyone's like, oh my God, what's happening? And then Sasuke pulls his arm out, but they cut out very oddly the scene of like the Shukaku arm like coming with Sasuke. They also cut out the like Shukaku eye that you see there.
Yeah, the roar.
But they leave in someone doing a line of like, it's like a monster. Oh, he's like a monster. Why would they include that?
Maybe they mean Sasuke in this version.
I guess so, yeah. But they do cut out Gaara screaming, blood, it's my blood, and like all the other like mom things.
They cut it out. I was gonna ask if they cut that out.
Yeah. Also like all the hand sign things that he's like saying aloud while in his cocoon.
I assumed they were gonna cut out like Gaara talking as well.
Yeah. But oddly, they leave that in there like at 2 other parts of Naruto doing it. It's the second one is when he's summoning Gamabunta the second time against Shukaku. I forget when the first time was, but it was when Naruto's summoning something, I think. I don't remember, but yeah.
So what are they showing Konoha Crush?
Yeah. So okay. So this was what I was talking about. So the A story, B story, this was the most prevalent moment. They show the entire Hiruzen Orochimaru fight up until where the Reaper Death Seal is complete, they just show it uncut. Not that it's long, but like they're showing exclusively that, and then after that, right before Hiruzen goes into like the montage of like all the people in the village, they're all great, and like they would show like the Hyuga like fighting off the Sound Village, and like all the montage of everyone fighting. They don't include the montage. They cut from Hiruzen saying that to Sasuke then catching up to Gaara. So you could probably just imagine everything they cut out of the Hiruzen fight. They do show him fighting Orochimaru for a little bit and like doing the face thing. Ironically enough, they did cut out all of the like the wishy-washy stuff of they don't want to fight each other, like Hiruzen crying, Orochimaru stabbing his hand. They cut all that out, but hilariously enough, they do show a scene of Orochimaru walking with the kunai in his hand, even though they didn't show him stabbing. It is funny. They also show the face.
Orochimaru's like in that experiment when he was younger.
The experiment? Oh, no, not the experiment. But like when Hiruzen's dying, he does see young Orochimaru. They did keep that in.
So they don't even show like the immortality jutsu flashback thing?
Well, like 3 or 4 different times, they keep saying that's what Orochimaru's goal is. Like Kimimaro says it, Kabuto says it. It's said like somewhere else as well. That's just his whole thing is immortality. I think he says it. Even Tsunade says it, I think, at one point. So
they really wanted to flashback.
Rub that in. Oh, also the fact that he has all the wicked and evil jutsus. They really wanted to emphasize that. To the point that you could argue he doesn't even use jutsu. He only uses wicked and evilness. Felt like that's what they were saying. But they do the thing of like the 3 coffins, and Hiruzen can't allow that to happen, so he brings it back down, and then you have Hiruzen versus the first 2 Hokage. They do that a little bit. He fights Tobirama for like 10 seconds, and then Hashirama does this wood style, and he's like running across the wood style. He doesn't even get caught. He just runs across it, and then he's like fighting Orochimaru again. Actually, I just realized they don't even show the shadow clones to they don't show Infinite Darkness either, or any of the other Ward style. They don't show the shadow clones grabbing the other Edo Tensei to bring them into the Reaper Death Seal. They just never show them again, and I just didn't realize. They just stopped existing. Monkey King Enma is in this, both in his staff form fighting Orochimaru as he's using like the sword, and like at the end when he just in his monkey form grabbing the sword during the tug of war. But obviously they cut down on the tug of war, like 99% of it.
I think it'd be funnier if they didn't cut the tug of war down.
Yeah. So that's pretty much that fight. The only other thing is after the Gaara fight, they cut back to this. I don't remember at which point exactly, but at some point. I think it's after Shukaku's dispelled, but before Naruto's speech to Gaara. They cut back to the
it's thing. Like
show him die.
Like I mean, in the anime itself, like, there's the whole seal is set, and then Hiruzen has like his last words, and then he says the poem in his mind, and that's where Naruto's punching Gaara.
Yeah.
Off of.
So hilariously, I don't think. So they say the seal is set. I don't think they ever say it's the Reaper Death Seal. I don't even think we see the Reaper. We see the hand of the Reaper. I don't think we see the Reaper himself at all.
That's wild. So real quick, I should have asked this earlier, but obviously it's going to be hard to remember everything. So you might not know, but of the specific scenes they played, were the soundtracks all, and I mean like 100% of them, exactly the same soundtracks as the ones that are played in the anime in those exact scenes?
Okay, I'm glad you asked this.
Was there a single scene that stood out to you like, that's not the soundtrack they played?
So, yes, a lot. And I think that you should probably note that down when you go to see it, because I feel like you would be the guy to do that more so than me. But for example, I'd have to think of a couple examples off the top of my head that they do differently. But like they play Orochimaru's themes in places where it's not, or they play Predicament in places that it's not. They did do a lot of variety. They played Orochimaru's theme a couple times actually, but it was very cool. They also played Sadness and Stars a couple times, obviously. They did do a couple like I don't want to say like reverbed or like remixed versions of some of the themes, but like I wish I was recording more parts of it because like they did sort of like mix it up, just change a couple things. Like they played like the instrumental and then they had like harmonics on top of it in like a new way. It was very cool. Okay, so something that you haven't asked yet and I haven't mentioned it, I was gonna mention earlier, but so the entire thing was in Japanese with subtitles.
No subtitles?
Yeah. But the subtitles were hilariously bad, and we can get into that later. But the point is, it wasn't in English. The entire thing was Japanese with subtitles. But the episode was very quiet. It was like normal movie volume, but like quiet movie volume if you ever go to theaters like that. But the orchestra was extremely loud. Not like overly loud where I had to close my ears. You know, it wasn't Smile 2 levels of loud, but it was up there. It was very loud to the point that it was essentially deafening the audio of the episode to the point that I couldn't even tell if the episode was playing the soundtrack normally that it would be playing or not. Like it was louder than the people to the point that that's I think the reason why they did the Japanese with the subtitles, because you can't tell that they're what they'd be saying assuming that you could even understand Japanese. Like in English you wouldn't be able to hear them. So I think they had to do it like that. It was extremely loud, the music, but hey, I'm not complaining. That's what they're there for.
Maybe that's how they were drowning out, because I was wondering, because what I was wondering initially is if they were going to do like a noise suppression edit to where you hear the voices but no soundtracks.
I was trying to tell. I couldn't tell. There might be one point where I think I could hear the soundtrack, but I couldn't confirm.
Well, because what I'm thinking is maybe in this case they didn't do that. That's why it's so different in audios. It's just that they're just playing their music over it.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. Either way, hopefully that you can tell me whenever you go to see it. Okay, so
Naruto versus Gaara. But how far into that? How much of that do they show?
Right. Okay. So first of all, Sasuke versus Gaara. Yeah. So they do show the like half formation first. They show the final Chidori. They don't do like the curse mark shenanigans there, which is very weird after the Yoroi scene and the Kakashi sealing it inside Sasuke scene. So it's very weird. Oh, also, they didn't show Jiraiya ever undoing the tetragram seal, so I guess that's just something Naruto always has in this version. Oh, Naruto also never walks on water. I mean, they cut out the tree climbing. It makes sense that they would cut out the walking on water scene, but yeah. So Sasuke does the final Chidori, but it's how do they cut it? Because it was very weird. They didn't do it right. Okay, no, I do remember. So Sasuke like does his like jump at Gaara with the Chidori, and Gaara jumps at Sasuke, and they do the scene where they're showing both of them, and then the very next scene is Gaara swiping away at Sasuke's substitution as he's already on the ground after the Chidori with like the curse mark surrounding him. So like they don't do the scene of Sasuke hitting Gaara with the Chidori for like the second time. And like the arm falling off and him reforming the arm. They don't do that. It's weird in a way to where they're cutting it seamlessly to where it's like they're trying to make you think it's the same instance in a weird way. And then Naruto just comes in, just kicks him in the face, and everyone cheers. And then Sakura comes in, defends Sasuke, and gets pinned to the tree. And Gaara says that he'll kill her in your only instance, or only way to save her is to kill me. So I do that. And they do a lot of scenes of Naruto saying that he's going to save Sakura, wanting to save Sakura. He's fighting to save Sakura. They keep emphasizing that point like 3 different times. Not Sasuke, by the way, only Sakura, which I always love that. But then he does the 2000 shadow clones. He doesn't. Well, he does do the Ninja Handbook, but because the bad translations, he changes it to something else. Again, we'll get into those after, assuming it's not too late. And we want to end because it is getting late. I just want to find out how late it is, but
I'm still eating right now.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So
okay, cool. Yeah.
Keep going.
So they do the full form. So they do the 2000 clones, but they don't do Naruto's boom. They don't do the 1000 years of death. They also Naruto didn't do it against Ebisu when he was passed out when Jiraiya first came. But they don't do the 1000 years of death. So Naruto just falls because Gaara transforms into Shukaku and like wraps him. I'm gonna kill you now. As Naruto's slowly doing the boar tiger that thing. He's doing that to summon Gamabunta. He's doing slowly, and Shukaku's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it. I'm gonna squeeze you. I'll do it. Oh, I'm about to do it. It's so slow. I don't know why. They left that all in there. So he does that. And Gamakichi just isn't a thing in this movie, by the way. He's like in the background. Oh, same with Pakun. Yeah, that was another thing. Yeah. So Kabuto just didn't use the feather jutsu to put everyone asleep. It just people were asleep and then others weren't. So I guess the Sasuke fight was really boring or something.
Yeah, like, oh, this is just Lee versus Gaara again.
Yeah. The Sound 4 doesn't form the barrier. The barrier's just already formed. Kakashi and Guy do go to run up to protect the Hokage, but then the Anbu are like, no, we got it. We'll handle it. You guys don't go. Which is very weird for them to say, in my opinion. Just like in general. Like, you don't want their help?
Yeah, it's like,
why?
It's like they know that Kakashi and Guy are stronger than them.
So that was weird.
Maybe not that early in part 1, but like retroactively, they knew.
I will say that after the barrier comes down with Orochimaru, that the Sound Ninja do come in, and that is when the people behind me whisper, that's the Sound Ninja, the Sound 4. So you do see them there at least. Anyway, so back to the Gaara fight, because this was weird. Again, Gamakichi's not there. We don't even see Gamabunta versus Shukaku. It just immediately Gamabunta's going towards him, jumps towards him, like, transform me into something with claws. And I was like, oh, I don't know. He's like, oh, you gotta do it now. He's like, okay. And then you see the Nine Tails go. They didn't edit any of that out. They showed like the 3 different like angles of the Nine Tails coming out of the smoke and grabbing onto Shukaku, which was cool. But then they do the thing where Naruto jumps at him, and then they go straight to the headbutt. Like that, he doesn't land on Shukaku, run up him.
So he just does a headbutt.
He just jumps straight into the headbutt. Yeah. Gaara just has him grabbed. He's awake again, by the way, right? Like he was clearly asleep and he just immediately awake again. So they just cut all that out. He just woke up at some point. But so this was another one of the more jarring cuts. So it cuts from Shukaku falling apart and Naruto and Sasuke, or Naruto and Gaara falling, to after Naruto and Gaara jumped at each other and Naruto punched Gaara for like the second time as Gamabunta like fades away.
Mm-hmm.
So it the way they
shows the punch.
They don't show the punch. They only show the fall. So the way it's edited is Naruto headbutts Gaara and they fall all the way to the ground. Is the way it's edited. They show both falls, but it's edited seamlessly to make it feel like it's one fall. So they just cut out the punch.
Fall like 500 feet in the air.
Yeah, so they fall, and then Gaara gives... God, I'm messing up my names a lot tonight. But Naruto gives his speech. They might have shortened it a little bit, but generally...
And they leave that speech in there, but not Samu's all.
Yeah. I can understand leaving that one in, but they might have cut it short slightly, but Gaara doesn't have his Yashimaru flashback. He doesn't think about Yashimaru here at all. Naruto just says he's fighting for love because he loves.
Does he say love? That's what makes him so strong, or does he just have no conclusion?
I don't think he has a conclusion.
Does he tell Kankuro and Temari he's sorry?
No. He does tell Kankuro and Tamari when they do show up, because that does happen, and Sasuke shows up too, and they're looking at each other like, "Arr!" But no, Gaara's like, that's enough. Like, I've had enough. Let's go. So they do that, and then they leave, and then that is their last time in the movie. Entirely.
They're not in the Sasuke retrieval
They're
arc?
not in the Sasuke retrieval arc. Not just Tamari and Kankuro. That was, again, Gaara's last scene. So he doesn't be redeemed. And neither is the Sand Village at all. They're just enemies the whole time.
The conclusion of some of these fights. So what happens with like Sakon Ugon versus Kiba?
Okay, so I'll just skip ahead really quick, skipping over other events. We'll come back to it in a minute. So after they leave for the Sasuke retrieval mission, they catch up to the Sound 4, and that's when Kimimaro arrives. So they cut out every Sound 4 fight. All of them.
But they're gonna leave Sasuke versus Yaoyoroa. Yeah.
I mean, to give them the benefit, they edited it in a really cool way, to where they're editing like some of the earlier scenes of them like catching up to the Sound 4 and like getting the barrel back. Like Kiba has the barrel, he's running back with it at one point. And I think that's when Taiyuya says, no, you showed up. So at some point they cut from that to the different instance to where Shikamaru and Naruto have it. But yeah, that's very cool the way they did that. I wasn't expecting that at all. That's cool. But yeah, no, they just cut to the second half of the arc. They just cut to the midpoint like immediately.
So how much of the Kimimaro fights do they show? Well, definitely none of the Gaara part. But...
They do. Okay, so Naruto catches up in his Nine Tails form because he's asking about Orochimaru, because he heard Kimimaro talking about Orochimaru with Taiyuya, and the fact that Orochimaru wants Sasuke. So Naruto's asking him, why does Orochimaru want Sasuke? Very angrily. Then he does the 1,000 clones. Kimimaro says, interesting. And they show a little bit of it. They like Kimimaro does like his first dance. He like fights the clones a little bit, but they don't do much with that. And then Sasuke comes out of the coffin, like around the end of the fight there. He starts laughing and he runs away, and Naruto's like, hey, what are you doing with these guys? Oh, I knew you were good all along. Come back with us now. Sasuke, yeah. Sasuke runs away, Naruto's confused, and then Kimimaro goes for the kill, and Lee shows up. This is hilarious. Lee thumbs up Naruto and says, I promise. So they do include one of the promises of a lifetime. It's not the other one.
I thought it'd be funny if Lee just showed up drunk.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Because Gaara doesn't show up, they also don't include drunk Lee or Lee versus Kimimaro at all. At all.
Did they do the rooftop fight with Naruto and Sasuke?
No, they cut it.
What is in the Sasuke retrieval?
As a matter of fact, Sasuke is unconscious at one point after the Itachi thing, but like at no point does Itachi use Tsukiyomi. He just unconscious. I guess from like being punched in the gut, he was just punched that hard. But like he's just awake again in the Sasuke retrieval arc next time we see him. Like he doesn't fight the Sound 4. He doesn't talk to Kakashi afterwards. They don't throw their jutsus at each other.
Just coming out of the coffin.
So on the Sasuke retrieval, it's okay, so after the search for Tsunade arc, I think they play one of the openings, and then the very first thing going into Sasuke retrieval is Sasuke in his room when he like puts down his picture, and then he like goes to the Sound 4, and the Sound 4 is like, yeah, the moment you decided to leave the village, you became our leader, and now you have to die and take this pill. And then he does it, and then they put him in the coffin, and then they just go. Sasuke thinks about Itachi a lot there, but yeah. So that's how that plays out.
Do they show a lot of Naruto versus Sasuke, or were they like running on low time at this point?
I'll come back. We'll come to that back since that's like the end of it, anyways. We'll go back to going in order. So last we saw was end of Konoha Crush. I think they probably play
the third Hokage funeral.
They do show the third Hokage funeral. A decent amount of it. Like they show it before it's raining, and then it starts raining, and Asuma comments on it raining. And they keep showing it for a little bit. They do cut out Kurenai talking to Kakashi at Obito's grave. Understandably, but still. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty much that. They do show Itachi and Kisame talking before they enter Konoha. Like their very first scene. Obviously, they had to like cut to Itachi's Sharingan for like 5 seconds so everyone can cheer loudly. But whatever. Yeah, but they do the thing of like, aha, yeah, Konoha was just destroyed, and I never imagined that it would be like this. Oh, Itachi, you do have feelings for your village after all. Oh, I wasn't expecting that out of you. Oh, no, Kisame, you're wrong. I feel nothing at all. Like they include all of that. They don't include them like entering the barrier or making people pass out or eating at the ramen shop or anything. The very next thing they show is them walking up on like Asuma and Kurenai and being like, leave us alone. We don't want to fight you. And then hilariously, this is hilarious. They literally cut from that line, I don't want to fight you, to, I think it's, not Raito. It's someone like walking in telling Sasuke, oh, you guys, Itachi's in the village. Yeah. Yeah, so they cut. Yeah, so I guess in this version, they just listened to Itachi. They just didn't fight him. We don't even see Kakashi knocked out, so I guess he just didn't show up. They just showed none of that fight. Just got straight to that. And then the immediately following Sasuke leaving the room because he just heard from the Jonin that Itachi's in the village. The very next thing is Itachi already having Naruto's door open. So they're cutting out the thing of like Sasuke going door to door at the innkeep or whatever, trying to find Naruto, and like he finds the blonde kid with the white-haired guy that's not Naruto and Jiraiya. And they also cut out like Itachi slowly walking up to the... No, it's just the door is already open with Naruto and Itachi looking at each other. Is the very next thing they cut to. And then before anything else, Sasuke arrives and Itachi's like, oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Sasuke, or whatever he says. I forget. That's not what he says, but you get it. Obviously, Sasuke goes in Chidori. I was doing it to kill you, raw! And like Itachi does like the hand flick, grabs his wrist, kicks him to the wall. You're still too weak. You need hatred. And then Jiraiya's just already there as he does the toad thing. The toad wall. You see a decent bit of that. Because like Naruto runs at Sasuke, and then that's when Kisame runs towards Naruto, and then that's when Jiraiya does it. And then nothing else really happens. Like you don't see Sasuke like fade into the wall, get sucked into or anything. It's just Sasuke, or it's just Itachi and Kisame just run away. And that's it. You don't even see like Amaterasu or anything like that. They don't round the corner. It's just they run away. You just that's the end of it. I don't know how they got out of the toad, but Jiraiya doesn't care, I guess. Nobody knows. But the very next scene is, I think it's Guy holding the passed out Sasuke as Jiraiya and Naruto are gonna go leave the village to look for Tsunade. They don't say why. But they do show an earlier scene at some point of the elders talking to Jiraiya, and they show a lot of that scene. Of they want Jiraiya to be the Hokage, but no, oh, Jiraiya knows the perfect candidate. I'm going to go after Tsunade. They do show a lot of that. So then this is them doing that here. So they
really like Jiraiya, evidently.
Yeah. They do leave a decent amount of the search for Tsunade arc, especially the Orochimaru bits, as you can imagine. They cut out the Rasengan training. You don't even know what the Rasengan is. It's just Naruto does it for the first time against Kabuto. And like we don't know what that is. It's just out of nowhere for the first time ever.
That they were gonna just cut it out.
Yeah, so they don't have the bet. Tsunade's not the legendary sucker in this. She doesn't even gamble. She might gamble once, but like it's not like emphasized or anything. But she's like at the bar, like yeah, because like they're introducing the town. I forget the name of it. Not Tazuna, not Tazuka. Is it Tazuka? Takuza? Tazuka?
I know it's Kuzuru Town or that's something else.
It's something like that. Yeah.
Like,
it's weird because they do like a lot of establishing that. Like Jiraiya and Naruto enter the town and they're like showing a lot of establishing shots around it. But like that's it. And then they just walk into Tsunade's like drunk store or whatever it was, restaurant, whatever it was. And they do like the card playing thing, which was pretty cool. And Jiraiya tells Tsunade that she's meant to become Hokage. And Naruto reacts in the same way, clearly indicating Naruto didn't know. And so, Kamui, doesn't that go back to our argument of that being the reason that they're looking for Tsunade, in your opinion? Not to heal Sasuke, but to look for her to become Hokage.
Well, that's why Jiraiya is looking for her.
But what does Naruto think?
Jiraiya tells Naruto he wants a pretty lady, and Naruto's going there for training.
That's ridiculous. It has to be because of Sasuke. But whatever. Literally the best medic in the world, and they emphasize that so much.
It's telling you, he might mention the healing Sasuke or whatever, but he definitely mentions that she saw it.
Okay, sure. Hilariously enough, like when like Jiraiya and Naruto walk in, Naruto looks at Tsunade and thinks she's like a brat or whatever, and then just like it just cuts to Tsunade's breast for unironically like 5 seconds, and everyone in the theater just started laughing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say everyone started cheering. That would be pretty funny.
That would have been funny.
It's like, what?
Yeah, okay. The one time when everyone else was quiet, nobody else was cheering, that one person screamed out was some point during the search for Tsunade. I think when she unleashed her Byakugo still, like the music wasn't playing, it was just watching one of the clips, and someone in the background was like, "I love you, Tsunade!" And then everyone else started like laughing or cheering or whatever because he did that. That was the one time something like that happened. I wanted to do that for Kimimaro, but I just ended up not doing it. I forgot.
Oh, dude, you should have.
It would have been fun. To be fair, there's no point where I could have done it, I feel like. Weird.
Yeah, I guess if they weren't really like doing a whole lot with them, but
yeah. I guess I could have done it when he said interesting during the 1,000 clones.
Racket dance, which is in this, so
they cut out the racket dance. I can't believe it, bro. See, that would have been one of the things they should have included, but whatever.
Bro, exactly. Don't even show context. Just have them say dance, racket dance, and then don't elaborate.
Yeah. So, okay. On Kimimaro, they don't show Lee taking his medicine because Kimimaro lets him, but they do have a scene of like Kimimaro smiling at Lee because he's like enjoying Lee for some reason or whatever. He likes Lee or something. I forget what it was, but it was before the medicine. I think it was Lee saying, "Don't underestimate me," and Kimimaro like, "Yeah, okay, let's do this." I forget something like that.
Okay.
It was cool. No, he was like, it wasn't just like a confident smile of like cocky, arrogant, whatever, toxic. He was genuinely happy and like excited, like, yeah, awesome. I'm glad. He was just genuinely happy. I'm glad for it. Let's go. Okay, anyways, search for Tsunade. It just, the next thing it does is, Jiraiya isn't drugged in this version, and they don't talk about anything else. It's just, hey, village, once you become Hokage, and then Tsunade leaves. Like, they don't do the forehead flick or the bet or anything like that. They don't have the scene any of that night. It's just, the next day, Orochimaru blows up the building and then confronts Tsunade, and, to be fair, they do show a couple scenes of Orochimaru just in agony because of his arms, and so he wants Sasuke or wants Tsunade or whatever. They do a couple scenes like that. Even a scene, I don't even know who he killed, but he killed some guy who was apparently healing him, and the Kabuto walks in and is like, oh, I guess I'm gonna have to clean this up, and then he says, let's go after Tsunade. Like, that's at the beginning of the search for Tsunade. Who is that? Do you remember that? Is that anime only? Some dude.
I remember what you're talking about. I don't remember what the person looks like. I doubt they were named directly in the show. Maybe Naruto 99.
I mean, it feels like they should have been important, but whatever. They also show the scene of Orochimaru in the shower in agony with like his arms and stuff. Yeah.
Actually, real quick, I kind of want to double check the person Orochimaru kills, because we can make that like a trivia question. Related somehow. You do a thing with that.
That'd be hilarious. Who does Orochimaru kill?
Well, I was thinking like, who
heal Orochimaru's arms first, and then like everyone's gonna say like, oh, Kabuto, Tsunade, or something else, and it's gonna be like, it was Flabuto.
Yeah. It was Magate, or whatever his name's gonna be.
I want to check now. Like,
sure, I'm down.
I don't know exactly when this would be. This would be before they embark on the Tsunade search, right?
Yeah, it was very early in the arc. One of the first scenes. But again, it's in this movie that edited almost everything else. Again, it's all of Naruto in like 2.5 hours, so I understand it. But again, some of these cuts are a little bit weird, and I do not compromise on some things I cut out.
Yeah, some of that was like, they really cut out the Zabuza speech and Neji versus Hinata and stuff. Like, really?
It's like, regardless of iconic scenes, they're clearly doing a thing of focusing for 5 seconds on a time silently of iconic moments. If you want to cut everything else out, at least include like the bare minimum you need to get to a lot of the iconic moments they cut out, like the 1,000 Years of Death. Like, that's what we remember. Yeah. Like, they left in the stupid Naruto fart on Kiba. They left in Lion's Barrage. They left in the Uzumaki Barrage twice. It's like... Oh, I will say, when Naruto does the Rasengan against Kabuto, it just straight up does work. It's not a thing of, oh, my healing. Oh, my healing. No, it doesn't work. And it just straight up works. So shout out Naruto. Hilariously, Tsunade... How much of the
Kabuto fight do they get?
Well, real quick, Tsunade doesn't have a fear of blood. Kabuto just mentions, you have a fear of blood, right? And that's the only instance of it that's in the movie at all. It's just nothing else. Oh, he doesn't even stab himself after he says that.
He doesn't have a fear of blood. He just beats her.
Yeah. Oh no, I just read they also don't include the cool moving the left butt cheek moves the right toenail.
No. One of my favorite Kabuto.
I know. Oh, they also don't have Shizune fight at all.
That's not overly surprising to me.
Yeah, that's fair. It's
okay,
just
I found the episode with the dude. Okay. So now I just gotta see if we can get any names.
Oh, you're gonna have to check if it's in the manga.
Then I'm gonna try to check this for the manga after and see if it's in the manga or not.
It's probably gonna be on like Naruto Versity or something.
It's episode 88.
Gotta be somewhere. Oh, it's got a data book. Who is that guy? Like, it would be weird if it's one of Orochimaru's prisoners, unless he's just kidnapped a doctor, I guess. But would the doctor really be on his side? Why would he trust the doctor?
He didn't feel like a prisoner. It was just
exactly. Like, there's no other prisoners that help him out or in his room or like he's alone with this dude. Who is that guy?
Exactly. So I don't know where this is chapter wise. Give me a little bit of a tricky
Fine. Try skimming here.
Yeah. I mean, I will just go back a little bit and say they did play up a little bit for like 2 minutes or so. Tsunade confronting Orochimaru about healing his
this
arms.
is in the manga. Okay,
it is in the manga.
So now what we need to do is figure out. Okay,
is there any like close-ups of him or anything?
No, but what we need is to check the data books for those like characters, but we need like the first and second data books for this. So
yeah, I would probably just look up Naruto Versity. This is a thing that we could do off stream. But...
Yeah, but like, what are we gonna search for his name? So the guy who heals Orochimaru in the search. I feel like that's gonna be hard to find. So I want to check Sage's server. Where's his data books. Okay. We need Naruto data book 2.
Sure. And I guess you can just look for it while I talk. So again, they did include the like Tsunade fake trying to heal Orochimaru's arm, but she was actually just trying to kill Orochimaru thing. And then Kabuto comes in, throws the kunai, is like, Kabuto, I'm glad I decided to trust you. I can't believe you tried to kill me, Tsunade. And it's pretty much after that, like, Tsunade then goes into the axe kick and fights Kabuto for like a minute. That's when Naruto and Jiraiya show up. So pretty quick in this version, understandably so. And then I think the very first thing that happens is the Naruto versus Kabuto fight. the Rasengan thereof. It's not the very first thing in the fight. Like, it's not like Kabuto just runs at Naruto and then he grabs a kunai and does his running. Like, Naruto does like 1 or 2 things against Kabuto in a fight and then is clearly losing, and then Kabuto goes in for the stab. Is like, I warned you, Naruto. If you don't stop, I'm gonna kill you. All right, now I'm gonna do it. That's when that happens. So at least that.
So I'm looking at these characters, but this is going to be too hard to tell in Japanese for one thing. And nobody in particular with these headshots is like standing out as like clearly the medic dude versus just some random civilian probably. So I don't know if we're going to be able to find this dude this way. But how would I search for this?
I don't know. I will say they cut out Orochimaru's first snake summoning, the one that Jiraiya puts in the like the mud swamp, whatever that is called.
The Dark Swamp Jutsu.
Dark Swamp
Jutsu.
See, I was thinking Dark Pit, but that's the name of a song, and I was mixing them up. So they cut that out, but it's technically still in the background during when they summon the Sannin deadlock with Manda, Katsuyu, and Gamabunta. Which is hilarious because Gamabunta doesn't do anything at all and he doesn't unsummon. He's just like not there at all. You do see Katsuyu versus Manda, but then it's immediately going into Tsunade just picking up Gamabunta's sword and slamming it into Manda's head. So, a little bit funny there. It's almost like Jiraiya only summoned the sword. This is weird.
Summon the sword.
I don't know.
I've tried to search, but I'm not finding anything. I've tried multiple things. I don't know how. I don't know who would know who this guy is.
At least put it in, like take a screenshot of it in the manga and put it in intro topics or something, and we can come back to it later. But we'll figure it out at some point. I'm guessing he doesn't like have a headband or anything. No village affiliation.
No, you only see him from the back. In fact, in the manga, in the anime, at least. Let me see what we get. I think you just see him from the back as well.
Yeah, I mean, you technically would see a front view of whenever Kabuto walks in, but I think he's already on the floor and the bed would be like covering him. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get to see his face. You just see him.
Mm-hmm. That's unfortunate. Not even like a side view or anything. Ugh.
Yeah.
Who was that guy? But the fight was pretty typical of what you would expect. There wasn't really any of Jiraiya versus Orochimaru. There was the thing of like when Orochimaru decided he needed to go kill Naruto because if the Akatsuki got him, that would be bad. And he slams Jiraiya into the floor with his tongue. I think that was the last time Jiraiya did anything at all, actually. I don't think we see him again. That might be his final scene in the movie.
Well, what about the departure at the very end?
Oh, well, besides that, yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
Yes. Also, when he's talking to Naruto in the
just
hospital.
Was this last scene, though.
Yeah, they also include the give up on Sasuke. I'll be a fool the rest of my life. They include all of that. It's like 3 minutes of the movie. So they did a lot there. Same with Kakashi in the Sasuke retrieval arc. They show like all of Kakashi's scenes in the Sasuke retrieval arc. Like just randomly cutting to him during like the Naruto versus Sasuke fight of like him talking to Tsunade of like, oh, I have a mission, but like I'll be right back. I gotta go save Sasuke. And then like a scene of him and Pakun like traveling through the forest. They cut out him talking to Sakura, to be fair. But it's weird they showed both of those scenes. Like you wouldn't think that.
But not him talking to Sasuke.
Exactly. Hilariously enough, they cut from like Sasuke over Naruto at the end of the fight. Not like him like kneeled down, but like him standing over Naruto. When it starts to rain, he looks up at the rain. And then they immediately cut to Kakashi showing up. It's like in this version, like Sasuke should be like hiding or something. Like he hasn't left yet. It's immediate. It's like, thank goodness it rained. He's right around the corner. Pakun could have smelled, like Kakashi could have smelled him at that distance. But actually,
well, if we take his Shippuden nose into account, he's gonna smelt him from a long ways away.
Yeah, that might have actually been Sasuke's last scene, since I don't think they show him arriving at Orochimaru's or like looking back, walking through the forest or anything. I think his final scene was just standing over Naruto, not even doing the I got hurt and now I'm like right in Naruto's face, kneeled over scene. They don't do any of that, so I think that just was it for Sasuke. Oh, I know what it was. The final scene of Sasuke was him like telekinesisizing his headband and having it fall off. He doesn't like walk away. That's his final scene. That was it. Yeah. Hey, at least he went out with a bang. That's a cool scene to go out on. Okay. Anyways, so search for Tsunade. So after he takes out after Orochimaru takes out Jiraiya, he goes in for the kill on Naruto, and Tsunade gets in the way twice. And then Tsunade activates Byakugo, starts beating him up, and then does like the final punch, and then Kabuto and Orochimaru just go away. And that's pretty much that arc. Oh, and then it's funny. I don't remember how it works in the anime, but if it doesn't work this way, this is how it should have worked. It like does a hard cut from like, also they cut out like the bet thing of the necklace. Naruto never like grabs the necklace or anything. That's just not a thing in the movie at all. But anyways, so the very end of this arc, it cuts from like Naruto talking to Tsunade. It's like Tsunade's like, "You can call me," and then it cuts to the inauguration, and she says, "The fifth Hokage." I thought that was really cool.
They don't do that in the anime.
They don't do that.
She has a full sentence leading up to it. Like, I'll protect this village as the fifth Hokage or whatever.
Oh, so that's so cool. They cut that. I prefer it that way. That is so cool the way to do that. Yeah, because when she's like putting the jacket over her like shoulder or whatever, when she says it, that's a really cool cut. That might be my favorite.
That's a cool edit.
Yeah. So they show the inauguration for like a little bit. It's not just that one line. It's again showing the inspiring view of all the other ninja, like Hinata and Konohamaru, you know, the people that aren't in the movie at all, besides these.
Yeah, the people who got cut out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So again, they do like So I'll also mention, after Konoha Crush was the intermission. So after the intermission, what they went into was Search for Tsunade. Well, specifically Itachi. But yeah.
What about openings, like and endings and stuff?
Yeah, so again, after I don't remember where they all were, but after the Land of Waves, they did it was after Mizuki, they did Wind, which is Naruto ending 1. After Land of Waves, they did another. I don't remember which one it was though. They might have done one going out to the intermission. I don't think they did, but coming back after the intermission, they definitely did one. I don't remember which one it was though.
Did they do any openings or just endings?
They did a mix of both. They might have even did, because again, I showed up during the Mizuki fight. They probably did Naruto opening one. I would assume they did.
What about opening 4? Go by Flow. I feel like they would do that one because that's like a very popular one.
Yeah, they did do that. I think that was after the intermission.
Okay, yeah.
Because interestingly enough, they did opening 5 for like their ending credits. Like after the Sasuke fight. Which by that point, it's not even opening 5. The Sasuke fight during the Sasuke fight is opening 6. Which they don't do. They do opening 5 after Naruto leaves the village. Like, that's literally, like, during their bow. It's, like, before they bow. Because it's over. It's done. So, they do opening 5, and then they do Fighting Dreamers for, like, their after credits finale, I guess, if you want to word it that way. Like, they do Naruto
That's
ending
fine.
5, and then Fighting Dreamers. Like, yeah, have a good night. And that's it.
How long did you say the total thing was?
Like 2.5 hours. So technically, I guess, because that's 3 hours with the 20-minute intermission. I guess if you want to take out the openings and endings, they're probably doing it like 2 hours of total story. So I guess I covered like a decent bit.
So like
watchable.
135-ish episodes, some of those are filler. So let's grind it down to 100. Oopie Chapter's 120 times about 20 minutes an episode is 2,400 minutes, which in hours, divided that by 60, is 40 hours. So they had to do 5% of the show in terms of cuts.
You could definitely feel it. Okay, so the Naruto versus Sasuke fight, they don't do the thing where Naruto's running through the cave or the forest or any of that. They just cut straight to the final valley. Like, it cuts from Lee saying, "Go, Naruto, I'll hold him off," to the final valley, and they don't cut back to anything before that. It just is the final valley by itself. A very, very bizarre thing. Oh, by the way, they don't really show the massacre much. They hint at it a couple times, like during the Orochimaru fight in the Forest of Death, as well as when he's dying against Haku. And then when he comes to the village, Sasuke thinks about it a little bit. But like in the Sasuke retrieval arc, they don't show it at all. They don't even mention Itachi, I don't think, at all. So they do show Sasuke walking in on his parents' death and being like, "Father and mother are Itachi, what happened?" But that's like it. That is all they show on that. Interesting. I know, yeah. They don't mention the Mangekyo at all. I don't think they show the Mangekyo. Like, they don't show Itachi, like, leading up to it. They don't show Fugaku or Mikoto alive, ever. They don't talk about Shisui or anything like that. And they don't even have, like, the speech afterwards of, like, "Why did you do it, brother?" As they're, like, standing in the middle of the street, like, "To test the limits of my ability." They might have said that at one point, but I don't remember. If they did, they didn't, like, show anything else other than that one line randomly included, but either way. Okay, so for the Sasuke Naruto fight, they cut out almost all of the beginning stuff. So, okay, two cuts that I found the most bizarre, like, imaginable. The second one is gonna be way more bizarre to you. But, okay, for the first one... Okay, so first of all, Naruto and Sasuke on top of the Hokage stone heads, they don't really talk to each other much at all. You don't get the Sasuke, well, wasn't that nice of them? You don't get anything like that. You don't see his curse mark. I don't think you see his yellow eye form at all. So Naruto yells at him. He might have a word or two. Then he just starts walking away. Naruto jumps towards him. And it cuts from Naruto jumping towards him to, if you remember, when Sasuke does the rope thing, the wire thing against Naruto, and he does a fire style, and then Naruto
he does the fire style this time, huh?
Well, so they're not showing the wire thing. You remember, like, after that, Naruto jumps to him to punch him after the fire? Yeah, okay. So they're cutting from Naruto jumping over from Hashirama's head to Madara's head to land on Sasuke. He doesn't land on Sasuke. He jumps, and then it cuts to him punching Sasuke after the fire scene. And they're like trying to edit it seamlessly in that way. Does that make sense to you? I'm gonna pull it up.
From what perspective? Like, does it make sense that they did that, or make sense what you described?
What I described. I'll pull it up.
That's the way you described makes sense.
Because, like, I feel like I can only, like, show it to you for it to make sense.
Well, obviously that'd be the best way to do it, but
yeah. Let's see. Probably one.
There's almost 6 a.m., so we probably won't spend too long on that. But
that's right. Yeah. What episode do you think it'd be? Like 128?
I don't remember what episode the fight starts. I just, I mean, maybe yeah. Well, what is 130? Is that like, what point of the fight is like the 130, 131 stuff?
That's.
So remember those are in the fight, but I think that's probably later.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so you can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll do it like this. Sorry, but I need this because copyright for viewers. You watch it on the Discord if you want to join. Then you don't have to deal with that. The Space is watching it, right? But okay. So I'll also mute it. So yeah, they don't include any of this. Okay. Yeah, they don't even include this. They only include him walking away with his feet. They show this. Okay, so they cut from this. They don't do him turning around. They don't do any of this. They don't do this. This is not in here. None of this. Okay, so again, they cut from this. They don't show that. To might even be in the next episode. It is in the next episode.
Yeah.
Cut from the shadow of Naruto that Sasuke sees to... Is it just straight up not in this episode at all? No, it is in this episode.
That's why I was wondering about like 130 and stuff, because there's all these flashbacks.
They cut all the way hilariously. Not here. It was like right here. I know, because where they started the cut was like right here, because the fire was barely visible for like 2 or 3 frames before just yeah, so they did that. It was
so he's facing the wrong way.
It was hilarious. That was so jarring to me. I can't believe they did that. They do let this play out for a little bit, not long, because they kick him down, and then they go straight into the Chidori. They cut out all of this other stuff with the flashback, or the kunai training with in the flashback, as well as Sasuke doing the kunai trick against Naruto in this fight. They go straight to the Chidori thing. But this is the other jarring thing that you're gonna find hilariously weird. Gonna be in the next episode, 131, where the fight really begins. Yes, they cut out like all of the flashbacks, and even like the fire style when he's in the forest, the fireball, the Phoenix flower, they cut all that out. Okay, I think the flashbacks are just about done here. Yeah. Okay. They also cut this out. They're like, I have woken up. Haven't you seen? They don't have Kimimaro's theme at all in this orchestra, this symphonic orchestra. They don't have Kimimaro's theme at all. That hurts.
They only do release. No, you said they did predicament. So, I guess, do they only do the official release ones, or do they do some of the unofficial ones too?
I don't remember. During Lee's Gates, they didn't play his Lotus theme or whatever it's called again. I forget. Whatever that's called.
One of them, I think, Ultimate Secrets. I think
they don't do
regular one is released, but not the Neji one. That's unreleased. I know that.
Okay. During a couple of the
play like Predator, for example?
Yeah, they do. They also play Sasuke's Destiny
so that means
theme.
they did some unreleased soundtracks then, because that's not released somehow. Predator is not released. Don't ask me how.
Yeah. They also do Sasuke's Destiny theme. But yeah, so they show. They don't show that. I'll go to the next episode, I guess. They do show wherever the beginning of the They don't show like Naruto doing the like turnaround thing with this clone. But they do show like not that. They don't show any of those, honestly. They only show like Sasuke with the Chidori falling, and then Naruto already running with the Rasengan is the next thing they show. So they're cutting all that out.
Did they do any like surprising?
They don't have
ones
those.
Like OSTs you weren't expecting, and or ones that barely play. So like as an example that they probably didn't do because they didn't do either of the two scenes. But the Juin, it's the one when Dosu's like doing the whole I don't know thing.
They didn't. I was keeping my ear out for Juin. I don't know if you would call this surprising, but they played Tsunade's like swaying necklace theme.
That's not surprising because that they play well, I guess it depends on whether they played the Tsunade scenes, but they play Tsunade. So like I said, I figured they wouldn't do Juin because they didn't play that scene clearly, and they don't play the Sasuke flashback where they mix the Juin with a slowed version of Sasuke's Destiny. I'm not surprised they didn't do that either. But like what would I'm trying to think of what else. So they didn't do Kimimaru's theme. Did they even do any Haku's theme?
They did. They did Haku's theme. When I think it was when Haku was forming the mirrors.
Okay, so does because there's like two Haku themes. So they probably did the like more like mysterious dark sounding one, not the one with the like the one that they do for Kimimaru 2. The one with the I don't know how to make the noises, but like
I mean, it sounds wintry.
If they did it during the Crystal Ice Mirror scene, they probably played that more sinister sounding one that is in that scene, not the like sad sounding one.
No, they played the sad one.
Has that background. Huh?
They did play the sad one. That's what I'm saying. They did just play different soundtracks during different scenes.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Interesting to play that version during that scene, but
yeah, like when Gato showed up, they played like a sinister sound, like as Zabuza's undoing his like mouth band. It's not sadness and sorrows; it's continuing the Gato sinister music, stuff like that.
What would be like a surprising one?
Yeah. Okay, so are you ready?
There's so many niche ones. Like, look, okay. For example, did they play? You know, it's like a slowed version of quote unquote not Tenten's theme, Tamari's theme. It's when Neji does 64 palms on Naruto. They play this. Do they play that song?
Do you mean
the
Gaara's
slow version
theme?
of Dance? Dance is what it's called. But there's like a slow version that plays when Neji does 64 palms. Do they play that?
Sakura's theme, Gaara's theme, is that what you mean?
No.
I'm gonna look up Dance.
The theme is called Dance, but it's like a different version that plays when Neji does 64 palms.
Oh, they did play Evening in Konoha. I think that might have been during or after Hiruzen's funeral. Somewhere, I forget. Maybe. Okay, I'm also going to stream. You're muted for a second. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they did that one at all.
Okay, like I said, it's not this specific version, but you'd have like the same general sound.
I'm convinced the Sand siblings were supposed to be Middle Eastern. Eat trigram, 64 bombs. Looking for this music at last. Kamari, ouch, my trigger's low. Music gets on.
Oh, do they play Broken Bonds?
I don't remember. I was even like, you would be the type of person to be like a checklist of what songs they do and don't play.
Write down. What I do, in fact, I will just for you. I will write down every OST as long as I know the name.
Low key, like, I was sort of doing it in this way to where I knew that there was so much to write down that I would write down like half of it, you would write down the other half, and I was focusing on specifically what I knew that you would write down. I wasn't writing that down. So I can focus on what I was gonna write down.
I'm keeping track of like which songs are played, and how accurate they sound.
It wasn't even about accuracy. I liked the changes, or I guess additions they made to some of them. They did not ever play Hinata's versus Neji's theme.
That's another one I was gonna ask, because if they cut that. That sucks though. It's one of my favorites.
I know.
So, do they play all the different versions of Orochimaru's theme, or do they just stick to one?
They played more than one. I don't know how many they played.
Okay.
I think they even played the same one, but like variants of it, but like in their own way. Like they're the ones changing it up.
Huh.
Which was cool.
What other ones would be surprising? Do they do Walking on the Path of Hatred?
I think so.
That's a Sasuke True large song right there. Yeah, let me just look at what I have on my phone. Ask if they played all these.
Kamui, I'm not gonna remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is my specialty.
Exactly.
Well,
I know. I went to the Naruto Orchestra, and I don't know what songs they played. I know. I'm terrible. I was too busy watching the stupid movie.
Did they play the Sonic battle theme?
I don't think they did.
What? Did they play the Sound? Oh, they definitely didn't do the Sound 5 battle theme. They kept the Sound 5 out.
They probably played Naruto's main theme. I don't remember when. Probably, I don't know. Maybe during the ending.
There's no way they didn't. They
exactly. Like, how could they not? It's literally the song, the one song. Ugh.
Did they play Avenger?
They played Sasuke's Destiny.
Oh, well, if they played the whole Yoroi fight, then they at least might have done it there.
Yeah, exactly. Assuming they didn't.
Okay. I thought of it. Okay. Oh, no, they didn't. Okay. They would have to put it in a different spot, because you said they didn't show Asuma and Kurenai fighting Tachin Kisame, but a niche one that only plays like one time in the entire anime. It goes by Intense Battle, and the only version of this I could find online, but it's basically the fast version of Threat. It plays for a very brief scene, like 1 minute maybe, of Itachi and Kisame versus Kurenai and Asuma. Did they play that song?
I have no idea.
That's a pretty cool song.
I don't think they play Reverse Situation. They might though.
Reverse Situation Shippuden. So.
Oh well, okay. You're right.
Did they play Threat?
I don't know. Well, they definitely did not play Shikamaru's theme. That's a given, though.
Yeah, they should have played Nier's theme.
Yeah. So again, they did like people in the audience did cheers during a lot of characters' introductions. It was hilarious because people were cheering when Shikamaru showed up in the Sasuke retrieval arc. I was confused why at first, and then I realized they just didn't show him before at all. That was his introduction to the movie. Him forming the Sasuke retrieval squad when he's in Tsunada's office.
So is that the same for like Choji and them then? That's just his introduction?
Choji doesn't have a specific introduction to the movie. It's just alongside the Sasuke retrieval squad, which people did cheer for that at the gate, like immediately after.
So do people cheer for Neji when he's just like his debut is just fighting Naruto?
There were some things that people didn't cheer for, which is interesting. You can imagine what some of the loudest cheers were. So this surprised me. This tells me this is just an internet hate thing, and internet people are weird. People were cheering for Sakura every time she did something cool or good, or just in general. She was beating up Naruto. The audience was losing their mind laughing. They were having a good time. They loved it. Everyone loves Sakura except for people on the internet. Real people like Sakura.
Yeah, but the thing is, it seems like they cut out most of Sakura's moments. What moments were there?
Well, all the small moments, they loved them. But you can imagine what the loudest screams were for. Like, whenever they cut to the RNG leaderboard in the prelims, whenever it cuts to Lee versus Gaara, that's when people were losing their minds. Same whenever Lee took off the gate. Same whenever he entered the third gate. I think they did a little bit for whenever Guy showed up there at that fight as well. They obviously screamed a ton at Itachi showing up, and whenever they show like his 3 Tomoe. And then I hated the fact that they did this, but some of the loudest they screamed was also Jiraiya's introduction.
Yeah, I figured.
So, I guess he is beloved. Ugh. Just rolling my eyes.
I don't know why you're surprised.
Yeah. No one even screamed aloud for Kimimaro. Ugh.
Yeah, see, that's where we have problems.
Exactly. Oh, people also loved when Naruto did their Sengan against Kabuto. People love that. So, okay, the most hilarious one, and this just is also another thing that was bizarre that they added. I can't believe they added this considering other things they cut out. But the audience reaction was hilarious. So after the fight, they did show Zetsu at the waterfall. Just the whole scene there. Like, oh, things are going to get interesting now. They showed that. Why would they include that?
Did they show the rest of the Akatsuki meeting?
Yeah, they did show it as well. They did. Okay.
I was gonna say if they didn't, that's extra funny that they showed Zetsu.
Yeah, that would have been. I guess they cheered a little bit during the Akatsuki meeting, but okay.
Did they cheer when Zetsu showed up?
Zetsu was the one time half of the audience booed. It's the only time anyone booed. It's like half were cheering, half were booing, and then half were doing a weird in between of like, It's like they didn't know what to do.
I feel like we're like the only people who actually like that.
It was hilarious.
You should have been like the one person like extra cheery.
Yeah, I should have done what they did for the Tsunade guy. This is why we love you, Zetsu. It's at the very end. What are they gonna do? Kick me out? Again, I didn't want to get hunted down. Which, by the way, I didn't talk to anyone much there. I talked to a couple people, but no one. I didn't mention like the Walky Talky podcast. Unfortunately.
You should have. Yeah. I have a podcast for Naruto. If you guys like Naruto, check it out.
I mean, I was half planning on it, but I half didn't really have an opportunity to anyway, since, like what am I going to do? In the middle of the crowded, busy plaza, I guess, mezzanine, whatever you want to call it, where everyone's walking around trying to get to the bathroom or their seats or just talking to their friends all right. What am I going to do? Hey, guys, I do a Naruto podcast. I don't know how to worm my way into that conversation there. I will say, on the way out, I was just like humming We Are Fighting Dreamers, because that's the last song they played. It felt like a bonus song too. I liked it. Because even like the Naruto opening 5 that was afterwards, they like started bowing and people like getting up to leave, and then they're like, yeah, let's do it, and then they started doing that. It was surprising. And then they did the second surprise with the second encore of Fighting Dreamers. But anyways, singing in my head, not out in my head, but out loud, humming it, and a person in front of me was dressed up in like an Akatsuki clothes. He turned around and he looked back in front of him. And he turned around again. It's like, huh, nice shirt. It's because I'm still wearing my Madara shirt. I was like, yeah, nice cloak. Because he's dressed in the Akatsuki. It's like, yeah, I'm Kakuzu. Which I will say, there was another person there that dressed like exactly like Kakuzu. It looked really good. But then I think the best cosplay I saw there, the only other cosplay really, was someone that dressed up like unimaginably looking like Orochimaru. It was unimaginable how much they looked like Orochimaru. It was so cool. A lot of people there had headbands.
Like trying to look like him, or are you just saying that they just did?
No. Like he cosplayed. Like he was in like the full like kimono and makeup and long hair and everything. It was crazy. Like full body makeup.
like which version of Orochimaru?
Like his normal looking version.
Oh, I thought so. Did he have the purple rope?
To what?
The purple rope around his neck. Oh, not his neck, the waist.
I only saw the person, I don't know if it was a man or woman, because they just did that good of a job, but I only saw him for like a couple seconds. Like I didn't get a chance to like stop and talk, because they were like walking like in the middle.
Purple rope's a pretty big like detail. Like you're just sticking out the freaking bow tie shoelace thing. Like it's pretty.
I mean, they probably. Yeah, I don't remember. I was just impressed by like the upper half of them. I wasn't looking at the lower.
I wish you took a picture.
I didn't have time. I only got to see them for like 3 seconds, and I wasn't near them. I saw them in the distance. Somewhat near them. It was like a room away. Either way, there was also someone with Gaara's love tattoo on like the back of their neck. I thought that was funny. And then obviously a ton of people just wearing Naruto shirts or whatever, but they were selling merch there. So I don't know how many people just already had it or how many bought it. I don't know. Either way. They were selling popcorn, I think for like $10. I just got out of line. I just didn't want to bother with that. Okay. Anyways. Okay. So to the Naruto Sasuke fight, obviously they showed the final Rasengan Chidori clash, but they only did it once because the anime does it twice, as you know. But okay, for the most jarring thing was definitely this, if you're looking at my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they cut from this. Okay, they cut from this. They cut from that to this. So in this version, what happened? Did Naruto just miss? Or was the Chidori just infinitely stronger in this version?
Well, they did cut off the rooftop scene, so
yeah. Like, what happened? How do you edit it like that? I can't believe they did that. That was unbelievably hilarious. I'll also mention they cut out a lot of stuff in the next episode, unfortunately, like Naruto's flying fish. They left the break every bone in your bodies, obviously, but they left off the moment where Sasuke is like, how could you understand what it's like to lose all that?
Wait, they cut that out?
Yeah, they cut out this as well. All of this.
Do they have the log scene?
They cut the log scene out. They don't have any of that.
What?
I don't even think they had like the pile driver or like Naruto like talking to Kurama for a second here. They cut all of this out. All of this. They just cut to him in the One Tails form already, like this. Somewhere along here.
That's wild.
Yeah, no. I know what it was. It was the first time they cut to the One-Tails was the line of Sasuke being like, "Oh, as long as I stay at a distance, it'll be fine." And then the One-Tails doing the thing, obviously, immediately. It was kind of funny because it's the exact opposite of what he wanted, but... And then I think they edited the ending really weird. They might have, like, replayed one of the clips, oddly enough. A scene like this one. Oh, they obviously played this song. I think they replayed that twice, or Sasuke like opening his wing. They played it twice, or something. They played it out of order. I think it was really weird. I was on my phone trying to take notes, so I might have missed it or something. But yeah,
real quick, just looking at that scene right there, if Naruto had theoretically grabbed Sasuke there, do you think he could like just squeeze it so like a Nine-Tails stand coffin? Like, could Naruto just like crush Sasuke into goo if he wanted to?
I think so. If you remember, that's essentially what Kurama does the very first time he gives him chakra for the Gamabunta thing.
Yeah, but like I meant like in real life, like
do you mean in the form of a hand?
Yeah, like, and so in this scene, if that hand had grabbed Sasuke, could he just like have a giant hand squeeze Sasuke, like Annie pretending to do it to Reina? But like if it actually did it, like
the problem is the hand is infinitely bigger than Sasuke. Like you could crush him with his pinky.
Yeah, I know
there.
it's too big, but like
it's like you can't do that to a fly with your hand, Kamui. It's like the same idea. You just crush it.
Well, even still, I like. You can low-key just do sand coffin like this, but like with sand.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, but they do.
Why does he never do this again?
I don't know. I don't think
it's
they
actually
cut
low-key useful.
anything out of this ending sequence. It was all here, all of this part, and then obviously the final Rasengan Chidori clash. Oddly enough, I think they do like the black sphere or whatever.
No, actually, real quick. Hold on, sorry. You gotta go back to the hand here. This is hilarious.
Oh, God.
Unironic. This could sound insane. I think so Naruto's one-tail cloak chakra avatar hand here. I think that's bigger than Kurama's actual hand later on in the series. Because you look at, like, for example, that one individual finger is not just stabbing through Minato's stomach. It's bigger than Minato. Like I think this is bigger than actual Kurama.
I hate to say it, Naruto shouldn't be able to do this until he's in like the 8 or 9 tails version against Pain. Like this is beyond
the 4
ridiculous.
Tails doesn't even do this.
Like if you look at it, this doesn't even make sense. This is like physical, like almost fleshy. It like look at the outline. You have this dark outline, and then you have the normal Kurama chakra. Like the fingernails are Kurama's chakra.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if any of this is like in the manga or like any aspect of this.
Like, what happened?
Okay, so this is pretty late in the fight. So
this is just actually V2, just surrounded by V1 chakra. It's almost like a V3.
Beyond V2 though. It's like the 8 tails with like the whole ass hand. Like
exactly.
I'm checking to see if this is like in the manga at all. Like
okay.
How big of a hand does he ever make? I mean, okay, it's not this big, but he smashes Sasuke with a hand that's like. Alright, I'll take a screen.
Well, something I'll also mention. It's not just the chakra surrounding the fingers. The chakra's making like a veil, like in a full way. Like it's almost like a shield or a dome that's entirely covering this whole area. So it's not like you could slip between the fingers. There's chakra everywhere between the fingers. Which that's dangerous.
I'm still looking to see if there's any other scenes here, but I sent one of the manga that seems to be like the manga equivalent, and the hand's definitely not as big. But based off this, it seems like the hand itself is like Sasuke's size.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's
like it's a little bit zoomed out, so like you can kind of account for that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what you're showing is a different scene from the manga anyways. I think it's like this scene.
It's the closest thing I have. It's just the only hand thing to work with. But like the hand is probably about Sasuke's size, but even that is like something he just never does, and even the Four Tails isn't doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, he should have just kept it to the tail. It would have been really cool. He doesn't need to throw this out. He has an expenditure right there.
Exactly. He's got the one tail. Have the tail smack him.
What it should have been.
What Kurama does anyway.
Which has always been weird to me. The fact he's like jumping and then landing with his tail, slamming his tail down. Like, it can't be that powerful. What the hell? I guess it is. Okay.
But I mean, looking at this though, like, bro, like, this is pretty big.
Ridiculous. Okay. So they cut all of this part out, like all of this, but they cut it back at this part. Specifically, not yet, but it was like here when they already were connected, but it was like a fade in. So it's like here's where they start the scene, and then it adds a color, but it was like a fade in effect. It was weird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. I don't think they showed the kids. I think it was just the fingers, and then it cut to this. And they did show this whole thing of like the light effect. I don't think the whole thing. I think they cut this scene out in particular, but like they left a lot of these other ones in here. Like this one was in here, and this one was in here. And I think they left a lot of this in there. And I think that was about it. Yeah, they cut it from there. So, then they did include a lot of Kakashi picking up Naruto, saying it's too late, talking about the valley or whatever. And then you already know everyone's least favorite character. Let's go, that's it. But I think that's pretty much it. Aside from that, I wrote down in Naruto topics, if you just want to go over them really quick, all of the weird wonky translations that was here.
Where are we looking?
Here, it's on my screen anyways, you can just look on my screen.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at your screen.
Okay. So here's half of them. I did it in 2 messages, one from before the intermission and one after the intermission. So here, I'm going to zoom in. So some of these are more understandable. You've seen a lot of these before, but not Uchiha. It was consistently, every single time they said it, Uchiwa in the subtitles. These are all subtitle woes. I don't know if there's a specific subtitle they're using, but they use like the worst one. These are ridiculous. Chunin was consistently mid-level ninja. As a matter of fact, when Shikamaru's in Tsunade's office during the Sasuke retrieval arc, where was it? It was, you have to get all of the novices for your first mid-level mission. It's like, what?
Bro, this was like an A rank, S rank mission. Like,
yeah. Is it down here? Yeah, it would have been down here, I think. Yeah, I'm going to give you your first mid-level mission. You have 30 minutes to gather the best novices. What?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. So, Guy obviously was spelled G-A-I, but that's completely fine.
And that's fairly common, though.
Yeah, that's like 50-50, but I wrote it down anyways. So, there was one part where it was supposed to be like, I see, but it was like, we'll see! Like, we'll see about that. Or like, it might have been vice versa, but it was like completely messed that up. It's like, not the intention at all. Seal of Evil, I think...
I've seen that before.
Yeah, was this a tetragram?
No, I think that's in reference to the curse mark.
Oh, I think it was a curse
because
mark.
they called it like the evil seal releasing method or something was the translation I've seen for what Kakashi does for like Sasuke.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they said. Sand coffin.
Sand sarcophagus. Is that is that sand coffin?
It is sand coffin. Yeah, it's when he does it against Lee.
Sarcophagus. What is a sarcophagus?
Let's look it up.
I know what a
stone coffin. Ooh.
Oh.
Maybe it's closer than we thought.
That's kind of cool.
Oh my god.
Sand stone coffin. Okay, it's Naruto's handbook or Naruto's like Naruto Barrage, the Naruto Fury.
Yeah, this is Naruto Barrage against Kiba. And some of these might be slightly wrong or missing a word or one of the words might be wrong because it just took me so shocked that I had to turn my phone and go to write it. And by the time I was already halfway writing, I was like, wait, was this even it? So that one might be slightly different, but I think that was it.
The Holy Hermit is Jiraiya.
Yeah,
it's what Jiraiya calls himself, I should say.
Yep, that's right. And then Sir Toad Hermit is what Naruto calls him. And I want to start referring to Jiraiya as both of these.
Instead of Hervey Sage, is it just Sir Toad Hermit?
Yeah, Edo Senin.
And how am I mean to training? So Oodie, why are you so mean to training?
Like, how do you use this in your official orchestra symphony? This one was funny.
Summoning!
Not the summoning jutsu, just summoning.
Heavenly Whirlwind, is that Lee's Leaf Whirlwind? Or is that something else?
What one was that?
Or is that rotation?
Oh, yep, it's Neji's rotation. That is what it is.
Yeah, because I was gonna say Heavenly's in rotations in the data book. So
I was thinking it's definitely the finals. Yeah, 1,000. Okay, so the reason I wrote this down outside of the obviousness, so I think they show the full scene. This is the funniest thing. The subtitles is Guy being like, "Yeah, it chirps like 1,000 birds. The technique called 1,000 birds." You don't say the same thing twice there.
That's funny.
It sounds like 1,000 birds. The technique 1,000 birds.
What is initiating intervention? Is that when they say like, "Shall we begin to start Konoha Crush"?
Yeah, that is it. Yep. Okay, so this one, to be fair, this might just be the names of two of the Anbu, but they're like, Escudi, Lee, up there! And it's like the Anbu talking to each other. And they say a line that I missed that was below it that was also ridiculous. I don't remember what it was, but I don't know. Maybe these are just Anbu names if you want to like look them up or something.
I mean, we could try Escudi. Alright, I'll let you look it up because you already highlighted it.
And then Naruto Anbu. I'm
just search Escudi. Just delete the Lee.
Sure. That's not looking like it. About Lee. Oh. Okay. Do you have any idea what episode this would be?
What's about the when you're referring to? Is it like when they're running? The invasion starts and then they're running.
When does the invasion start? We'll just go to that episode.
Let me check. 0 hour 68.
Okay, it's probably 68 or 69.
So it's a when in the episode. Oh, definitely.
I mean, I just watched it today, so.
Well, it's a when exactly, but I figured it's like when they first rush after them, maybe.
Yeah, because this is right after
they do the Four Flames formation.
Yeah,
so it's like right as they're running after. Yeah.
It's gonna be here.
It could be the end of the other episode. It's gonna be before they jump into the Four Flames formation, probably, or it could be right there. I don't know.
I think it's right around here. It was right after the explosion, after they do the initiation. Squad 2. Oh my god, I think that might be the line. Squad 2 below. They did it as Escody Lee. I don't think that's it though. No, that is it. That's it. Squad 1 above, Squad 2 below. Protect the lords. It's Escody and Lee though.
What do they say in Japanese?
Let's find out.
Just turn on the sound.
Is this Japanese?
I can't hear that, but you have to tell me.
Here. Definitely not Escody Lee.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Ridiculous. You're gonna have to confirm if that's what they say in your version. Maybe I just had a seizure or something during that one. So I'm assuming you already know what the next one is.
I would only assume it's just Kabuto's Dead Soul Jutsu.
No, it's Edo Tensei.
Oh my.
This one I thought was hilarious.
Hell, who are you?
How did they?
Is that when Orochimaru does the face rip?
It's like, who the hell are you is what he's meant to say there, yeah.
Yeah. Who are you?
They also call it reincarnation tech. Oh, actually not Edo Tensei. This is body transfer jutsu is what you're referring to. Reincarnation technique.
Yeah. Watch as you do down, huh?
I think this is when he's like saying that he's gonna die. So.
Watch as you do down.
This was just ridiculous.
Keep going. You're in the way.
So okay, this was Gaara when he smacked Tamari out of the way. Because Tamari's like, oh, Gaara, you're conscious. All right, what do you want to do? It's like, I don't know if they did a cut there or something, but that's hilarious. It's like, what do you want me to do?
Keep going, you're in the way.
So
you give her a chance to respond to any of that.
Like, I'd be so overwhelmed with orders. Like, so contradictory. So this one was the ultimate handbook. This one is just like the other Uzumaki barrage. I might have got this one slightly wrong, but it was something like that.
Well, what's the Naruto tornado then?
This was the Naruto barrage part of it. And okay. I love that as a name. The Naruto Tornado. It's a cool name. It's freaking cool. I like that better than Uzumaki barrage.
Naruto Tornado.
Yeah, so I don't...
Tomb of the Dead?
I don't remember what this was. Someone got cut off. I think it was... No, I think this was Shukaku when he was about to squeeze Naruto right before Gamamuto was summoned.
So instead of the sand sarcophagus, you just had a different thing to say?
Yeah, I don't know what he was going to say.
Tomb in the desert. That's what it was going to be.
Oh, desert. Okay, I thought it was going to be death. But desert makes more sense. Okay.
We have to call a ghost to awaken Tanuki.
I don't know. It's not even Tanuki. It's Gaara.
Yeah, it's the inverse. Like, why are they trying to awaken Shukaku?
Yeah, this one was amazing. This one was Naruto headbutting Gaara. Yeah. So this wasn't like something they said only. This was in a sentence, but it's like Hiruzen was referring to Konoha as the Konoha. Like, I'm gonna defend the Konoha village. It wasn't like that because that actually did make sense, but it was a way that didn't make sense. It was like an old man referring to it like as the Facebook. I guess I wrote down Uchiho twice.
Maybe it's Tears from Heaven.
Oh, did I copy?
You seem like you repeated it. So like at the end of Awesome Tears' view.
That's weird. I don't know why.
Okay, well, there's stuff that you skipped over here.
These are all other podcast topics that we can get to at a different point. Because those are just topics I thought of to write down while watching it. Okay, here we go. So continuing from here. Yeah. So Ninja Art in the Toad Stomach was Jiraiya's name.
Yeah.
That, obviously. And then
Perverted Hermit. Yeah, Party Sage.
Yeah.
Okay, creation and renewals, mitotic regeneration, 100 healings.
Yep. I thought that was a cool name for it. I liked it. Also, it fits way better for how she describes it immediately after.
Yeah.
That was cool. This was weird.
And one. Maybe means like one down. I don't know.
I guess. Or maybe like in one strike you'll be done.
And one.
Hey,
he was gonna say and two.
Like he just wraps around her and says that and then goes for the bed.
Everyone get a move on or Sasuke will go die.
Was to bring my okay, this was Kimimaro who said this. Yeah, so just like he's bringing Orochimaru to Sasuke.
not him to my master, but my master.
Then,
the Willow dance is in the English dub, so that's like what I know it as.
Okay, was it the very first dance?
It's the first one he does, but it's not. I don't think it's the first one he says. I think he might reference the chameleon dance first.
Oh, okay, that's why. You're completely right. I wrote it down because it's the first one in the movie. I didn't even consider that wasn't the first one that he says. That makes more
because
sense.
It's funny because so when he's talking to Naruto, he's like, oh, I guess I might have to show the chameleon dance, and he's like, fine, I'll show you the chameleon dance, and then he doesn't actually do it.
Yeah.
He's
That's
just like,
what tripped me up.
You don't want me to do the chameleon dance
because obviously I heard that first. I thought that they just changed it to that being the first dance he said. I thought they like mistranslated.
No, so the Willow dance is like the one he does it to the clones where he just like pile drives through like 20 clones in one strike.
Yeah,
it's the Willow dance. The chameleon dance is the one he does to Drunk Lee, where he does like 500 fast strikes in a row.
Yeah. So this was funny. So in the Japanese, he just says Kekkei Genkai, and this is how they translated it. This was the subtitle. Yeah, this is what he actually says. This is what the subtitle was. So it's not bushy brows. Naruto calls Lee big brows. Yeah, so Usudo Tonkachi is what Sasuke says whenever he calls Naruto a loser. The subtitle said idiot. I thought that was funny. This one
was weird.
Yeah, so specifically like Naruto's like, I'll break every bone in your body moment. Sasuke thinks this right after. Oh, that red chakra was weird.
I feel like it's almost more befitting of Neji. I don't know, like, who should be saying this?
So I don't remember exactly when Sasuke thinks this, but it was during Naruto's One Tail transformation. I'm gonna say after the hand thing because that's the most hilarious. Just Sasuke be like, "Good God, it's incredible!"
Oh my God! So Sasuke says instead of going, just goes 1,000 birds.
Of course, the Rasengan, which they did get correct earlier in the movie, so I don't know how they messed it up. It's swirling orb now. During the final class.
1,000 birds! Swirling orb!
Ridiculous. So yeah, that's all the weird translations that I saw. There's probably a couple more, but to be fair, I didn't even consider writing this down until like halfway through, of which point it's like, okay, there's so many ridiculous ones, I'm just gonna start writing them down. And so you can imagine that I probably missed a couple based on that, but hopefully you'll catch some too.
Hell are you?
But yeah.
Don't keep going, you're in the way.
I love it. We have to call Ghost to awaken Tanuki. Like there's some that might be bangers.
That's probably the worst one. I was trying to think what's the most ridiculous.
I don't even know how they even get close to that. What do you mean?
God,
well, I think this is probably just objectively the worst one.
Okay, that's fair, but like, I don't know what that means. I
think I just spasmed. Like, oh, initiating intervention is just funny though.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've stalled long enough. And
watch as you do down Hokage. It's pretty bad.
does that mean?
I love jerk eat considering it's such a pivotal moment that it is. Jerk eat.
We have the call goes to awaken Tanuki.
Oh no!
Don't talk. Keep going. You're in the way.
Yeah. And I even heard other people complaining about the subtitle, so it definitely just wasn't just me. It's like other people were like, right? Like, what was with that? It's so weird. Okay. Ikimoto failed.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Ikimoto failed.
subtitles failed.
I love the outro.